have such sights to show you. You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Okay, here we are. We're back again. Woohoo! Live from a disused bomb shelter in the Stapen Hill Badlands. It is, of course, her new Geek is showing back in 2023. With me, as ever, is the queen of all that is evil, Miss Violet Impulse. Hello.
Hello, random guy. Glad to be back.
Yeah, me too. We had a little break.
Yes, nice
How was
little festive season away.
hmm? How was Christmas in the zone there?
Oh, the Christmas in the underworld was much like most family Christmases. There was fighting, there was swearing, there was limbs ripped off, there was people beaten to death with turkey legs, and then we all sat around and watched It's a Wonderful Life. So,
Marvelous.
like most people's Christmases, really.
Excellent, excellent. Good, good, good. And happy New Year to all our listeners.
Yes, Happy New Year,
Listeners?
everybody.
Listeners?
Listeners,
Viewers?
viewers, a little bit of both.
I don't know, maybe we could go audio with this. I don't
Oh, well, maybe that's something for us to consider. I'll have to go
know.
through the audio files and see what we have.
Yes, maybe Spotify.
Ooh,
Mm.
yes, I am getting into the Spotify a little bit more and more.
There you
I'm
go.
10 years behind modern technology with everybody else.
Well, yeah, that sounds
You know, the underworld is so far down the chain. You know, we're only just getting the latest iPhone.
bad.
By that, we mean we take a smartphone and we ram it in your eye.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, so what are we here to talk about tonight? Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, I am a man of music. Music is very dear to me, as so are films and TV. So we're going to talk about the soundtracks that we love.
Yeah.
So if you have any that you'd like to add, please comment down
Yeah.
there.
Comments, people.
Or if you don't like our choices, please send your hate mail to jb at don'tgiveafuck.com. All right, lovely. Cheers. So, shall we start with the films or the TV? What would you like?
Hmm. I think we'll go with the TV shows first because we could probably say a little bit more about them than we could the individual films because obviously TV shows encapsulates quite a lot of genre, like different types of
Genre.
music. Yes, different genres. So I think we should start with the TV show.
Okay, would you like to kick us off?
Of a cliff, yes.
Oh, charming.
I kid. Oh,
Come
dear.
back, Carl. You're always forgiven.
Oh, she's never coming back. I'm taking over full time. But anyway, yes, I shall take a start.
Okay.
And with my first one, I'm going to go with this one purely because tangent alert people, we're known for them on here. When it
Graphic.
comes to, yes, I'm going to flash a graphic up one of these days. Tangent, tangent. But a little bit of a story. When I was a young demon in my college days, I opened a bank account with NatWest as part of their student scheme thing they were doing. And as part of the sign up to it, you got offered a free gift. And they sent you a list of what this free gift was. And upon that list was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the soundtrack.
Ah.
So for a lot of my teen years, I was 16 at the time. The show was kind of at its absolute peak at that time. Um, I fell in love with the soundtrack. The intro theme tune alone is just fantastic. There are some really kind of powerful, moving songs on there, but there's also
Mm.
some really kind of bop along headbangery type stuff on there. So it's a nice, good eclectic mix. And that theme tune alone for Buffy.
The good old Nerf herder.
Exactly. I mean that
Geek, geek, geek.
well, Honey Geek is showing that is why we are here. But yes, my first pick for TV show themes would be Buffy.
Yeah, nice, nice. Right. My first pick will be something that you've not seen because you're a very silly, silly demon. Yes, I am aware that I'm calling the demon silly. Probably daft. You are silly.
Really?
Battlestar Galactica, the new version, the soundtrack for that by Bear McCreary is just absolutely fantastic. It covers a multitude of dramas.
Dramas. That's my department.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Dramas
Just
for lamas.
yeah, that is not only a great show, but a great show needs a great soundtrack. But you will have heard some of Bear McCreary's work if you have watched the Kevin Smith version of He-Man.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
I
Bear
did
McCreary did
like
the
the music in that.
yeah, he did that as well. So yeah, if you like multiple genre, just great action pieces of music, dramatic pieces of music, and an awesome version of All Along the Watchtower. This is for you.
Oh, now you say that, I think I have heard that version of All Along the Watchtower. I think I have heard that because of
Wow.
the name and coming from the world of TikTok like I do, there's a lot of sounds and stuff on there that you hear on other people's videos and clips and things like that. And it's like, oh wow, that sounds really good. So obviously you jump on places like YouTube and Spotify and try to track it down. And a lot of the new songs that I've been listening to recently are things that I have found over on TikTok. So it's very good for getting music out there that not a lot of people might know of.
Mm.
So I will say that TikTok.
The Battlestar soundtrack is also, I believe, on Spotify. So,
Right, well, I will get on that very
seeing
soon.
as the Underworld has finally got Spotify,
Yeah, we finally got a subscription.
then do please check it out because you're a silly demon.
I will. I will definitely go and check it out. I will go and check it out.
Make sure you do.
I will. I will.
There was pineapple time.
Promises, promises. You
I've
buy me a drink first.
not made of money. You've seen the prices down there.
No, you're made of tears of suffering. Oh wait, no, that's me.
No, I'm just made of tea.
Yes, you're made of tea.
I'm made of tea. And
Makes you a hot drink. Would it be considered a brouhaha?
mm, maybe.
Or
Anywho,
if it was an Italian clown, would it be a coffee? He's doing the Picard palm.
I'm working with Les Dawson over here, folks.
Well, he is here. We keep him in a closet in the back.
You can't keep Les Dawson. He should be upstairs.
Comes down for visits to
leave,
entertain
that's
the
what I'm
patients. Anyway, moving swiftly
Yes.
on to my next pick.
Mm.
I'm going to go with a British TV classic that has been covered here on this channel. So go and check that episode out from season 1.
It's in the archive, folks.
It's in the archives. It's in a playlist of its own, and that is Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah.
The intro and outro to that show, every time it started, when it was on the TV, you couldn't help but at least tap your leg or whatever to. He knows the score. He knows the score. See, so that's what I mean. That to me is a quintessential classic TV theme. As soon as you hear it, you know what you're gonna get. You know what's coming, and it's just
Push, 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 push. Sorry, can't stop stuff.
But yes, that for me, that my pick there is Only Fools and Horses.
Class.
Yes, and you can find it here on YouTube. If you just search Only Fools and Horses theme tune, you'll find it here on YouTube.
Yeah, but if you haven't heard it, where have you been?
Yeah.
In a cave in Mars?
With your fingers in your ears.
Yeah, exactly.
If anybody gets that reference, drop it in the comments.
Thank you, Sideshow Violet.
Does that make you crusty then?
Crusty by name, crusty by nature.
A mouthful of tea then, dickhead. Would have been like a sprinkler from me chin.
Is mine going then? Oh God, we've gone off again, folks.
Your pick, quick, moving on. Your pick.
Yes, so we're going back to the 70s. Yes,
The Land Before Time.
Stop it, you. for a bit of prime action TV. The Professionals. Yes, that theme song. Da da da. Da 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 da. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, Laurie Johnson. Brilliant, brilliant bloody theme tune. Like you say, as soon as you hear it, you're in. It's action time. Doyle and Bodie are kicking ass. Lewis Collins rules. Bless you, Lewis. Yeah, and as well as obviously the soundtrack, the intro tune, the incidental music as well is just brilliant. It's so fucking cool. It has to be said. It's got that kind of 70s shit. I just absolutely love it.
Sort of a little honourable mention here with the Professionals. I'd have to say another one for me along those kind of lines with the 70s funk kind of thing. Starsky and Hutch.
Yep.
Same kind of vibe.
Definitely.
Same
Yep.
kind of vibe. I did come to love that theme tune after playing the Starsky and Hutch video game on the PlayStation 2. Yeah, as bad as that game was, after a while, you just kind of just sat with the theme tune, like, yeah, why not? Just let it play, man. Just let it.
Please help the Underworld. They're still on PlayStation 2. Just £5 a month, folks.
We just got the latest.
Keep piloting a new console.
Anyway, moving on now to my next pick.
Yes.
And this one's a little bit of a cheat because it could be considered a film theme as well. But for me, because it was a big part of my childhood, I'm going to go with the theme tune from The Real Ghostbusters. I like it.
I don't like The Real Ghostbusters. That sucked.
I love it. I love it. It was such a big part of my childhood. I had like a shit ton of the toys. I had the firehouse. I had the car. I had all sorts. So for me, whenever I hear the Ghostbusters theme tune, I just think The Real Ghostbusters cartoon, and my little broken heart mends and melts for a moment, and then I remember who the fuck I am, and I smack a bit.
Yeah, Negan was blonde. It was wrong.
But like I said, that one's a little bit of a cheat because it could be considered a movie theme as well. So
yes, good old Ray Park.
Yeah, exactly. So that one, even when I wrote it down, I was like, it is from a film, but I remember it more from the show. So it's all about perspective.
Yeah.
It's like Obi-Wan says, everybody's right from a certain point of view.
Only I'm writer.
Writer?
Yeah, it comes with the curry, writer. No.
Moving on, your next pick.
Told you I was random, motherfuckers. Right. Well, you know what I'm like. So Doctor Who is in the list.
Oh, of course. Of course. And
but on a twist, there's a twist. Modern. Most notably, the soundtrack work by Murray Gold when Russell T Davies was writing.
Yes. Yeah.
That
kind of era.
Yeah. Yes. There's some absolutely just gorgeous music in that. Not so much the main theme. I prefer the classic main theme, but the
incidental music though, the background, the score for each episode. Yeah, I definitely get what you mean on that one. It's very
things like the Doctor's theme is well, I can't do it because I can't sing very well, but that sort of stuff. It keeps bringing those motifs in and out. It's just some absolutely brilliant stuff.
Oh yeah, very, very good. I can definitely agree with you on that one. Definitely right up there.
And I've heard rumor that Murray will be back now that Russell T Davies is back in charge. Please let that be true. Please, God, who I don't actually believe in, but I'll try and start to. If you just bring Murray back.
Please, bearded white man in the sky who may or may not exist, please do us this favor.
Yes.
Moving on to my next pick.
Back
to my childhood. the Gargoyles theme tune and incidental music. Now, I know you've not watched much of it, but the music for it was very, very well done.
Hold on.
Admit, though, the theme tune is very good. You've got to admit.
Yeah, yeah. It is actually, yeah, to be fair, it's good. It's all right.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, there are a couple of picks coming up to my films where I'm like, look, even I think that the film is crap, but the music within it is amazing. So, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, for me, Gargoyles,
My films are gold.
it's almost gothic, but also got an actiony kind of beat to it. It's very kind
Yeah.
of. But yes, that's my
Action golf.
last pick.
Action golf.
Gotcha.
Golftion. Yes.
Or Akshoff.
That's copyright Calico Productions.
Names. Sorry, my chair is squeaking. It needs some lubricant. Don't we all?
I was going to say, your chair needs lubricant.
Naughty, naughty.
Yeah. Is it my turn again?
It is your turn. It's your last pick.
Oh, blimey. Well, I got 6 picks. That's 6 picks, not dick picks. Okay. Dirty-minded perverts out there.
We said 5.
Fucking hell. So I'm greedy. All right, then.
Sixth
Hold on.
one could be an honourable mention.
Who tripped in it? Yeah, you must go. Right. Okay, so we're traveling back to the 80s, or forward to the 80s, because I was in the 70s. No, I wasn't. I was in the 2000s. I don't know where I am.
It's the problem
That's
with
true.
time travel. You forget where you're going,
That's
where
true.
you're from, or when you were from.
So we're going to my pick, and we're not talking Denzel. We're not talking Queen Latifah. We're talking Edward Woodward, motherfuckers. Yes, the Equalizer. Oh my God, sheer fucking brilliance by Stuart Copeland. You may notice that name. He was the drummer in the Police.
Yes, he was with Sting.
Yes, but
We say that with some trepidation. With Sting.
Sting. Anywho, yeah, whole thing, intro, absolutely brilliant, and all the incidental music again, absolutely perfect. I mean, it sounds very much of its time with the synthesizers and stuff, but it's so well done that it just brings a little smile to my face every time I see it.
Oh, well, that's good. That's very good.
Every time I hear it, every time I see it, anything about it. Oh, I love you, Edward.
Well, my last pick, I think, is one that you can definitely agree with on this one. 90s X-Men cartoon.
Oh, wow. It's Ron, isn't it? It's Ron. Friend of the show, Ron Russell.
Well, not friend of our show, but friend of a show that we worked on.
Yeah.
Which we're far better than.
You know that,
right? Anyway, yeah, X-Men, the 90s cartoon, as soon as you just hear those first few bars, that you know. It's right up there with along the same lines, previously on X-Men. As soon as you hear that, it's like, oh,
yeah,
nostalgia boner here in the corner. Thank you. But that's my last pick for TV themes.
Yes, and let's talk bonus.
I'm sorry. Shall we go into films now then and do our 5?
Oh, honorable mention for TV.
Oh, go on then.
Airwolf, Sylvester LeVay, brilliant.
And for me, TV honorable mention, I'm going to go with kind of tied because I can't really pick between the two, but it's Big Bang Theory and Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh, for Big Bang.
I say it's very close though, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
so yeah, for me, it's a double pick there.
Nope,
You
lovely.
all know I like it double
Well, so I hear.
style. I'm sorry, we'll keep it PG.
Will we?
No, we won't.
Fuck, will we? Oh,
Oh shit.
oh, fuck. Oh,
Oh crap, we said it again. Bollocks. Fuck shit. Stop it.
now I've said bollocks.
Oh bollocks now said fuck. Anyway, do you want
Yeah,
to go
we're back.
first for films or shall I go first for films?
Well, I went. Yeah, you go first.
Okie dokie then. This
Usually from
one,
beauty.
these are in no particular order, by the way. This is just I wrote them down and I was like, yeah, I'll go with them.
Mm,
But for me, one of my kind of favorite soundtracks that I like listening to with films, it's not so much the songs that came out with the films or the songs that supported the films or the songs that were even used in the films, although they are good.
mm,
When I'm listening to a film soundtrack, I prefer the orchestral score type stuff.
yeah.
And one of my favorites is, and you can say what you want about the film because I probably agree with you on this one, but is the musical score for Alien 3.
No, no, I don't mind it.
Yeah,
As we've talked about before.
yeah. I mean, a lot of people give Alien 3 a hell of a bashing because of its choppy editing if you watch the theatrical cut and
Oh,
the
yeah.
fact that it was literally being wrote while they were filming it, they didn't even know what they were doing with it.
Mm,
It was almost alien improv. It was,
yeah.
the filming was that bad, but the musical score, especially the track called Adagio, which is used twice in the
Mm,
film. It's during the funeral sequence and also during Ripley's sacrifice at the end of the film. I
yes,
just,
Adagio for strings.
hmm?
Adagio for strings to give it
Yeah,
its title. But,
but yeah, the way the song just builds up and up and up and then hits this triumphant moment in the song and then dies back down again. It's just such a wonderful piece.
mm,
I
yeah,
love,
agreed.
I do love the soundtrack for Alien 3.
Mm,
As much as the film is a bit of a shit show, you cannot fault the musical score that's accompanying the film. It makes the film bearable, if anything.
mm.
But anyway, moving swiftly on.
Okay, my pick. So, going back to the 70s again. Tony, you'd be proud of me. It is Dirty Harry. The soundtrack is by Lalo Schifrin, the great Lalo Schifrin.
Hmm.
Um, Absolutely great stuff. It's where you take the brilliant idea of taking a choir and an orchestra and having them play with a jazz funk band
Oh, nice.
to absolute brilliant results, which went on to be even more better in my next choice as well by a different composer. But he
Hmm.
took that idea and made it brilliant. Not that Dirty Harry isn't brilliant because it's just sort of cracking stuff, and it's one of those that I will just listen to the soundtrack. I don't need to watch the film. I'll listen to the soundtrack.
Well, I may have to give that soundtrack a listen to then. I have been listening to soundtracks in preparation for this episode.
Yeah,
So that is one I may have to sit and have a listen to while I'm doing
well,
something.
Spotify's your friend on that, or YouTube.
All right, moving on to
Oh, and even more importantly, watch the film, Violet. Watch the
I have watched the film, but it's been a very, very, very long time. Like I was like this tall when I watched it, and I'm now like this tall. So
What's that? Not so long ago.
it's about a week ago. But I will get around to watching it again. I will get around to watching it again. My next pick, possibly slight cheating because it is a musical, so a soundtrack is to be expected.
Mm,
But I mean, look at me, Rocky Horror Picture Show.
class.
There's a lot of inspiration here
Mm,
from there. So, but it's one of those soundtracks that I will admit, I remember hearing things like Time Warp at discos when I was a lot
mm.
younger, not knowing that it was from Rocky Horror because obviously being too young to watch Rocky Horror. And then years later, watching Rocky Horror and being like, hold on a minute, that Time Warp song.
That's that. That's
Yeah,
that, man.
that's where the fuck it come from. So yeah, if you know the song The Time Warp, but you don't know Rocky Horror,
Mm.
then
Then shame on you for one.
yeah, fuck that shit out, bitch.
Shame, shame.
Anyway, yeah, Rocky
Yeah.
Horror, just
Oh,
the whole thing.
great stuff. Yeah.
Every track is an absolute mind melter, especially the one with Meatloaf.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, that's a good one.
It's, Eddie.
Yeah.
Hot Patootie, bless my soul. I really love that.
Rock and roll. I actually always like science fiction double feature. That's a great one.
Yes. The intro song.
Mm.
Yeah. And Damn It, Janet.
Yeah.
As soon as you start mentioning the tracks, you just get this warm, fuzzy feeling like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Moving
It
on.
brings a tear to me, Jap's
Oh yes. I must remember to pass my tissue. He's in the corner.
eye. Okay, my next pick.
Yeah.
So as we were saying, my previous pick, uh, jazz funk, jazz funk band, orchestra, choir, mix it all together. Get Bill Conti scoring it. What you get? Rocky 2. That's what you get. Fucking Rocky 2.
Yes. I can agree with you on that one. Yes, that's a very good soundtrack.
It's my favorite Rocky film, and it's my favorite Rocky score.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, the rest are got great music,
Oh yeah.
but I think Bill Conti just brought it to just a brilliant level.
Just nailed it on that particular one, yeah.
Yeah, it's another one of those ones I could just listen to the soundtrack.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree.
So, check it out, folks.
Yes, please do check it out. If you like that funk, go and check it
We love
out.
the funk.
Yeah, but not the funk that the other guy was singing about. Not the uptown funk. You need the downtown funk. Downtown funk.
Yeah, oh, fuck Bruno Mars. Just fuck it. Actually, no, don't fuck him. You don't deserve a fuck. So, no, don't fuck him.
No,
Sod him.
send him my way. We've got a pineapple waiting for him.
Too fucking right.
Moving swiftly onto my next pick, and you'll probably agree with me on this one. And I'm going to count both films for the soundtracks.
Mm.
A good, nice mix of 70s and 80s classics.
Mm.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the soundtrack on that, it just elevates the film.
Mm.
Every scene is it's almost set to a song.
Yeah.
The song matches what's going on tonistically brilliantly. So,
let's face it, it brought "Come Get Your Love" back into prominence because that's been on a shit load of adverts since.
Yeah, exactly. It shone a spotlight on songs for a little while.
Mm.
So. Yeah,
Love.
I love the two soundtracks. Both films, like I said, they are absolutely amazing in my opinion. The soundtracks just elevate what is already there. So yeah. Moving on to your next pick then.
Okay, here's one that we can both appreciate. Predator, Henry Jackman.
That and Long Tall Sally. Every time I hear that, I go into Predator mode. I go.
Yeah. And another one of those just so atmospheric sort of things. Jungle noises mixed in with orchestral score. And of course, see, it's got you going.
We know it. But yeah, I can definitely agree with you. I mean, Predator is one of my picks. So yeah,
well, let's face it.
Agree with you.
Let's not stick on this too long because we both suck Predator's dick enough.
Yeah, I had a three-way with some Predators last night, so I'm already gunked up enough. But anyway, discussing my love life on YouTube. Oh well. But moving very swiftly on, I'm going to go with my final choice.
Oh, is that the final? No, it's not. I've only done 3.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, second to last choice. I miscounted where I underlined it. One you can agree with. I'm looking in the fucking dark here with a piece of paper with no fucking glasses on. Give me a break. Edit that out.
Saying nothing. Saying nothing. No, keep it in. Keep it
in. Anyway, my next pick, my second to last pick, is going to be, and this is going to be pretty yeah, why not? It's
in.
the Transformers, the movie, the soundtrack. How many the do you want in a fucking sentence for that one? But yeah, so you know what I'm talking about with that.
Actually, quick tangent.
If you can survive.
Quick tangent, folks. Actually, me and my good lady wife were drinking last night, watching YouTube late, and of course I had to put that on, didn't I? Because we both love it. Good old Lion. Thank you, Lion.
But yeah, so every track on the album, I have actually got the album floating around somewhere. It's that old, it no longer has a case. It's like loose in a CD wallet somewhere. You know, if I've had it that long. But yeah, every track on there, just you
Instruments
hear
of
it.
Destruction.
Yeah, Instruments of Destruction, Dare.
Oh, Dare, yes.
Weird
And of course,
Dare to Be Stupid is on there.
that Stan Bush classic.
Oh, yeah, the time.
You got the touch.
You got the power.
Power. Yeah.
See, you know exactly what we're all about over here. But
That
yeah,
song's even on Boogie Nights.
hmm?
That song's even on Boogie Nights soundtrack.
Exactly. That's how much of a cultural impact that song had. But yeah, Transformers the movie, the soundtrack, childhood on a little plastic disc.
Yeah, you hit me right in the feels there. Okay, so it's my penultimate choice.
Yes, it is.
Okay, then we're gonna have to go with the film Hannibal and the
Yes,
soundtrack by the insanely talented Hans Zimmer.
yes.
That again for atmospherics and just
Setting the tone, yeah, definitely.
yeah, some absolutely beautiful classical music on there. There's an opera they actually wrote for the movie.
Oh,
It's
okay.
on there, and in addition to that, on the soundtrack, you also get really atmospheric tracks, but with pieces of Hopkins's dialogue as
Oh,
well.
oh.
It is
I'll have to
great.
put that down because that sounds
It,
quite interesting.
oh, it's amazing. Again, YouTube, Spotify.
I will put that on in the background when I'm sat doing some of my typing.
Yeah, I think
I found the
that
soundtracks recently have really kind of helped with the
mm,
creative flow.
that will really help you. I think.
Yes, I would definitely check that out. Thank you very much.
No worries.
So
Oh, and if you haven't seen the film, watch the damn film.
yeah, I have seen the film. I've seen the director's cut of the film as well.
Nice.
So yes, I've seen it.
Mm.
But for my final choice of the evening, this will come as no surprise to anybody because I mean, hello, chains, bondage gear, it's kind of my thing. I'm gonna go with the Hellraiser soundtrack.
Nice.
There is a compilation I've been listening to over on YouTube just recently, and it's called the Hellraiser Chronicles, and it's basically I don't want to say best, but it's kind of it's the more well-known songs.
Yeah.
First three films all together on one album. It's about an hour and 5 minutes long, but it really does have. There's the weird thing is I've watched the films hundreds of times, all three, the first three.
Yeah.
I've watched them hundreds of times. I know the music. I thought I knew the musical score pretty damn well, but it's not until recently when I've been re-listening to it on its own. I'm picking up all kind of things that I completely missed the last, the first few times around. I'm like, oh, there's more to this music than the film obviously gets through because it has to be toned down to not drown out the dialogue.
Yeah.
So there's some tracks that are obviously longer on the album that you don't hear the full version of in the film, but when you hear the full version of it, it's much more. It just hits you in a different way.
Mm.
Like being slapped with a kipper, you know. You're
Oh
not
yeah,
sure
because I've had
whether
that
it
happen.
hurts, but you enjoyed it.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've been to fishmongers.
Saying nothing.
Team.
And on that bombshell, everyone, good night.
Hold on.
Anyway, but
I
yeah,
got
my final pick, Hellraiser.
okay. Right, my
Yours
turn.
now?
And seeing as we've not mentioned him yet, I've got to get him in. The daddy, the big dick swinger on the block. You know who I'm talking about. Fucking John Williams, baby.
Yes.
The daddy. So for my pick, I'm going to pick all of Star Wars.
Yeah. The whole Star Wars.
All of it.
Even the cantina.
That's one of the best bits. Like boss, but just sorry, I've been watching Robot Chicken. Yeah. No, I mean, let's face it. I mean, John Williams.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think you could just. I don't think you really need a film choice.
It's just
John
him.
Williams is just a
Choose
choice.
him. Yeah, exactly. His discography speaks for itself.
Discography, yes.
I was trying to pronounce the word. It's difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, just his back catalogue alone.
Let's face it. Let's see. All of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Superman.
Yep.
Indiana Jones.
Yep.
Those three alone. Just the Imperial March.
Do 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 do.
Binary Sunset. Oh,
That I will admit that scene in Star Wars in A New Hope,
oh.
because I don't want to piss off the Star Wars fans by saying in episode one. That was episode one for me growing up. Screw you, Star Wars nerds. Just alienate half of our fan base.
Yeah, great that. Nice one.
Star Wars people don't watch us. We're too weird for them. But I lost train of thought where I was going with that anyway.
Binary Sunset.
Yeah, that scene in Star Wars alone. It's so moving and so powerful, and there's zero dialogue in that scene.
Yep.
You know, you don't need dialogue to tell a good story. I think you just need a damn fucking good visual and a damn good soundtrack, and that is cinema perfection right there.
Yeah. Let's see, what else has he done? Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we could go on and on. Well,
We could do an
shit,
episode just on his music, really.
Yeah,
You know,
which we might
done
do.
that much. We could do a full episode on just him, really.
Yeah.
So, is that
Which
foreshadowing? Maybe,
could
possibly.
be. Good idea.
Maybe the random guy could take a look at it and his own little experience.
Well, maybe random guy could be asked to do some random experiences, maybe. Random guy busy.
Yeah.
Random guy busy doing music.
Yes, I'm busy doing everybody, apparently.
Oh, there you go. Mr. James will be impressed. Yeah. Oh, she's got horns.
I've got the horn permanently. Anyway, I think that about wraps it up for tonight then. Unless
Yes,
there's
because
honorable mentions you want to throw around.
oh, Back to the Future.
Yes, Back to the
Alan
Future. That
Silvestri.
theme tune is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, all three.
Yeah. And for me, one little honorable mention, just the song alone, Kenny Loggins, Danger Zone, Top Gun.
Yeah, cool.
Mainly because I used to play Grand Theft Auto 5 and it was on the radio station and it was on a good radio station. So every like half hour, 45 minutes or so, it would loop around again.
Yeah.
And Kenny Loggins on that game was a DJ on the radio. So there you go.
Yeah. We fuck off.
6 degrees of separation. Is that Hendrix giving you trouble again?
Yes, scratching at the door.
Well, he's been out roving and reporting for us. So they say.
Well, he ain't been about on the shag floor, so it's got no bollocks.
Oh dear. But anyway, then, do you want to lead us out for the night then?
Yes, on that note of,
Cat ball,
castrated cats,
castration.
we'll be off. We'll toddle along. We'll be back again next week. I could tell you what we're going to talk about, but I ain't going to, so fuck it.
Yeah, gonna keep you waiting, keep you guessing.
Mm-hmm. All right, take care, folks. And if you can't be good, be random, and make sure you go check out Violet over on the TikToks and on the YouTube Calico Production. Cheap plug.
Cheap plug. And I shall catch you all over in the underworld coming up later this week. I have been Miss Violet Impulse. This is Honey Geek showing. If you can't be good, be twisted, don't get mad.
Yeah.
Sick. Mwah. Bye, everyone.
See y'all.
We have such sights to show you. You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering. We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch! What a plonker!
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Hun, Your Geek is Showing. Tonight, joining me as always is some random guy, JB.
Hello.
How you doing there, sweetie?
I'm knackered, but I'll live.
Oh, bless you.
I'm a bit ill, but never mind. I'll be okay.
On tonight's episode, we are talking streaming wars. There are so many different streaming services out there that there's a lot to choose from. You've got Disney Plus, Netflix, which we're going to be debating here shortly. You've now got Paramount Plus, you've got Amazon Prime. You've got so many choices that we're kind of spoilt for choice, especially when it comes to exclusives. But again, we'll get into that in a little bit later. But first, we have a quick little announcement to make here over at Calico Productions. Due to some scheduling issues that we are having here in the underworld, Honey Geek is Showing is going to be returning to its original time space of once a fortnight per episode. It's just because there is so much going on behind the scenes. Can't really talk about too much of it, but there are things coming along very nicely. But yeah, we're going to be back to once a fortnight, but that doesn't mean there's going to be a dip in quality or anything like that. We are going to continue to do our absolute best to entertain you and everybody. And I want to say a quick shout out, thank you to some of our new subscribers, one of them including my friend, Baby Bear, who I met over on TikTok. And she is my crazy, weird, twisted little sister. And we'll get to meet her soon, hopefully, in an episode of Miss Violet's Underworld.
Yay.
But right, moving swiftly on, I am going to be supporting the good old Netflix. Well, Mr. Random JB over here will be talking about his love of all things Disney.
Yeah.
So I'll let you go first.
Oh, I was going to let you go first.
We'll try to be kind of semi-impartial and talk about the good points and bad points of both. I think what we'll do first is we'll compare them first on price for content. Do you feel that the price that you pay for Disney Plus, if you pay a price for it, because I know that they do offer up free subscriptions, things like Sky and such like that.
I wish they did.
Do you feel that the price you pay for your Disney Plus is worth it?
Yes. Easily. It keeps my daughter amused. It keeps me amused. It keeps my wife amused. Jesus, what could you know? I mean, I can say the same about Netflix, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because I have both. But it's just the sheer amount of stuff that's coming out on Disney, plus the stuff that's coming out.
I can agree.
Especially on the 1st of March.
Yes.
Good game.
3. Season 4, is it?
No, season 3, Mando.
Season 3, that was it, yeah. But yeah, I still haven't got past the 5th episode of season 1 yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Punish me. I've been naughty.
Yes, I'm gonna have to call you a silly demon again, aren't you? Silly demon.
Anyway, for me, talking Netflix side, I think for the price that I pay each month, I'm in the middle tier
Mm,
they do. The one that's I think it's like 9.99 a month.
yeah, come on, mate.
I do that one, and I have an account. I have a profile in it. My spawn has an account on it. So,
Mm.
and like you said, there's a lot of good programs on there. There's some duds. There is some real duds, but we'll get into that in a little bit later. But I
Mm.
feel the price that I pay for Netflix, it is worth it. I wouldn't pay any higher for it. I will say that. I don't think it's worth more than 10.
There is a higher tier, isn't there? But I'm not
Yeah,
actually sure what you get.
I think you just get more profiles and are allowed to share the account between more devices. I think. I'm not 100% certain on that.
If you don't get an extra programming, what's the fucking point?
Exactly. That's what I mean. I think for two profiles, for two people, on
Mm,
two devices, for £10 a month, I think that's fairly reasonable price wise. I wouldn't go
definitely.
any higher with it. I wouldn't want it to be any lower because then the less that money they're taking in, the less they're going to put back into the actual programming itself. Let's
Mm, yeah.
so but I think for the price, yeah, you definitely get some good content. If you can only pick one or the other, we'll just say that out now, folks, that
Mm.
this is the case of if you haven't got one, but you have the other, this is our way of saying maybe you should try the others.
There are alternatives out there, folks.
There are, yes. Right, I think that covers price pretty nicely.
Yeah.
So
Content.
I was going to say, I think next what we should do is not so much content. I think what we'll do first is we'll talk exclusive content that is only on that platform.
Mm,
Then we'll talk about the other content because some of it is shared between them.
yeah.
So, due to licensing and all that kind of stuff, there is some stuff that's shared. So, but yeah, I'll let you go first again, Guy.
Content wise, I mean, let's face it, you got all of Marvel, you got all of the Star Wars.
Yeah.
That on its own is great. Plus, just all the other stuff Buffy, Angel. And you know how we feel about that, folks.
Oh, yes. We have done episodes here.
Hmm.
Check them out. Oh, they're
I
in.
think Battlestar used to be on there, but I think that's migrated now,
Yes, I think it has. And
unfortunately.
since the merger with Fox, we also on Disney Plus you have all the Alien and Predator stuff as well, which we
Yes.
my feelings on that.
See, this is the thing that's great about Disney, because that House of Mouse have
Mm.
just got money and money and money. They can buy anything.
Consume, consume, consume.
Mm.
It's
I want them to
funny
buy everything and put it all on one thing.
it's funny that Disney brought Hasbro and Hasbro owns Transformers because the saying in Transformers is "till all are one," and
Mm.
I think Disney took that as a challenge
Yeah, I
with
think so.
licenses. Till all are one. Which, if that means everything's under all one streaming service, I have to pay one extra bill a month. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, it's a thing, isn't it? Ow, you little prick. What?
Sorry, that was one of my demons.
Yeah.
There
Here's the
he is,
culprit.
Hendrix, the demon.
Oh, you little twat. What? Fuck off. Fuck off.
Sorry, we seem to be suffering a slight case of human abuse by an animal here.
This is you, isn't it? You did this.
My influence. I'm sorry. He's my familiar. What can I say?
Well, you can fucking feed him then.
But anyway, exclusive content, the one that I will definitely point out for any Netflix viewers or potential Netflix viewers, if you are an old school sci-fi nerd like myself, you may remember a little show called Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Oh my God, now you're showing your age.
I really am.
Ooh, folks.
Growing up, that was one of my favorites. The Sci-Fi Channel would show it around 11 o'clock on a Friday night. I had no friends. I never went out. I just ordered takeaway, have a smoke, have a drink, and just watch that shit and laugh along with it. I even to this day on DVD own the randomness that is Mystery Science Theater 3000 the movie, considering that each episode was basically a movie anyway.
Mm.
So it just screamed with. Even in the trailer, it says every year in Hollywood, thousands of movies are made. This is one of them.
Mm.
It doesn't take itself seriously. I love it. I love Crow the Robot. But yes, on Netflix they did a revival. I want to say it's not a reboot. It's not anything like it. It's more of a revival of the show,
Mm.
and it's funny. It really is funny.
No,
Seriously.
I'll check that out.
Yeah. They have you ever seen the film Mac and Me? As a kid of like growing up in the 80s and 90s, have you seen the film Mac and Me?
No, it never appeared.
Right. Well, they skipped that in the second season.
Right.
And trust me, it's worth watching. Seriously. But yeah, Mystery Science Theater 3000 is just one of the reasons to go and check out some of the Netflix exclusives. There's a crap ton more on there, way too many to list.
Oh,
Go and check them.
I did enjoy the toys that made us and the movies that made us.
Yes, original series. Sorry, I was thinking more like films and shows and stuff. But that I've complete. You know when you're trying to think of something, your brain just goes, no,
Yeah.
no. Yeah, I had a moment like that. But yes, the toys that made us and the movies that made us and the documentary High Score.
Yes, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, if you are into any kind of retro nostalgia type stuff like ourselves, we collect toys, we collect action figures, we love old films, anything like that, go and check those out as well because they are amazing. And some of the history behind some of the toys, it really is an eye opener. The Transformers one. Sorry, tangent here, everybody. Tangent alert. The Transformers episode of the toys that made us, I didn't realize it went kind of as far back as it did and the back and forth
Yeah.
between the two companies. You know, it's like Japan licensed Action Man from Hasbro and turned it into Henshin Cyborg Man, that then became Diaclone, that then became the Transformers in the American market. And it's just like, it's that back and forth between the two that is just such a like, wow. Transformers history really is much more deep rooted than you think.
It is.
Anyway, enough of that tangent. Right. Have a little slippy slip. By that, having a drink, you dirty pervert. It's that moment if we ever put this out on Spotify where there's going to be like a few seconds silence and everyone's going to think their phone's fucked up.
Yeah. It's just us drinking.
Yeah, it's just gone quiet because we're having a drink. Nothing more, nothing more.
Purely medicinal.
Oh, yes, purely medicinal. But right, I think we should move along then now finally to, well, not finally, but I think we should now move along to other content that is on one or the other, but not on. And one that I have been recently rewatching just because it's a big old geeky blanket of warm, fuzzy loveliness. I've been rewatching The Big Bang Theory again.
Nice. Yeah. So I've had no choice because my daughter loves it.
Yeah. Again, my creature from the Black Lagoon has been
unfortunately, because of her autism, she keeps watching the same episodes over and over again.
Yeah. You can't see it on camera, but my head is bobbing like a motherfucker behind this man.
Yeah.
I know that pain.
Oh yeah. You know.
The one that my creature always seems to gravitate towards, and I don't know why, is Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but when you've seen the same episode and the same arguments and the same fights 30 times in one afternoon, you kind of want to put your face through the wall just so you've got something else to look at.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes, content that is on one but not the other. So there we go. Me, Big Bang Theory.
For me,
I love that.
Lost.
Yes.
All of Lost is on there.
Yes, it is.
Which you haven't seen.
I saw season 1 and it didn't interest me. I'm sorry.
Try again.
Okay. Maybe. If I've got
Do it.
time.
Put your comments on.
She says in a void of darkness that is timeless. If I've got the time, I'll watch it.
Put your comments down below, folks, if you think that Violet should do Lost.
No, most people would just tell me to get lost. There's a difference.
Oh. Now. But
No,
no,
it's
folks.
okay. It's okay.
Let's have a little straw poll. Put your comments on there, down there.
Let's just play the world's smallest violin for me right now, shall we? Oh, where is Mia? I don't give a fuck.
Nearly.
I nearly got you there, guy.
Good game.
Oh, yes, good game. Didn't he do well?
No.
Sorry. Had Bruce in me again. I mean, it's not the first time. Shit. Fuck. Yeah, that night definitely was a generation game because there was a few years between us.
Oh, I'd say so.
Oh, there. Here comes Sid. Sorry, this is the segment of the show where we get possessed by random celebrities. We're sorry.
We do.
That's what happens when you open a portal to the underworld. Random celebrities just escape for 5 minutes.
Chopper. Cock. Penis. All right, Sid, it's enough. No way they say penis on a carry-on film.
Nah, it's too
It
direct.
wouldn't be allowed.
No.
Sure. Anyway, so yeah, so you lost.
How have I lost? How have I lost?
Well, we'll see by the end of the episode.
Oh, you mean I should watch Lost? Yes, I will. At some point, like I said, I've got a lot going on, but I will get around to it at some point.
You'll point in a minute.
Promises.
That one.
Anyway.
Yes, carry on.
Yes. Right. I think what we'll do here, got a little bit of time left. I think what we'll do here is we'll just kind of maybe flip the script. Maybe you talk about something on Netflix that you love about it, and I'll talk about something that I love on Disney Plus.
Indeed. Okay. Well, let's face it, it's Cobra Kai.
Exactly. That is a fantastic show. Again, another exclusive
Sad news this week.
side of things.
Sad news this week.
Yeah, the next season's the final season, isn't it?
Yeah.
To be fair, I think one more season will wrap things up nicely.
Oh no, well no, we'll just like it.
You know, the stuff with Reese. Him getting out of the prison, which how easy was it to get out of that prison? Spoiler alert if you've not seen it. Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, it's a bit easy. So yeah, sorry, Tom.
Sorry, Tony. We love you, really. That's Tony Harris over at the Retro Movie Zone. Go check him out, people.
Yes, do so.
Retro movies. Anyway, go check it out. Right, for me, and this is more of a category that's on Disney Plus that I love. And it was one of the main reasons why I kind of got Disney Plus in the first place. I'm a bit of a nostalgic bitch sometimes when it comes to cartoons from my childhood. And
oh, I wonder what's coming, folks.
it's not what you think. The fact that they have all of the old, not just 90s cartoons, because they don't have them all. They don't have like Batman and things like that. But
no.
all the Marvel cartoons I grew up watching. Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Iron Man, the Hulk.
That was wank.
No, but you know what I mean. I grew up watching those kind of things. So
Doesn't stop it being wank.
I know it doesn't stop it being wank, but at the same time, it's like it's that nostalgia twinge of like, I remember watching this. So like I really do. When I first got Disney Plus, it was like I had it on the trial month. I was like, I'll give it the month, and if I find enough on here that I'd like to watch, that's going to take me a while to watch, I'll keep it. If there's like one or two shows besides the Marvel films and all that kind of stuff, then I'll keep it. And then when I saw they had like the complete run of Buffy, the complete run of Angel, all of the X-Men cartoons, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to keep my subscription going on this. You know, it's going to take me a while to get through all those animated shows and all the old shows that I used to love watching. So, you know, I don't mind it. But that is the one thing that made me keep Disney Plus. If they didn't have any of that, I probably wouldn't have kept it. I would have watched the WandaVision, Captain America, and Falcon, and all that stuff. I would have watched all of that lot, and then I would have binned it off. In all honesty. But that's my little thing with Disney Plus.
Yeah, I must admit, and Spidey and his amazing friends.
Oh yeah. Oh, and of course,
The 80s hook. Any older?
I love that show, and I'm going
Has she done yet?
to talk about it. Don't worry, I will save you the torment. I will save it for an Underworld episode. Keep it far away from you, because you're a boring old fart.
Yep.
Well, at least you know what you are.
Boring old rock and roll.
They say you are what you eat, so that makes me sometimes a cunt, mostly a dick, and very occasionally an asshole.
Fair enough. But what? Oh, fuck off.
He's saying, bow to me, human, bow to me.
He's been an arsehole, is what he's
We were
doing.
worshipped as gods in Egypt. Now we shit in a little tray. It was Freud's fault. It was Freud's fault. We'll blame Freud.
Upstaged by a cat, folks. It's come to this.
Exactly. Well, you know, you're always going to get put in your place by a pussy.
I know the truth.
Can I get away with that? I don't know, and I don't care. Anyway, sorry,
Yes.
my is starting to slip out.
But I think that's what we'd say for that. I mean,
Yeah, I think we've covered everything nicely
to
here.
be honest, folks, be like me and have both.
Yeah, if you can afford both, because we know
Yes, if
we
you
know
can
in the
afford.
current situation that the world is a fucking expensive place to live right now.
I'm lucky. I've got a good deal from Netflix through Sky.
Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people now, that is how they have Netflix. It's through having Sky TV and having it as part of the package. You know, most of the people that I know have Netflix have it through Sky.
Yeah.
And have Disney Plus as a standalone thing. Or a few people have it the other way around, where Netflix is on its own and Disney Plus is part of the Sky. But either way, if you can afford both, we can highly recommend both. But if you can only afford one, do what I did or what we did. Look at it objectively. Look at it as, like I said a minute ago with Disney Plus, if there's a lot on there that you think that you're actually going to get through and watch over a period of time that just price, go for it. If you look at it and there's maybe 2 or 3 films, a couple of shows that you might watch, and that's it, it's not worth keeping it. It's not worth you know, you could put that money towards whatever else you may need to support yourself, because that is the most important thing. Not watching and being up to date with the latest shows and things like that. That's not the important thing. We're trying to be positive here on Calico today. The most important thing is that you take care of yourself. And if you can keep up with the current shit and you can afford it, go for it. But we recommend both. It wasn't really streaming wars, it was more streaming mild disagreement.
Yeah. But to be fair, they're all great. Is there anything you'd like to see either group get?
Well, obviously being a big Marvel fan, obviously with Disney Plus, I'm looking forward to all the new Marvel stuff they're coming. But when it comes to like licenses and things like that I'd like to see them get, or things that I'd like to see them do with the properties that they have. On the Marvel side of things, I'd like to see them obviously take a more deeper step into the horror stuff. They started it with Werewolf by Night. We both watched that and we both agreed it was fucking amazing. It was it was a good step in the horror direction, because a lot of people don't realize Marvel's done a lot of horror comics.
No, that's the thing. Yeah.
Blade was a horror comic to begin with.
Mm.
You know what I mean? They even did the Tomb of Dracula, Marvel did. So there's untapped potential there if they follow it. And I'd like to see more of that. Not just because I'm a horror fan, but because I think the standard Marvel formula now, after 10 plus years and what, 30 films and show? No, it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like watch time is like over 100 hours,
Yeah,
right?
easily. Yeah.
After that amount of time, I personally feel things are getting a little bit stale. That's just me. Some things are working,
Yeah.
not as much as it used to.
Yeah, I'm definitely finding myself looking more forward more to like Star Wars properties coming out, things like that. Then I'm a bit fatigued.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Marvel now. It's
Marvel,
very
I'm a-
much like chunk
mm,
after chunk after chunk after chunk. But yeah, the one thing I will say that I will say about Netflix, the one thing I'd like to see them do is stop canceling shows after one season when people get hooked.
yes,
I'm not the only
definitely.
person
That's a
saying
flaw.
that. I'm really not the only person saying that.
Just because it's not getting the numbers you like at first, it doesn't mean it's not going to get them eventually. Come on, Netflix.
Yeah, you've got to give these things a little bit of a slow burn sometimes, especially if
Mhm.
it's a show that's got a very complicated plot line or something that you need to sit and kind of
Yeah,
then
it.
need time for that.
Nothing's going to hit the numbers instantly unless it's something big, like a Marvel thing
Yeah.
or a Star Wars thing.
Oh, and one
Or
other thing I would
Cobra
love to see from Netflix is more serial killer documentaries because there aren't enough of them.
Guy.
Maybe I'll be on one of them.
Maybe.
The
You'd
only
be famous for
serial killer
15
when I
minutes.
say I could murder a bowl of cornflakes. That's the only cereal I'm murdering. All right, Weetabix then.
No, I don't like cereal.
All right, flesh with my enemies.
Now you're talking.
There we go. But
Is
yeah,
it on
I
a
think
sandwich or on a baguette?
shish kebab style.
Yes. I'd like to see Disney buy WWE. That'd be interesting.
They've got the money. They got the
They
money
have.
to do it. They could do it.
And apparently WWE's can go for sale. So the rumors are saying. So that'd be interesting.
Well, we shall wait and see with that then, shall we? But I think on that
Yeah.
that headlock of a maneuver,
Oh, nice.
have you got something to add?
Yeah. Discovery Plus. That's what I forgot.
I've not checked that out, but I may have to.
It's got some really cool stuff on it. And the great thing is, I'm a Sky Glass customer, so we get it free.
Whoopee for you. But yeah, I think
And my big ass TV.
I think that pretty much covers what we needed to say about the streaming disagreement.
Yeah. If you've got any comments you want to give us or say, oh no, this streaming platform's better, or this streaming platform's better. Why don't
If
talk
you
about
want
that,
to talk about it in the comments, if you want to get a conversation going in the comments, let us know what your favorite streaming services are and why. Drop it in the comments and we will reply to you.
We will.
Yes. It's trying to be more interactive with the audience. Love you all.
We do. Love you.
Right, we're going to say good night now and we shall see you in a fortnight.
Yep. See you in 2. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker!
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker!
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you live from a prison camp on Genosha. we have Hunya Geek is showing. And with me, as always, is the Queen of Mean. She makes them scream, and apparently she has a mutant X gene. It's the lovely Miss Vitals.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome, my sweet tortured souls, to another fantastic episode of Hun Your Geek is Showing.
Right, and with us tonight, this is a special episode, by the way, folks. It's very, very, very special, and you are very lucky, and so are we, to have a special guest with us, Mr. Eric and Julia Lewold. Animation royalty, ladies and gentlemen. The showrunner and writer of X-Men. The good one. Not the rubbish, the good one.
The best one.
The best one, yes. Well, that's still to be seen.
Oh, well, yeah, there is the follow-up show. We'll talk about that later on, though.
Yes. Well, we'll try, because I imagine you have NDAs.
Oh,
right
yeah.
We can talk a little bit.
We can talk release date and premise, and I think that's about it.
Oh,
I have an official statement.
Julie has a statement from
marvelous.
from us and Marvel.
On November 12th, 2021, Disney Plus Marvel announced its production of the show X-Men 97, a continuation of X-Men the Animated Series. Together with producer-director Larry Houston, we have been brought on board to the show as consulting producers. We are gratified, thrilled, and pleased. Beyond that, we have no comment.
There we go. Then.
We have a little look. She's every time the fans run up at a convention. She doesn't show this to them, but
Yeah.
she has it in her head.
Well, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah. We don't want to spoil it.
No, we don't.
Exactly.
Don't.
I want to go into it nice and blind.
Oh, I don't know. I want all sorts of little bits of spoilers. And
Well, the fact that it's happening, the fact that they're calling it X-Men 97,
Yeah.
the fact that they have announced that it is picking up as like a 6th season for X-Men, the original animated
Continuation. It's not different people,
series. Not a
different,
reboot.
not a different universe, not a spin-off. No, it's just as if, a short time after you just saw episode 76 of our show, there are more episodes with the same people.
Yeah.
And they try to make
love
it look as close to ours as humanly possible in 2022. 2023 now.
I say season 1 through 4 versus season 5
Yeah.
when the
Yeah.
animation
Oh,
budget just
don't worry.
Yeah.
The animation in season 5 was a little bit.
Yeah.
It was done. It was. There's a we
It
can
was
talk about it.
jarring. It was jarring going from one
But
style to the other so quick for me. I was like,
But there were some stories in season 5 that still
We still
tug
enjoyed.
my heart. Still tug my heart.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the final episode, especially.
Oh, graduation day. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that episode alone just broke my heart as a child. It really, really did. Which is a difficult thing to do when you look like this.
But no, that I think I'm jumping in here, but a thing that we're talking about it 30 years later that set X-Men, the animated series, apart was the fact that you and your head writer, Mark Edens, when you got tapped in February 1992 to develop a show that was going to go on the air supposedly in September 1992 in animation, that's not enough time.
Yeah.
But you guys sat down and said, all right, we're going to swing for the fences. The point of these stories is not that they're big, bright colors and things explode. It's that each of these characters has an internal heartbreak, a story, an issue that can be addressed while there's bright colors and explosions. Talk about the humanity of it.
Yeah, they're adult people, and
They're adults.
we just really wrote it like we were thinking about if they were 20 somethings in a movie,
Right.
or in real life, and it happened to be cartoon superhero sized action going on in the background, but
Yeah.
that was the secondary thought, and that seemed to work well because I mean, there's so much fun in a comic book. I mean, it's like the kind of professional wrestling thing. Will these 4 powerful mutants be able to take on these 3 powerful mutants? So who's going to win? That's all very exciting and fun, but that's kind of one story, and that's not if you're going to have to tell 76 different half-hour stories about these real people, that if you just focus on that, it gets kind of old. So we looked at the other side of the thing and thought of them as people who happen to be put in these heroic, tragic situations.
Yeah.
And that made the storytelling easier for us and more satisfying.
Definitely, I can imagine so.
Yeah, because you've got, love triangles going on while you're saving the world. You've got, you know,
Yeah, all the stuff
what's the
with
word?
Wolverine, Cyclops, and Jean. That
Yeah.
I thought that was very well written. Like the way Wolverine handled it sometimes, where
Mm,
he was in the scene that always pops out in my head is on their wedding day when he's in, is it the Danger Room? And he's
Yeah,
yeah.
going absolutely ballistic. You can see there is nothing but anger in him. And it,
Ripped his
like you
tops.
said, it was done very believably. As a kid, I believed what was going on. You
yeah,
know?
Yeah, I think that's the difference because being an old fart, I saw Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends when it aired. And, you know, that to me was sort of looking back on it, yeah, sort of, yeah. Whereas, you know,
It played to its
X,
demographic.
yeah,
yeah,
X-Men treated you like an adult.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It was adult stories for children, essentially.
Yeah. As a result, there's no, what's the word? Condescension. That's the word.
Yeah.
We got to back up the tape here and sort of start at the beginning
Mm,
of the beginning, which was in the United States up until 1990, 1988, 99, 1990. We had three major networks here in the US: ABC,
mm.
NBC, CBS, and everything else with your locals would have some syndicated
But
shows
that was 95% of the programming.
of the country.
Those,
Yeah.
and there'd be three people that basically had a say over, we'll take that show or what takes a show. One
Network
commenced
programming
networks.
people. There were three
Mm.
people in
And they
charge
just didn't get the excitement of superhero comics.
for Saturday morning.
They looked people that might want to do a serious X-Men show would pitch it to them and say, nah, this is just for some pimply boys in their basements. That nobody's going to watch this.
Yeah.
And luck. So finally, 1990, Margaret Lesh, who was our boss, was made president of this new network, the new
Brand
Fox
new networks that was
the
going to
Fox
come in
network.
fighting.
This little bitty network that was a tenth the size of the other
Jesus.
network when it started,
Mhm.
and so they were able to take risks.
She was willing to take chances that no one else was willing
The
to
other,
take.
even if the other networks had gotten the idea of why the X-Men could be a good show, they never would have let us do a tenth of the
Oh, no.
adult stuff.
No, not
They
at all.
would have said, "No, this is a little kid show.
It's a Saturday morning
Stop.
show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stop with the romance. Stop with
The
the
anguish.
ferocious. The anguish and the tragic heartbreaks, and let's have a little fun and blow up some cities."
Make it more bad guy versus good guy. Good guy.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
stop with the sympathy for Magneto
Mm.
and complicated gray areas between villains and
Kids
we-
can't track
we-
that. What are you doing?
Yeah, and we just always want to shake those people and say, "Don't you remember being an 8 or 9-year-old child and want to challenge it?" And a challenging story came along, you didn't understand half of it, but it excited you, and your
Yeah.
15-year-old brother got it, and you wanted to get it. So
Yeah.
why not write for ourselves? Why not write challenging stories? And Margaret got it.
Margaret Lesh.
So
got
she
it.
just said, "Yeah, do it, run, do a lot of it, do it more."
Eric and I, again, backstory time. We just celebrated our 33rd wedding anniversary on Friday.
Yeah, we saw that. Happy anniversary to you both.
Anniversary. On Twitter. Yeah.
But we met behind me here at Disney as
Mm.
animation writers. My first job in animation my first job writing professionally in Los Angeles was for Disney Afternoon, for Chippendales and Winnie the Pooh
Yeah.
and Dark Duck and Goof Troop and that whole. And you were in the office next door doing the same thing.
They're wonderful people and talented,
oh my
and
God.
it was 3 great years for us
Yes,
there.
each, yeah.
And we learned so much, but they had a very narrow view. Okay, these are the kind of stories we're going to tell
Right.
to children,
And
that's fine. And they did a beautiful job of it, and we owe them a lot. But yeah, they never would have tried anything near what we were able to do with X-Men.
And I'm proud and I love the work I did at Disney. But I'll say that when X-Men came along at that time for Fox Kids, a revolution was happening.
Yeah.
And this was the first time that as a you are the showrunner story editor for the whole series of X-Men. I'm one of the writers who got to write episodes and pitch episodes and sort of be a fly on the wall for the whole series run. That's who we are in relation to the show. And one of the edicts that Margaret Lesh gave all of us writers was do not write down to kids. You write this as if it's an hour-long primetime drama in live action on TV at night. And I'd never heard those words before in my corner of the universe.
And we haven't heard them many times after. We didn't look back now, and there's this golden age of about 8 or 9 years where we got to write shows like this.
Yeah.
And then they kind of forgot that they were successful. They or new people came along, or there's taste change, and there's fashions in TV, and you go from action adventure, was expensive to make, by the way, to quirky comedies, to something younger. And as the decades have gone along, more and more kids are playing video games and not watching television, and not buying the toys that support animated that pay for animated television. So it became less and less spectacular. Action shows like X-Men became less and less profitable and interesting to the people around us. And but that's another story. But for those 5 years, it was great.
So another person we have to mention. So Margaret Loesch, as the president of Fox Kids, one of her first edicts was, I am going to put on a Batman animated show, and I'm going to put on an X-Men animated show on my network. And that's how those two got jump started. The other person who deserves all the credit in the world is the broadcast standards and practices person at Fox, otherwise known as the censor.
Yes.
And the person at Fox Kids is a woman named Avery Coburn, and she got it. She respected the books in the 1990s. She knew the books, and she respected them.
And and she had absolute veto.
Absolute power.
Any bit of dialogue, bit of action, or anything, she said, no, can't have it in there. Done. No, can't do this story. Forget about. And there would be times where we would start out, and she said, "Oh, this is too much, Eric. You were way too." And we would have about a 10-day diplomatic mission back and forth with our fax machine, faxing before emails. Guy says, "Well, come on, Avery, maybe if we adjust." Okay, she says, "Okay, we want to kill one of the X-Men in the first story."
And
really?
I'm going, what?
Oh, she said, "Look, we're not doing it for gratuitous. We're doing it to show the tragic sacrifice and how there's consequences to being an X-Men." All this is okay. Look, I get it. I trust you, but here are some of my rules. It has to be off screen. It can't be this. It can't be that. And we went back and forth, and we negotiated a middle ground where we could have more die in the first story. And but almost any other censor we've worked with over 30 years would just say, no, end of discussion, do something else.
Weren't even open to looking at the context of why it's there. Yeah.
It was to prove that this is not the fight of the week. There are consequences. Bad things can
repercussions later on down the line, especially with the death of Morph and everything. And we did talk previously about this, that apparently people wanted the audience wanted him to come back so much that you had to kind of figure out a way how to bring him back that was actually believable.
A
7-year-old focus group.
That was it. 7-year-old focus group when he's Morph back.
It's too funny. We go through all that trouble to be able to kill somebody, or the better way to say it is to show tragic sacrifice, heroic sacrifice. And then we asked, can we please have it back? They knew. The executive that called us knew. Oh, he was so embarrassed. So I know what you've been through, but please, the kids love this character.
Well, and I think when they interviewed that group of 7-year-old kids midway through the first season, you guys made such a point of giving Morph the heart of each of the characters. You saw him interact with each of the main X-Men. You saw each of them love him, like him, laugh with him, enjoy him. So
we made him too likable.
So
there you
the
go.
grief of his loss was so powerful, was so important, was so important.
Wolverine that actually said in the episode, Morph was the only one of you that I actually liked, or something to that.
Yeah, that could ever make me laugh.
Morph is the only one who could ever make me laugh. Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then if you go back and watch and we encourage anybody who has access, because it's on Disney Plus now, and we're excited that it's finally back. The opening 2-parter, Night of the Sentinels, when Morph dies, it is off screen, but you see everyone's reaction. And we've heard from more people when Jean says, I don't sense him, and Professor Xavier says, I don't either.
Yeah.
There's no blood, there's no but it's just your stomach falls out of you. And then when you come back and they've landed and they're coming off of the Blackbird, and Cyclops, who's made the hardest decision of his leadership career.
Yeah.
Wolverine, I know how you feel. And Wolverine punches him, just knocks the wind out of him. Avery Coburn let us do that.
Yeah.
One time, that kind of punch.
That's a real reaction. That is a real reaction.
And next time I use these, the claws come out, but it was so visceral and important to show what his death meant to everyone in the team.
Yeah, the emotion
Let us
do that falls to them all, especially Wolverine, because we know Wolverine is a character. If you know anything about the character going into the show, you know his emotions are very up and down, you know. So for him to react like that, you know it's hurt him, and he does not deal well with emotional pain. Physical pain, he heals, he can deal with it. Emotional pain, he's a mess. He really is a mess, Wolverine. So. But going back to what you were saying, like some of the things you had to cut, I do remember in one of our previous conversations, you were on about the episode with Nightcrawler where you couldn't show the burning church, so you had to change it to a monastery.
Yeah. There was back and forth.
Episode called Nightcrawler, which focuses on the introduction of the character of Nightcrawler in a sort of German Swiss environment where Wolverine, Rogue, and Gambit have gone snow skiing.
Up in the Alps, and that was a very delicate one. There was a long list. There's the only time we had a list for the artists saying, okay, we're gonna have a monastery, but we don't want to show, say, Jesus on the cross. We want to, if every possible way, minimize specific
the iconography
images that might offend a certain denomination of okay, we know it's a Christian monastery because Nightcrawler is going on about the Bible and how God means to him. So we know it's not, it's not Muslim, it's not Hindi, but she said she had a long list of things. And at first she said, "Oh, you can't burn the church." And that was when we went back and forth about it. Okay, you can burn this monastery a bit,
and the library.
Yes, have it start in the library. Don't have it start. So it was, again, very, very much back and forth on that, and just the fact that was another one of those moments in the morning over coffee, like you're going to ask her to let you do a whole episode about faith. We usually can't even mention God.
No.
It's like
cross, back off.
It's like a 4-letter word. It's like a curse word or something. You can't do this in children's stuff. No. If we're going to introduce Nightcrawler, I mean, in the comic books, that's the main. Yeah. That's the main thing about him is his face. We don't want to have. We don't have to do it. We don't want to have a Nightcrawler light come in that doesn't. Hearing. Again, Margaret Lesh and her hands-on assistant Sydney, I want her to push. Don't hold back. Push the religious stuff. If Avery's going to let you do it, have that be the center of the episode, and have Wolverine find somebody else struggling with his face. And that was that was the first decision we made when we were doing the story. Okay, we're introducing Nightcrawler. Who might have a struggle with faith? Well, Jubilee's not gonna. She's like she's 13. We could have had her on the tip.
True, you could have.
She's 13. She probably hasn't even thought about it very deeply. Wolverine's 95. He's probably found faith 4 different times and lost it. So he's the one that needs to meet Nightcrawler and be faced with Nightcrawler's passionate faith. And have it knock him for a loop. Because it's not going to knock Gambit for a loop. He's just going to,
which is interesting.
He's going to smoke a cigarette and say, screw it all.
He's going to eat a shit cocktail outside and go, I have no interest in this, which I found interesting too. It's not a proselytizing episode. It's an examination of faith. And I think that's an incredible thing to have managed to tell in 22 minutes. Because I'm remembering, told me, thinking the story, okay, Nightcrawler, okay, so, somewhere in icy, snowy Europe, I think the basis for the story was a discovery of a cache of Nazi gold that it was going
to be like snowmobile action and our executives, to their credit, just said no, pare it down, simplify it, make it about these two characters,
The
and
point of the story is
Yeah.
is about Wolverine having to consider his own faith and forget about all the usual explosions and stuff. We had the fire, but
Yeah.
really there wasn't much
The
action.
mob, and the mob. You had the mob attacking the monastery.
Right. We had the mob at the beginning, kind of a Frankenstein movie.
I
old,
did like that.
Bavarian village mob.
Did feel that was very much a tip of the hat to the old monster movies of old.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
It gave me that proper, Frankenstein, Dracula kind of 1950s vibe, and I was like, oh, I love that. I love that. Guy, anything you want to add?
Oh God, no. I'm just having the great fun listening to it. It's great.
Are you fanboying out a little bit over there?
I am fanboying out a little bit, I must admit. So I'll have a little drink.
let me say, if you go back to the Nightcrawler episode,
Mhm.
I want to say it's season 4, but wherever it is, you can find it easily enough. There's a moment in the ski lodge where and it's a slow pan across the ski lodge to our people coming in. If you look real close, there are some cameos that Larry Houston are amazing.
The artists would put them in all the time.
Mm.
Dr. Strange is there, standing there in civilian clothes.
With Clea.
Oh.
MJ is there drinking from a mug with a spider on it, wearing a spider
Oh,
sweater.
I
It goes
never
by
noticed
fast,
that.
but they're there. And it's like when we look back, it's like, how did he get? Well, we know how he did it. He didn't call them out.
He never told anybody in
He never told
authority that he was
lawyers.
doing it. So
Yeah.
he was able to sneak that stuff in. But for fans to find it later, it's great fun.
Yeah.
I can't remember which episode it is, but speaking of cameos, that one that always pops out for me is where it's doing like flashes of different cities, and it does New York, and you see someone in the shadows shooting webs.
Yes.
And I was
Yeah,
like, I
Spotty's
wonder
arm.
who that is.
Or is it Norse mutant with a hand?
No, there's another one with and there's Thor standing atop a building somewhere
Yeah.
with his hair flowing, and the Watcher and Black Panthers, sitting on a mountain
In Africa.
Yeah.
And that was just that was
But they're
Larry.
never called out that way.
And Larry will always, Larry Houston, our beloved producer, will always talk about. He said early on in episode 3 or 4, he tried to write in something about Spider-Man, and he got a note back from the attorney saying, "Oh no, you don't have the rights to any of these characters."
But you own them all. You're
Yeah, he said,
multiple.
no,
Yeah.
you don't understand. Just don't do it. Don't bother.
Yeah.
And so then the next, he did the thing with the wrist. He didn't say Spider-Man's wrist on the storyboard. He just said,
Mutant number 3.
yeah, mutant number 3,
Get it
wrist in, and so they never called about it after that, because he wouldn't. If it was Thor, it would be, Norse mutant standing on building.
Norseman and his hammer. That's what he
Norseman
called it.
and his hammer. So
Nice.
since it wasn't a copyrighted or trademark character, supposedly. But it was,
Alien Observer.
Yeah.
Not
Alien
the
Observer.
Watcher, but the Alien
but,
Observer.
so that was these
I like that.
adults in their 30s and 40s that produce these shows have to have fun. We have to make them for ourselves
Yeah.
When we can.
when we can.
And plus now I have even more of an excuse to go back and watch the whole thing again to see if I
Yes,
can
you
spot
do.
all these different cameos.
Yes, you do. And I
I've
think
been
if I
doing
counted
that.
right, I think Doctor Strange makes the most uncredited appearances because he's the handsome, bland guy.
He's in 6 or 7 places. He's at a wedding.
He's at the
and-
2 weddings, I think.
Yeah,
you
is it
know.
both?
And J. Jonah Jameson is at the first wedding in season 2. I'm just saying, go look at the guests in the opening of season 2.
Wow, I don't remember
Just
JJ
movie.
being there.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
be pausing every scene now. Just
Yeah.
every scene when there's more than 2 or 3 characters, I'm gonna pause it and like double check.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, now I'm just even more fanboying out now. I'm just,
Okay, one of my they're all favorites, but and is it Phoenix or Dark Phoenix? There's a moment in that where Beast comes walking out of an office building and he's wearing a t-shirt and he's got a jacket, which is when he's out in public, it's like, oh, God bless you, Beast. No one but the t-shirt is an image of Howard the Duck. And it goes by real fast, but it's Howard the Duck because the artist who worked on Howard the Duck books had just come over to work on X-Men the Animated Series. Frank Brunner.
Yes,
I do remember that one.
You
I
put that
remember
in.
that one 'cause
So that's why that one's there. Yeah.
I'm kind of a closet Howard the Duck fan. Not gonna lie.
Well-
I like the George Lucas film. I'm sorry.
Well, now you can go back and look for Howard the Duck flash by.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna do
Beast t-shirt.
that.
Why do I end up saying this every week? You're a silly demon. Silly demon.
I'm sorry.
So it's just one of these things. I end up saying this every single time.
But so then, quickly skewing away from X-Men, I know you did do a little bit of work on a show that a certain someone over here doesn't like to talk about. You did a little bit of work on one of my personal favorites, Gargoyles, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yes, we did. That was yes, we did.
and that was a fun year. We had worked for Disney, and this was after we left, and they called us up and just said, "Would you guys like? We're doing one more season." Friend of ours at Disney had done Gargoyles, Greg Wiseman. It was basically his
It
baby.
was his baby. He
From beginning,
created
middle
it
to
from
end.
scratch.
He lives it. He's got the encyclopedia out.
He made this thing.
He
I followed it.
eats and reads it, and so but they for whatever reason Greg was not available, or he didn't want to, or they didn't want him, whatever reason was, we got a call and say, well, the people here at Disney have looked through everything we've got, and one of the things they're high on is the 65 episodes we've got of Gargoyles, and it seems kind of like it's resolved itself, but they just bought ABC television. They just bought a television network, and they had 10.5 hours to fill.
Follow the money, people. Follow the money.
And they
Yeah.
said, well, what from our library can we put in there? Should we just do another couple episodes of Gargoyles? And so, well, yeah, that one's popular. Let's try that. And Michael Eisner, the head of Disney, said, well, yeah, but make it different.
Yeah.
In other words, this is not like with our X-Men 97 thing here. Is okay, it's the same characters, but we want a different spin on it. Okay, maybe you put it in the US or whatever. So for the fans, the season that we did,
Season 3
was not really to canon. I mean, it
Gargoyles, the Goliath Chronicles.
Gargoyles, the Goliath Chronicles, and it was beautifully produced.
I got a
I
nomination.
enjoyed it.
And we had great fun writing it, and we got to work with some of our best friends working on it. But if you're I think if you're a Gargoyles fan, it's the thing that they maybe kind of wished they hadn't done, which is a little awkward for us. We meet people, oh, I love Gargoyles. I said, yeah, well, kind of, we did the spin-off the year after that really didn't fit with the first. So that's this mixed. We have this ambivalent feeling to it. It was a good creative experience for us, and we think it's a nice little show, but it doesn't quite fit with the main one.
Yeah.
The one that did doesn't quite fit with the main one.
I did still enjoy the third season. I will fully hold my hands up. Comparing it to the first two seasons, there was a change. I'm not going to say it got worse. There was a change because it did not get worse, in my opinion. I still enjoyed the stories that it told, right the way through to the end of it, where the Gargoyles are finally accepted and everything. I was like, see, I can go with that ending and enjoy it because it's
thank you.
It's nice to
they
hear.
finally got peace. That's what they wanted all along. That's how it ends. I'm fine with that. So I personally count it as canon. A lot of people don't, but for me, it is. So
Well, thank you for that.
and
That's nice.
Guy, you've got even more of an excuse to go and watch it now.
What?
You can watch just the third season. Apparently, it stands on its own. There you go.
Oh, great.
Or
Well,
rewatch X-Men.
Or rewatch X-Men. Yeah.
well, if I had the choice, I
Yeah.
think I'm going to go X-Men.
Where are you going to go with that one? But I think we're
Mm.
going to start wrapping up now. We've been going for about half an hour, Guy.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're carrying on.
So
It's
what
going on
else?
all night.
What else can we tell you about? What?
Oh, I have a question and also a little request, if it's not too late. Would it be possible to have Wolverine in the brown and yellow suit, please?
People have been coming to us, and I understand that, online on Twitter, because I've for the last several years been trying to build up a little for X-Men, the animated series family community kind of thing on Twitter. And honestly, that may be one of the biggest main requests. Can you please? And
That's how I first saw him.
Well, and you're not alone. Oh, whoa! Obviously, you're not alone. We just got something flash up here. Let me get rid of that.
There you go. Look at that.
Oh,
There
golly
he
gosh!
is.
Hey, I might.
There he is.
Oh, there
Yes,
There he is. He's right
yes.
there. You got him right there.
And
There he is.
in what is it? Pride of the X-Men, that one
Yeah.
off.
Oh, the
Yes.
right.
Yeah, he's the downside is he's Australian.
Yeah,
And
it's a big downside.
there's a reason he's Australian, because this is what happens when the wrong people are in charge. Margaret Loesch was working at Marvel at that time, trying to make an episode of an X-Men series that she could show, like a pilot. And she scraped and clawed, got some money. I think she took it from a RoboCop cartoon, made Pride of the X-Men. But there were people above her who were saying, no, you got to put this person in. You have to, this, and she's going, this isn't going to work. And then one of the guys above her said, you know what? Kids don't know what a Canadian accent is. That doesn't count. But you know what a big film was? Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
Kids love
Yeah.
Australia.
That made $1 billion. Make him Australian.
And that's
And,
why
and
you got
literally,
those.
that's where the stupid decision was made. And the creative people, many of whom worked on our show,
Mhm.
That's
who hated these ideas, had no power or leverage to stop them from being implemented.
yeah.
At that time.
So they just had to be good soldiers, and because it's
Yeah.
pretty to look at. The
Oh,
show
yeah.
is attractively animated.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
yeah,
having a look at it
brilliant.
earlier.
Yeah.
It was over
But-
on YouTube.
But so that is why you ended up with an Australian Wolverine.
Yeah.
Crocodile Dundee. There you
The
go.
suit was great. The brown suit was great in that.
Yes.
That accent.
And you asking us or telling us you want to see the original
Oh,
Wolverine.
I would love it. But just
We can't do anything about that except accept your request. Can I say that? That's all we can
There
do.
you go.
Cal
Don't
Dodd
even know who to
in a
take
brown
that.
suit, and I am happy. Because Cal Dodd is the voice of Wolverine whenever I read the comics,
Yeah.
along with the
I'll
rest
give
of the
them
cast.
that.
Yeah.
Before Eric, you've got the story.
Oh,
So when X-Men the animated series was going forward to be made and to be recorded, that one-off hadn't gained a lot of traction. So it was the first time casting for the voices that we all know in the show for this series.
yeah, and so there was
And
the gentleman that was in charge of all the X-Men comics when we got on board in February '92, named Bob Harris, wonderful guy.
in New York, you got to
He's-
understand this was 1990. There was no internet. Everybody was in a
There
different
was-
place.
Yeah, and there was just this modest-sized comic books company. They didn't own the world.
Yeah, 'cause they were on their ass a bit. then,
No,
weren't
no movies, no real TV shows.
They were having financial problems.
They were,
Oh,
Yeah.
they were 4 years away from bankruptcy. So there's this little company, but Bob was running at the time 3 or 4 X-Men comic titles because it was their #1 seller.
At
So-
Marvel in New
and that
York.
was kind of keeping them above water and as they were struggling along. And Bob had earned his place as supervising editor for all the X-Men because he'd spent the last 30 years of his life absorbing everything X-Men. He'd read every word that was ever written in every one of the stories. And so he'd done them since, I guess, his teens. And when he went up there, when they did casting
in Canada.
in,
So
Ca-
got
in,
New York,
in
you got
Toronto,
Canada,
Canada,
Toronto.
which is actually fairly close to New York City. So it wasn't much of a trip for him.
Yeah.
It was for other people. Yeah. But so there was a bad casting run where at first they did the voices very cartoony and everybody despaired and thought, well, the show's over.
Because there's a big voice talent pool in Canada, but they've been doing animation a certain way up until this point.
And so
you know,
they
the
said, okay,
voices.
we all need to go 2 or 3 people from LA and
Larry and Sydney.
three people from New York went and sat with them and said, no, you really don't understand. We don't want this to sound like Scooby-Doo. We want this to sound like these people to sound like serious adult
Yeah.
people that are in these realistic situations. And so Bob's there with them for like a week and a half doing intensive casting and hearing people like Cal Dodd come in and suddenly embody Wolverine or Rogue, Lenore Zahn coming in and suddenly, oh my God, that's Rogue. And he once pulled us aside and said, you don't know how surreal that was. The goosebumps on the back of my neck,
Oh,
where I lived with these people for 10, 20, 30 years, depending how long they'd been with the X-Men. Because some of them were more recent, but some of them went back to 1963. And so they've been inside me and I know them like family, but I had an imaginary sound to their voice, all their voices in my head. And now suddenly I'm seeing on screen and it's Cal Dodd. and it's right and it's real, but it's like, but it's at the same time it's brand new. And he said it's one of the weirdest experiences of his life, seeing the characters that he'd gotten to know so well come to vocal audio life in front of him.
And I'm telling you, those are the voices. Anytime I see an image of X-Men, it doesn't matter what the image, what medium or what form.
Same.
The X-Men animated series voices are the ones I hear in my head.
Whether I'm reading books, looking at my action figures, no matter what it is, I look at those specific characters, Wolverine, Rogue, Beast. I hear the voices from the cartoon, and I don't even have to like try to think what it sounds like. I just look at them and boom, it's there. It's just.
I remember when George Buza, who's the voice of Beast, went into audition, and so when they were auditioning, they started to expand out the voice talent pool they were drawing from to bring people in, realizing Toronto is a big theater.
Very serious theater.
Yeah.
So they started bringing in
City
theater people with these big voices. And George Buza didn't know the books and was looking at the character. And I think Sidney Iwanter said to him, so what do you want me, what he asked, well, how do you want me to do this? Don't make him sound blue. Sidney's correct. Blue.
Okay.
But okay, fine, great. And Wolverine, when Cal Dodd came in and he's starting to play with the microphone and just, what do you want me to do? Sidney's there and Rob is there and they haven't heard him talk yet.
Yeah, and Sidney says he's feral.
And in that moment, Cal
Dodd growl.
He just starts growling,
and
that's when the hair.
Everybody jumps up and in the recording booth. Do that again.
Don't let him leave. That's our Wolverine.
But yeah, that scream he does when he charges into fight. I get goosebumps just hearing that. It's and the way he says "bub." Oh,
bub. Was it on the end? Bub.
Yeah, it's like at the end of it.
Well, then let us take a moment that we don't have them all with us still. We lost the voice of our Cyclops. Norm Spencer passed in the these last 3 years have been a disaster for the whole world, but that his passing, he, I think, he's the character of Cyclops is easily dismissed as the Boy Scout of the team, but I truly believe had the hardest part keeping this group absolutely, these are a bunch of cats in a bag. Everyone's different. Everyone's got their own issues. I've said to you, if Rogue and Wolverine swapped their mutant abilities, if she couldn't touch someone if she could touch anybody but not have to use her claws, she would be fine. If Wolverine couldn't touch someone without causing them harm but didn't have his adamantium, he'd be fine. He'd go out, run off, and live in the woods. He wouldn't care. Yeah. She would carefully not use the claws, but she could touch people. Each of them had the thing.
Credit the Marvel writers for giving them superpowers that complemented their own personal vulnerabilities.
Yes.
And built their characters around that. And that's just something that, we pushed it and we ran with it, but it was there. It was all there for us to build on. So give them all the credit.
Like
Chris Claremont, wow.
Like I said earlier with Wolverine, like the guy who can heal any wound physically, but his emotional wounds, they're open and raw pretty much 24/7. So that's
and we often think about, hey, wouldn't it be, immortality, wouldn't that be nifty? It's like, I've lived officially long enough now. to love people and to lose people is that's hard. And then in his case, to have lived longer than anybody on the team and know that he's going to continue to outlive them and just know that it's like, oh my God, that's a nightmare to me.
I feel that's why he keeps everybody at a distance, because it's not for them, it's for himself. He's protecting himself.
And I think he's lived long enough to have earned that because he's gone through it so often.
Well, it's that episode where he visits the graves of his old World War II unit.
Yeah.
Oh,
and the survivors think that he's the son.
Yeah, old soldiers.
Old Soldiers, written by Len Wein, who is the fellow who was co-creator of Wolverine.
Yes.
Who was just a wonderful guy, guy.
Became a dear friend and passed recently.
Yeah, and he was able to write. He created so many characters in the comic universe.
Swamp
but
Thing.
It was at that time when it was New York and LA and Never the Twain Shall Meet. He had moved out to Los Angeles And you hadn't been made aware of that until the second season, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, I was terribly embarrassed. We wrote an entire season without asking him to be part of a part to write stories for us, and because I didn't know he was out here.
Oh,
And,
dear.
and I call it, yeah, this is Eric. You know the X-Men series. Yeah, we've done a year without you, but we'd love for you to come and write. And so he ended
Got a
up
dog
writing
here.
4 of them, and but
Old
yeah,
Soldiers. I'm sorry, interrupting, but Old Soldiers, Captain America. And when you approached him about doing one last, episode for the final season, he said, "Well, I'll do it if I can do Captain America." Well, we just told you how we couldn't get these characters for cameos, much less.
and they told us no, but Len called, and it took a few weeks of talking to Marvel.
And then it's like, do you guys realize this is Len Wein? This is the guy who created this stuff,
Yeah.
So they let us
They let us
X-Men
use
use
Captain America for that one episode.
And
That is
it's a heartbreaker.
fantastic episode.
It's a very, very moving episode as well, especially the ending.
Oh,
Yeah.
and if you go back and watch that one too with an eye, there's a moment where the two of them have to go up a steep cliff face, and Captain America pulls
I like
out the reverse
these.
claws. Yes, you got it.
Yep.
So Len said, "Look, he doesn't have bone claws. He has adamantium that was put in his body later. He doesn't have bone claws organically." So when he went back in time, so going back to that story,
They gave him
he didn't have adamantium
Yeah.
claws. That was from Len Wein's mouth. Do with it what you will, but that's his take.
There's an argument among the fans.
Yes,
There is
That's-
lots of arguments about that one. Yeah, did he have the claws before? Didn't he? Are they bone? Are they not? I'm in the camp of they weren't. I'm very much in the camp of it's part of the adamantium process. It's a side effect.
Yeah.
His healing
I'm in the
factor and
camp.
everything. It's all a side effect.
I'm in the camp that whatever Len Wein wanted to say about it, I'm willing to go with it.
I'm agreeing with you on that one as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with Len Wein.
No. But right,
So, I guess we had better address the elephant in the room for a little bit, as much as you can. Not you.
Uh,
So, what's the release date for X-Men 97? Go.
yeah. We have been allowed to say it's this fall.
Yes, it's this
It's
year.
fall.
It's fall.
And that's
It's
all
happening.
we were told that like months and months and months and months ago.
Mm.
We've seen scripts.
Oh my
we-
gosh.
We've seen a few minutes of animation,
Ooh.
and it's really
Oh.
our production people from our show are so jealous.
Mm.
It's ridiculous. We had about 7 months to produce to come up with the series and do the first season.
Yeah.
They will have had 3 years
Mhm.
from the time they committed to it to the time it goes on the air this fall.
Yeah.
So and wonderful Marvel budgets. So the spectacle will be like, to our eye, it's like feature quality spectacle.
Oh my God. We are so thrilled
which
with what we've
is
seen.
pretty amazing. As you know, some of the voices are the same.
Mm.
They are employing 9 or 10 of the original. I don't know the exact number. Don't quote me on this, fans. But there are a number of the people from the original show, including Rogue reprising her voice as Rogue, and Beast,
Mhm.
and Cal Dodd as Wolverine, and
So
yeah.
that's happening, and we're thrilled about that. And
That was a
again,
very happy day when that was announced. I was
wasn't that just
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
listen, we live out here and people don't often get invited back to the party. And for them to have reached out to the voice talent
Yeah.
that way
Oh yeah.
is to me wonderful.
I think there would have been an uproar if they had, to be fair.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
It would have been backlash
and
from fans.
the great thing for fans is, however, the gentleman Bodemaya, it's absolutely his baby.
Yes.
It has been from the beginning. He made the pitch to Marvel. They liked it. He's run with it.
Oh my
He
God.
he is a crazed X-Men fan that not only
Mm.
knows our show better than we know our show, but knows all the X-Men books before, during, and after
Mhm.
better than we could ever pretend to.
Yeah.
And he had some other experiences in television writing rooms, and so
Major stuff.
and
This guy-
but he made it a policy. He said, I'm not going to hire any writer who isn't a crazed fan of the original show,
for X-Men
because
97.
he's had experience before where people were like indifferent to the property. We'll write an adventure story. I don't care about the X-Men or the books, it was everybody. It probably goes down to every artist and all the support people. Everybody that they hired was a crazed fanboy for the original show. So
very hard.
So whatever you love about it or questions you have about it, the show is coming from passionate respect and love of the original.
Yes.
And it'll have all, they have their own, visions about what can be done with the X-Men. It's not going to be exactly the same as what we did. The world has changed.
It can't be.
Oh
Yeah.
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 It has. Yeah.
But it's not. But you're gonna see the care in the show when it comes out. What the what they did to connect with and respect what we did.
We're humbled and grateful and really.
Because it could have
really
been almost
excited.
anything. We've been involved in all sorts of shows out here. Forget about what they did before. Just do your own show.
Yeah.
And that's hey, that's their priority. That's on them.
And it's their money.
Yep.
Okay, fine, we'll do that.
Yep.
But no, in this case, it's
We are very excited.
yeah.
Well, I sort of see you as sort of caretakers of the flame that was that show.
Yes.
Passing
Yeah,
the torch, as they say. Passing
Yeah, and a bit that just came out in July at San Diego Comic-Con was that we were there having a panel, and the new guy, Bo DeMaio, the guy stood up, and Larry Houston, who was our director. Yeah, you saw that. He stood up and said, "Larry, I've just got permission to ask you, can you do the opening credits for the new series?" And Larry said, "Well, yeah." And so
he's responsible for the original opening credits of the original series.
He and Will Mineo did the opening title together. And as I said, astoundingly, drew it in about 3 days.
The first one, yeah.
And the opening title is so specific, is so clever and so beautifully done. We look back and there's certain things that just leap out from the show that say, oh, if we had done that poorly, maybe the audience might not have been hooked in the show as much. The title music.
The
music.
All credit to Ron Wasserman.
Oh,
who came up
Ron.
with that.
Yes, we've both had the pleasure of speaking to Ron before.
Yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a lovely man.
Lovely
He's the nicest.
bloke, yeah.
And didn't he create the two most important earworms from that decade between X-Men and then Power Rangers?
Exactly.
Honest to God. Unbelievable.
And don't forget Sweet Valley High.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
exactly.
Great show.
Yeah. So all credit to him. I can show you something pitching here.
Oh, just a
Yeah,
fun.
Funny thing here.
The book.
We-
I
So if you watch the title credits, I forget if I mentioned this earlier, but the book opens with the storyboard. The
storyboards.
So
Oh,
you can hear it. So pay attention here. We go to
I
Beast,
love
then we go from Beast. We go to Gambit throwing cards at the camera, right?
Mhm.
Take a closer look.
Pause your television when you get to
There we
Gambit's
go.
cards.
Why?
Because
The Ace of Spades is
Spades is
upside
upside
the
down.
down.
tip is
Yeah.
upside down.
Never noticed that until we did
No.
this book. And so we go back and find the original storyboards with Larry, and he goes, I drew it upside down. And no one
You screwed up. It wasn't some overseas problem.
Which
It was
we
just
got.
Larry had drawn it upside down by mistake.
Oh
And
no.
it's-
And now it's
there.
there forever. Well,
It's been there forever, and we've never had anyone catch it
We
before.
we
never caught it.
We had never caught it. We never heard anybody catch it until we were proofreading or
Yeah.
the book or looking over the storyboard that went into this. Said, hey, wait a second. Because why
But it's so perfect for Gambit's character too, that he would
so it's not a great conspiracy. There's no hidden meaning in
No,
the upside down.
no, it's
in the upside down ace.
I don't know, I just figured it'd be another Acon cockle.
so that was
But
a lot
yeah,
of fun
fans of
stuff
us
in
that
the
know about Acon. We saw the G1 Transformers cartoons that they did.
Yeah.
right. I think it is now time to wrap it up. We've been talking for nearly an hour now, guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just
You know,
saying, it's Sunday night and it's late here in the UK.
Fair enough.
I don't care. When do I get to do this again?
So please, behind Eric's head here,
Mm.
we have a website that we don't update like we should, but we will. X-Men TAS. We have a Facebook
.com,
page, xmentas.com, on Instagram and Twitter. Way too much on Twitter. I spend way too much time on Twitter, but I love interacting with folks who love the show. That's where that comes
Always
from.
fun interacting with the fans.
Yes.
and
So 2017, Eric came out
2017,
with the oral history.
this,
of
yeah,
X-Men.
I
I don't
want
know,
this.
got this over this called previously on X-Men, and it's interviews everybody that worked on the show, the cast and
Like I
crew,
say, oral
Yeah.
history.
the cast, crew, and artists.
I
And
want one.
and so that was pretty much a very small publisher. We just basically did it ourselves with them. And then Marvel saw this. And at the time, Marvel didn't have all the rights to the show. So we couldn't do a large proper book with
No one would
images
return our
with
phone
images
calls.
from the show on it.
Yeah.
Then they got their rights back and they had read this and they called us and said, why, hey, let's do a complimenting.
Coffee table art book about the
Yes,
show.
that is very
Oh,
nice.
I so
I
want
need to
that.
get my hands on one of those. It's so,
We
so
jumped
gorgeous.
onto this thinking, well, obviously we want to do it. They're going to do it with or without us. So in doing this, we had so much fun, just finding, but that was a trick from how many
so
years ago.
beautiful.
Can you even find this art? Because it was all hand drawn,
Oh,
and it wasn't saved because back then
Yeah.
it cost money to save things.
Yeah.
Point is, we got lucky. Some of the artists had kept things.
Had
Vanity
kept it.
Galleries in California
yeah.
has a nice deep collection of cells. This was really gratifying. And then we just found out, was it last month?
It's come out in Spanish.
It has been translated
Oh,
into
cool.
Spanish in Spain. So we're thrilled. Again, no one told us, but we're thrilled with that book. We're thrilled with the previous on X-Men book. We're thrilled to be out there going
I would
in there,
love,
you're meeting people.
love to come to cons, and one of these years there'll be a 2 or 3 con swing in Great Britain. And
Please.
I'd
Oh,
love to let
yes.
you know.
Come
Let
over.
them know.
If you let us know, we'll
your
be
local
there.
cons know.
If
Let
you
your
let
local
us know you're in
cons know
the
you'd like us
UK,
to
we will try our utmost to be there.
Yeah. We'll go, hey, remember us?
Right, do you want to lead us out then, Guy, for the
Yes.
evening?
So I think we have to say, Eric, Juliet, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for being my gateway drug into comic books. Thank you for being my gateway drug into the Marvel Universe. You deserve all credit and all success. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
And we are both looking forward massively to X-Men 97.
Gotcha.
And thank you for joining us for this interview.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's our
thank you,
pleasure,
thank
Guy.
you.
Listen.
Thank you. Right. Mwah. Good night, everybody. We'll see you in the next episode. Bye.
Yep. Peace. Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to another episode of Hun Your Geek is Showing. Now, on this week's episode, we are going to be covering our joking love of the Bayverse Transformers movies. But first, we have a little bit of housekeeping to do, don't we, Guy?
Yes, we do.
Get ready for a rant, people. This isn't a tangent alert, this is a rant warning. For the last few months, our videos have been getting 1 or 2 random dislikes. It's not on every video, it's on the vast majority though. And the thing that is concerning us about this is we are a small-time channel. We have, at current time of recording this video, we have 118 subscribers and we've worked our asses off to get to where we are with it.
Mm-hmm.
Paid for views, we've not paid for likes All we have done is shared it out across our social medias and tried our best to do what we enjoy doing, which is this wonderful podcast we do here, plus all the other things that is done on Calico. We have fun here. We've just brought in a new co-host. The problem we are having is that although we put it at the start and end of every video, please like, comment, all that kind of stuff, we do the checklisting of the algorithm. We're doing it all. But people are not liking the videos, whether it's out of habit, they don't like every video that they watch, or, you know, you just don't do that on YouTube. It's fine. But the problem we are facing is that with these 1 or 2 random dislikes, it's not... I'm trying to say this without losing my temper. The thing that really fucking annoys me about it, pardon my language, is that it has been consistent for about 6 months. 1 or 2 dislikes, random, here or there, but on the vast majority of videos, especially the ones that feature both myself and Guy, they seem to be the prime targets. Now, what bothers me, what bothers both of us, is the fact that you're disliking our content, whoever you are. I don't know who you are who's doing this dislikes. And if you're watching long enough to dislike our content, well, here is your chance. I have a few suspects who I think it could possibly be. So I've unblocked these people because I did have them blocked on my channel. I didn't want them anywhere near me. But if you're going to come to my channel and dislike my content, that both of us, both myself, Guy, and now GT Forbidden, work so very, very hard to achieve. It is not easy doing what we do. Even if you are a fellow YouTuber, you should know the level of work that we put into every video. I work my ass off in the editing part of these videos. Guy has been a fantastic co-host. He has been here since day fucking 1.
Thank you.
But because of this constant stalking, essentially, is what it is. Someone is stalking our channel and disliking every video, right? Here is my little challenge to you. If you are who I think you are, and the chances are pretty fucking high, the evidence is right up there, right? You want to dislike every video we put out without making a comment. Now, I get it, right? I'm all open to constructive criticism. If someone doesn't like this, if someone is disliking our videos because they don't like the way it's shot, the way it's edited, anything like that, instead of just hitting dislike, tell us what you didn't like. It's the only way channels like ours, small-time channels, can improve. If you tell us what you don't like, we'll take it on board and we'll try to improve. That is what we will do. But if you're doing it purely for, pardon my language again here, shits and fucking giggles, right? Step into the comments, show yourself. Don't hide in the shadows. I live in the fucking shadows. Right? I can operate in ways you wouldn't even fucking understand. So, this is a challenge from Calico, from Miss Violet Impulse, and from Guy JB. No problem with us. Step into the comments and tell us what that problem is. If you haven't got the guts to do it,
all the balls,
yeah, then do yourself a favor and stop watching us. Because all you're doing is wasting your time and ours. You don't like what we do, don't watch it. Plain and simple. You seem to me, the person who's doing this, you seem to be the sort of person who gets offended by a joke when the joke isn't even about anything that should be offending you. You get offended for the sake of being offended. And if that's the case, if I offend you for what I am, then try saying it in the comments, because it will all be recorded, it will all be captured, and I will damn sure name and fucking shame across all social medias. If you have a YouTube channel, I will make sure that every person that you try to interview will know exactly what you are like. now that I have that off my chest, it's time to move on with today's episode. So,
Whoop, whoop.
we are going to talk about the Transformers live action movies, or what the fans more commonly refer to as the Bayverse, and how it started promisingly. From my perspective, it did start promisingly. It was a good start.
Mm.
But then, literally, from the first half an hour into the second one, it fell off a cliff.
I think you got to go back before that. I mean, when we first got wind that there was going to be a live action Transformers, there was a, let's face it, everyone was like, yay.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the very start when it was very first announced, I remember the hype was real. It was like what, 2004, 2005 it was first announced.
Yeah.
It came out 07. I remember it coming out in 07. I've got a poster somewhere that's got the release date at the top of it.
Yeah, because they announced they were going to do it. And then not long after that, they announced that Cullen was going to voice Optimus Prime again. And everyone just went,
That was the thing that got me really hooked up on it, because God bless them, the amount of times that like Transformer related media has come out and it said, oh, featuring the original voice of Optimus Prime, and then you watch it or whatever, and it's not Peter Cullen. I think the biggest offender for that was the PlayStation 2 game that was set on the Energon series.
Yeah.
It was the voice actor who did Optimus Prime in that show. But all the magazines and everything were saying, oh, it's the return of the original voice of Optimus Prime. It's like, no, it's not.
No.
Every fan in the world went, no.
No.
It's not. But tangent alert there slightly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hey.
when the film, we started seeing the production stills and all this, that, and the other, we were like, oh, this could be something quite good. And that teaser trailer with the robot on Mars and all that, like that teaser trailer, that got people talking. It really did.
Yeah, then we saw pictures of what Optimus Prime was going to look like.
Yes, the designs. Here's a good first talking point. The robot designs now.
And then there was that feeling in the pit of your stomach. Oh.
The one that broke me was Megatron.
Oh.
And joint with that one, Starscream. He looks like a big.
Oh, good God.
He looks like a big grey Dorito. You want a Starscream figure from the movie? Just get a Dorito, paint it grey, put it on yourself. You've got one. But no, I really didn't like the redesigns. The fact that Frank Welker did not come back to voice as well was another knock on there, Megatron.
Yeah.
Hugo Weaving, though.
Hugo Weaving, great actor.
He did a good job as that version of Megatron. He did do a good job. I'm not slating Hugo Weaving. I'm just slating.
Yeah, I know, but if you're going to get Cullen back, get fucking Frank Welker back. God.
Exactly my point. That's just where I was going to go with it. It's like, if you've got Peter Cullen, you need Frank Welker opposite him, because the chemistry between them two, they know the history inside and out. That line right at the end of the film, spoilers if you've not seen it for a nearly 15-year-old film now, spoiler alert, the bit when Megatron gets killed at the end and Optimus says, you left me no choice, brother. And that for the fan base was quite a big, like, oh, what? They're brothers? What? Which in some continuities they are, some they're not. It depends on who you're following with that one. But yeah, as fans, like, that line would have been much more powerful if you'd known that it was OG Optimus and OG Megatron having that exchange. Yeah. That would have just put their dynamic on such a whole nother level, because they would have had that bond over that much time. Anyway, designs. I liked Bumblebee. I did like the redesign of Bumblebee purely because it was going for that cool factor. And in 2007, a Volkswagen Beetle was not a cool vehicle. Barbie drove a Volkswagen Beetle in 2007. It was not a cool vehicle. So when they traded him to a Camaro, but they kept the color scheme.
Yeah, I just didn't like his not having a voice and talking through the radio.
Again, I'm just talking designs here, but yeah, the whole voice thing, that was, talking through the radio. It was a good gimmick at first, but then when they brought it, like, he gets his voice at the end of the first one, then he's lost it again by the start of the second one.
Yeah.
They were so back and fucking forth with it. But yeah, the first film, though, going back to it, the designs,
Mm.
some of them were good, some of them were not. Ironhide, I thought looked a bit too much like a big gorilla, like in the face, and the
Yeah,
looked very
wrong voice,
gorilla-like.
wrong look. Ratchet, ditto.
No, oh, I liked Ratchet's vehicle mode, but the robot mode, no. That idea of like an ambulance Hummer, I was like, that kind of works with the character. You know, he's a
Wrong
combat
colour.
medic. He's a combat medic. So I got the idea with the vehicle design, but the robot design just fell flat. And Jazz,
Poor Jazz.
oh, he had to split.
Damn it, vibe.
Gotcha. I do
Jeez.
like that exchange between him and Megatron though, where he's fighting. He's like, "Do you want a piece?" And he's like, "No, I want two."
Yeah. Yeah.
You know the really fucked up thing, right? Tangent people. The movie masterpiece figure of Jazz that came out a few years ago does actually come with an accessory, so you can split him in half and plug in like a severed spine, so it looks like he's been ripped in half.
I was going too far.
The review for it, and even the review was like, "That's a bit grim." You know, like
Yeah.
recreating a scene from a film is fine, but why this scene? Like, why that one? But yeah, some of the, like I said, some of the redesigns worked, some didn't. I didn't. The majority of the Decepticons, I didn't like. Blackout, the introduction to the Decepticons, Scorponok.
What was he?
Well, he's a scorpion.
Yeah, I know, but
To be honest, the amount of toys that have come out of that figure and it transforms into something different depending on who's brought it out. It's oh, and Frenzy.
yeah.
Because he was comedy gold. The bit where he's sneaking off of Air Force One.
Yeah.
He literally walks past a group of people, but
Yeah.
like just walks proper straight up like that, but with his hand over his face, like that got me. And the bit when his head gets split open and he goes, "Oh shit," and then collapses.
Yeah.
That on first viewing, those two scenes really did crack me up because it was just like that's what we wanted from a Transformers movie. That little goofiness
Yeah.
that's inherent with it, with the franchise as a whole. There's that inherent stupid little goofy side to it. You know, like G1 episode where they're playing basketball.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to have funny little moments like that.
Or the snowball fights. And shit.
Yeah. Or although I never thought we'd ever hear Peter Cullen say, "Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man."
Yeah.
I'm sure that has spawned 1,000 fan fictions somewhere.
Oh God, yes.
So, your thoughts on the first film?
Yeah, I mean, they tried.
Yeah,
God, they tried.
it did well enough to warrant a sequel.
Well, yeah, because it's backed out a load of fucking money for them. So, you know.
What did you think to the storyline overall, where it's about them going to Earth to get the cube and all that?
They turned the cube.
It was MacGuffin, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've gone MacGuffin about this. All like a bit like, yeah, I would have preferred that to have been the Matrix.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me started. We'll get into that in a minute with Revenge of the Fuck Off. Actually, fuck it. Let's go into it now.
Yeah, because
Revenge of the Fallen, the way they fucked that Matrix up. The storyline behind it was kind of on point with a lot of the stuff media that's been out there about it previously. It was kind of on point, the story behind it. But that design, that look, just that was not the Matrix.
No, it was not. That was just some sort of pointy thing.
It was like a point pointing up and a point going down, like a big F.
Yeah.
It's like, could you get any more Superman if you fucking tried?
Nobbers.
Although, gotta give props to Revenge of the Fallen for bringing in Jetfire and killing him off in the same film. But yeah,
I did enjoy Jetfire's the voice.
Simon Pegg, wasn't it? Was it Simon Pegg?
No, I don't think it was.
I can't remember. We prepped for this episode, folks.
We did. So did.
Yeah, I sat and watched all the films before doing this episode.
Yes, I had had a good old read of Wikipedia there.
Oh yes, it's always good to read the Wikipedia. But yeah,
You
Revenge
know,
of the
not that we
Fallen.
can't be asked, folks. It's just that we can have lives.
Actually, there is one thing, me being a horror fan, that I do have to go. Thank you to Revenge of the Fallen. Tony Todd voicing the Fallen.
Yeah.
When I first heard that voice, I got the hairs on the arms sticking up, underneath the lace, of course. But like, got that tingle on my arms, like that's Tony Todd. I know that voice. I'm a big Tony Todd fan. Candyman, the Night of the Living Dead remake, the Final Destination franchise. He pops up in that as the Mortician. He's been in hundreds of TV shows. He's one of my favorite actors. I absolutely love him. Anyway, tangent done. Yeah, so Revenge of the Fallen. Oh, and what they did to Devastator. Sorry. I just remembered that. Oh my God, that was like a PTSD trigger. Fuck me.
Worst Devastator ever.
Yeah, I'm directly beneath the enemy scrotum. Oh, what?
Yeah.
I mean, they had the balls to go there, but they really shouldn't have done it. It was the Jurassic Park thing.
Yeah.
No, they didn't stop to think if they should. Just because they could, they never stopped to think if they should.
Yeah, you don't have to.
You could say about a lot of the franchise going forward. But yeah, Revenge of the Fallen, it was a bit of a shit show. It brought in characters, legacy characters. Big fan favorites were like, oh, we're hoping they're in this. They're in it as background characters. They don't really get much screen time apart from in the fight scenes. They maybe get one or two spoken lines, and then you get to see your beloved childhood character brutally ripped apart on screen. RC, Alita 1, and Chromia, the three motorbikes. They got trashed. You know what I mean? It's like Michael Bay slowly killing your childhood, one character at a time. Thank you.
And the fucking ice cream.
Oh, the Autobot.
They got a lot of shit over that. They got so much shit over that.
Yeah. Like, they were so racial fucking stereotypes. Like,
Whoa. They got a ton of shit over that. So it's no wonder they only lasted one film.
Exactly. They weren't in the next two, or next several ones. But speaking of that, moving forward, we go from Revenge of the Fallen to Dark of the Moon.
Better.
Leonard
I enjoyed Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, so that's a nice.
To the franchise as Sentinel Prime. I thought he was one of the better parts of the film.
Yeah, but it's still basically Ultimate Doom.
Yeah. But again,
basically,
it's a storyline that fans would be familiar with, just told.
I've got an itch. Hold on.
No worries.
Sorry about
that. Yeah, it's one of those storylines that fans would have kind of gone, oh, it's like that episode, the special, was it two-part, was it?
Yeah, the Ultimate Doom.
Yeah.
Part 1 and Part 2.
For some reason, I always think that's a three-part and not a two-part. I don't know why.
Ooh. No, I'm pretty sure it was 2.
Yeah, it's very, the storyline is very that, but again, beloved characters get killed off. Ironhide gets like rusted to death.
Yeah.
If you thought Ratchet's death in the OG cartoon film where he gets shot in the chest and smoke bellows out of his mouth, watch Ironhide literally disintegrate. Like, fuck.
They'll turn it into the killing fields.
Yeah, but Dark of the Moon's really not a favorite of mine. Just, I didn't like the storyline. Like, I didn't like the way it was executed. Like, if they brought Leonard Nimoy back, he should have been an out-and-out bad guy from the get-go. In fact, it would have been a perfect time for them to introduce Galvatron.
Yeah.
Because Megatron was so fucked up by the end of the Revenge of the Fallen. He could have reformatted himself and become Galvatron. It would have been a perfect adaptation that way, because you could have left out the whole Unicron stuff, which they tried to shoehorn in later and thankfully gave up on.
Yeah. I don't think you can do Unicron in live action.
No, not unless it's I want to say live action. I think the only way you could do the Unicron stuff would be a full CG movie, like the jumping forward a bit here, but the first 5 minutes of Bumblebee,
No, it's 10 minutes.
well, however long it was in Bumblebee,
That 10-minute, oh, that 10-minute fanboy spaffathon. Oh,
yeah, the bit that's set actually on Cybertron. Like if they did that section as a whole movie, yeah, do that with the Unicron thing. But trying to get, I mean, you've seen how small Transformers are compared to Unicron. How are you going to have live action humans go up against that?
Yeah.
There's no way it would work. It would be stupid. So I'm glad they.
Oh, we do need to talk about the elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Shia.
Uh,
Oh, Shia.
he was okay in the first one. The second one became a little bit annoying. Third one got on my absolute fucking wick. No pun intended with the last name.
Yeah.
But he really did. Like by the end of Dark of the Moon, I was like, can he just be killed off? Can Megatron
Just like Crystal Skull.
That's another franchise we need to tackle.
Yeah.
The indie franchise.
Oh, yeah.
But going back to Transformers, yeah, Shia LaBeouf, I'm thankful he only did the 3. That's all I can say about it. Like Megan Fox in the first 2. In the first one, she was a decent enough character because she had the tragic backstory and everything. In the second one, she was literally just eye candy.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
and if you don't believe that, go and watch the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles movies and tell me he's not just put her in that film for the eye candy.
Oh, I refuse to watch them.
I watched them stupidly, and
Oh.
some of the shots of her in Tangent People, some of the shots of her in the Ninja Turtles Bayverse movies, it's like, why that angle? There is no fucking need for it to be shot from that angle. You have literally done that so you can essentially upskirt her.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking no with Hollywood, like intentional.
Yeah.
You know, if it adds to the scene, if it's the right kind of camera angle, you can kind of, if it adds to the effect, like gives it more of an atmosphere, fine. But when you're doing it for the sake of doing it, because you're like, oh, this is aimed at teenage boys, we know what they're watching for. When that's your mentality going into a film, just don't. Just
yeah.
You know, they've got Pornhub for that, for fuck's sake. We don't need it in our Ninja Turtles movies. But back to Transformers.
Yeah.
I liked her in the first 2 films. The girl in the third one, I can't even remember her fucking name. Didn't like her at all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see? Even you can't remember her name.
Yeah, I mean, at least Malkovich was in the third one. I love Malkovich.
But right, moving forward with the franchise, after Dark of the Moon, we got
Age of Extinction.
Age of Extinction. Oh, I'm very, very split with this one.
Well, they got the truck model for Optimus Prime right at the first.
Well, for half an hour, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, G1 accurate.
Yeah. Victories, you know, he's a flat nose cab. Yeah, he's gone back to being a long nose cab now. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm very split with Age of Extinction because in the first 3 films, well, I say the first 2 films, in the second and third film, it felt like the human characters that were introduced, it was very rush, get it done. You know, introduce his characters. He's a soldier, he carries a gun, he's a kid, he drives a car. You know, it's very dimensional characters, and then worked it out as they went along. And as long as Age of Extinction is, because it's what, nearly 3 hours?
Yeah.
It's a long film. It's not easy to get through. But for the first 45 minutes, it focuses just on the character of, is it Cade? Cade Yeager?
Cade Yeager.
Played by
Mark Wahlberg.
Little Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
And his, well, luckily not with the Funky Bunch.
Yeah. But I liked the way they did that because, especially later on in the film, where you see him like when his friend gets killed and he's looking after his daughter and all this kind of stuff. I actually spent that first 45 minutes getting to know him and his daughter and them as characters. when they were put in peril towards the end, you actually gave a fuck. You actually cared what was going to happen to them at the end. Whereas in the second and third film, like I just said a minute ago, I wanted fucking Megatron to stamp on Shia LaBeouf's fucking head. You know what I mean? He was that unlikable by the end of it. So yeah, Age of Extinction for me was, like I said, it was a mixed bag. There was a lot that I liked. There was a lot that I didn't. Lock down specifically.
Mm.
Oh, oh my God. I remember the character from the comics and things like that. And it's like, just his head turns into a gun and humans are now hunting Autobots and Ratchet gets scrapped and Autobots now transformed by turning into weird CGI blobs and and Galvatron was basically supposed to be a clone of Optimus Prime, but was infused with Megatron's soul, and it's just like I said, I liked getting to know the human characters because then you gave a shit by the end, but the actual story that was about the Transformers, the whole reason you're watching the film, was just no. Although one thing that I did like, and it was kind of an interesting touch, is the he's the one who transforms into the Corvette.
Yeah.
Which I initially thought was going to be Springer when I saw when the designs were first leaked. I saw that.
So glad it wasn't.
That would make an interesting Springer.
No, fuck Springer. I can't stand Springer.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're going to introduce him, I thought, if that's but off track. The one thing I liked about that character, I can't remember his name, but the one thing I liked about him is when he transforms, part of the car, part of it becomes like the duster, like the old Western style duster jackets.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a soft spot for jackets like that flow in the wind.
It's a poncho.
I just like the way it looked on him, the way it flowed down his back, and he looked like an old West kind of shooter. I was like, I can't, whatever. I like the way it looked. I like the way that looked, you know. I thought that was a cool, interesting touch. Oh, and Ken Watanabe as Drift.
Yeah. Nice to have Drifted.
You have
Drift.
That's how he kept saying. He said that like 7 or 8 times in the film. But then we go on to last night.
There's one decent thing about that.
What's that?
Hound.
Yeah, but
and John Goodman did a damn good job.
Yeah, well, actually, in Age of Extinction as well, because he did him in both, didn't he? He was Hound in Age of Extinction as well.
Oh shit! Of course he was. Yeah, sorry.
I did like the bit where he
been asleep since then.
Take a step backwards in Age of Extinction, where he's got the cigar hanging out of his gob.
Yeah.
And then later on in the film, he kind of spits it up, spins around, bites it, and it shoots someone.
Like
the whole time he's actually been chewing on a bullet. It's not a cigar.
Yeah.
I did like that little touch, but yeah, the last night. All I'm going to say is, if anybody's a fan,
last fucking shot.
Yeah, definitely. But if anyone's a fan of this child, you'll know I'm a Hot Rod fangirl. What did they do to my boy?
Well,
they made him a Lamborghini, and then they made him French.
Not that we got anything against the French people. Let's just get that out.
Nothing against the French, but Hot Rod, he was a Lamborghini, and he spoke with a French accent. Hot Rod. No. Just
no.
What did you do to my boy? Isn't that from The Godfather?
Yeah.
What did I do to my boy?
Let's face it. It wouldn't have cost them much to get Judd Nelson.
No. I mean, apparently he works for cheeseburgers now. Apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus Christ, feed him.
Yeah. Feed him in a hotel. He'll be happy.
Yeah.
To London. Although,
maybe get him a bit of that.
Flip side of it, Anthony Hopkins, as always, highly entertaining in the role that he played.
Hopkins could.
Kooky, eccentric, old, weird British person.
Hopkins can do anything.
Although I really
lied.
would have laughed if he'd halfway through like a scene when he's discussing something important went.
I don't know. I'd pay to watch him polish a turd. Let's face it, he did that in this film.
yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
I'm so glad I didn't watch all of these at the cinema.
Same here. I actually waited for last night to come out on streaming services, and up until that point, even right up till Age of Extinction, I was like, no, I'm going to buy them on Blu-ray, DVD, whatever, it's part of my Transformers collection. And then I started watching the reviews and stuff of last night. I was like,
you're not about to.
It's literally a one-watch wonder. I will never watch it again. Hell, even for doing this episode, I didn't watch it again because I didn't fucking want to. I was so disappointed with it. Optimus Prime into the bad guy. They turned Bumblebee into like he could fire his limbs off and put himself back together. Since when was that a power he had in any media?
Never.
Exactly my point. It was by that point, I think Michael Bay was taking such liberties with the franchise that it just become a running joke of.
Was he taking liberties or was he taking coke?
I think he was taking three things: liberties, coke, and the piss.
Yes.
But oh my fucking god, that film, and it ends on the cliffhanger that Unicron is actually Earth.
No, I want Unicron to be Earth. That's just ridiculous.
Now, to be fair, I'm a fan of the Transformers Prime series, and they did touch upon that in Transformers Prime, but there was a reason behind it because Unicron is basically the bringer of chaos, right? And Earth is very chaotic. So that was basically their spiel for it, was that because Earth is so chaotic, Unicron is at its core. And I'm like, it's an interesting twist on it, but
don't want it.
Yeah, but they handled the Transformers Prime series, which kind of mirrored the films, but didn't. There was a lot of inspiration in the character designs and the looks and the action and the sound, the score. I will say, you liking your music, the score, the intro music for Transformers Prime is very good. So check it out. But yeah, it was handled so much better by something with tinier budget in comparison. A TV show handled a storyline better than a big budget film. But then thankfully, light at the end of the tunnel, people.
Yes, there is.
They did the soft reboot and they brought us the absolutely amazing Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Bumblebee was an absolute riot of a film. It was funny when it needed to be funny. It was heartfelt when it needed to be heartfelt. And it brought the action in a big way. I mean, it finally gave us the designs for the robots and the vehicle modes that we should have had from the beginning.
Yes, that first 10 minutes was a fanboy wet dream.
Slight little sidestep with this one. I didn't watch Bumblebee all in one go. I was round at he's a fan of the channel, my friend Simon's. And he on his wall he's got a big, I think it's like 60-inch TV.
Nice.
With surround sound and lights. It's basically like a front room cinema. It's good.
Only 60. Mine's 64.
Well, this was a few years ago, bigger TVs have come out since then. But anyway. And he was like, yeah, just watch this first like 10 minutes of Bumblebee. And it was literally like that whole scene. And I was just there like
yeah.
Speechless. I was just like, this is what it should have been from day one. Why they did the redesigns and changed everything. I mean, okay, some of the keep backing up on this one. With the redesigns, there were certain elements that were quintessential with the character, like Optimus Prime's helmet and the faceplate and all that kind of stuff. But then you flip over to Bumblebee and the iconic head shape isn't there. And same with a lot of them. They just did not look face-wise how they should have been facial. Then that's a completely different show. That's on my OnlyFans account. Coming soon.
Good game, good game.
It will be a good game.
Did she do well?
Oh, I did. I always do well. But anyway, Bumblebee. It was a good decision to do a soft reboot. It's not a full
Yeah.
reboot, it's a soft reboot. At least that's
Yeah.
what they're kind of calling it. We have high anticipation for Rise of the Beasts.
Yeah.
Seen the trailers recently. We talked about it in a previous episode, and yeah, optimistically looking forward to it.
Apparently, there's going to be another one for 2024 as well.
Ooh. Good to know. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But yeah, this has basically been our little rant about the Bayverse Transformers movies in anticipation for the new one coming out.
Oh, there is something I did like. John Turturro. He was great.
Yeah,
I love John Turturro.
yeah. Simmons, Agent Simmons.
Yeah.
I did. He's the one who got lubricated.
Yes, he is. I love Turturro.
Then again, he's one of those actors who's funny in whatever he's in.
Everything. Yeah.
You know, even when he's trying to play it serious, he comes off even funnier because he's not the sort of person that you would think would be this serious FBI agent. And even other agents don't take him too seriously.
So that.
But yeah, that's pretty much what we liked and everything we really fucking hated about the Bayverse.
Yeah.
We are Transformers fans, and
Proper Transformers.
we hate a lot of the films. I wouldn't say hate's a strong word. Like the first one, you can enjoy it. Second one, it's watchable if you've not watched it recently. You know, you can watch it once a year and it's okay. Third, fourth, fifth, skip. As in, take your DVDs and put them in a skip. Bumblebee.
Jump on them first.
Bumblebee. Watch it till you wear the disc out to see if you can spot all the little Easter eggs in the background.
Yeah.
Because I know in that first 10 minutes, I rewatched that when it was on Netflix. I watched that first 10-minute scene. And I was pointing out all different creatures I could spot in the background. I was like, there's that one, there's that one, there's that one. So, yeah, for fans of proper Transformers, check out Bumblebee. I mean, realistically, you could technically watch Bumblebee and then watch the first one because...
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
You could kind of mush the two. There's a bit of a continuity error, obviously, with in the first one, Bumblebee shows up as... No, actually, no, there isn't, because he shows up as the Camaro next to the... I got scenes confused. I was going to say he turns into the Camaro at the end of Bumblebee, and then... So if you wanted to, at this present point, without Rise of the Beast, if you want to take just a little storyline, take Bumblebee, watch the first one. They kind of go together, but you'll see. You'll see. If you've not seen them, watch Bumblebee, watch the first one, forget the rest.
Indeed.
All right then. Sorry for that rant at the beginning of this episode. It needed to be done.
Yes, it did.
No, we're sick of people coming at us from, hiding behind fake accounts and things like that. We're getting a bit. I'm sure a lot of people
getting old.
Are fed up of just exactly that same thing of being ridiculed for doing something we enjoy doing. If you have a problem with it, say so in the comments. If you're not gonna say anything in the comments, stop watching the channel. Plain and simple.
Go away.
Why watch something you don't like purely so you've got something to complain about? We've got Ofcom for that.
There you go.
But anyway, as always, I have been the wonderful Miss Violet Impulse. He has been Guy JB.
Not so wonderful, folks, but hey.
He's still cool. He's still cool. But remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. Catch you next time. Mwah. Bye.
See you later, folks. Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and we are coming live from a big old fighting arena in the Nether Realm. Once again, we are here with the lovely Miss Violet Impulse. I'm the Random Man. Welcome back to Honey Geek Showing.
Whoop, 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 whoop. We'll get sound effects at some point.
Yeah, how you doing, Vi?
I'm doing not too bad, thank you. I had my spawn here during the weekend, you know. It's like when you've got to take care of the little demons.
Well, yes.
So,
You've got to, haven't you?
I'm here today, looking forward to covering this subject. It's one that's fond and close to my heart.
Well, yeah, we've got to say, let's face it, we've got to admit to an omission. We have talked about all sorts of geeky stuff. We have talked about films, and we've talked about toys, and we've talked about cartoons,
soundtracks, and franchises galore.
We've never talked about games.
No. Well, there's quite a good reason for that, why we've never done a gaming episode. Way back in the mist of times, as in about a year ago. It did a wibble wobble effect. Yeah. About a year or so ago, I was talking to somebody, and we were going to set up a Hunya Gamer is Showing spin-off kind of thing. But due to work commitments, health commitments, and all other sorts of stuff going on here in the background in the darkness that you don't get to see often, it never really came together. We could never get a date or a time or anything like that we could kind of settle on and be like, right, this is the recording day, and one that we could keep to a regular schedule to. So unfortunately, it never happened. So that is the reason, viewers, why we've not covered gaming before now, is we had plans to do its own gaming specific podcast, and it didn't happen. And that's apologies on our behalf on that one. But
be sorry.
Games now. We're getting to it now.
Yes, we are. What better place to start than Hadouken? Fighting game. Hadouken.
I prefer the get over here.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm definitely an MK girl.
Well, yes, so we better start. Well, we'll start with MK because that's
perfect place to start. Because
I mean, Jesus Christ, I was doing a bit of
go on.
I was doing a bit of research today. And geez, that game's 30 years old. The franchise is 30 years.
Yeah, it's
came out in 92.
And it's one of the main reasons why the current game rating system, the ESRB, is actually in place. It helped kind of form it to a certain extent. Now, we'll tangent alert right now, because this needs a little bit of talking about. But way back in the day, when this little demon hadn't quite grown her horns, there was this wonderful little arcade game. Don't you start. There was this wonderful little arcade game came out called Mortal Kombat, and it blew up. And
it did.
The reason why it blew up is because, bear in mind, this is what, 91?
92.
1992. Then see, I'm always off by a year.
You are.
Okay, so 1992, Street Fighter, we'll get into that later. Street Fighter is kind of dominating the arcade space at that time. And it's very colourful, it's very cartoony, it's all this, that, and the other. And then Mortal Kombat steps in, and you've got realistic looking fighters because it's digitized sprites, it's, you know, actual actors and things like that. Apart from Goro, he was a stop motion puppet.
Well, yeah.
Trivia for you there. And this game was ultra realistic for its time. Bear that in mind, everyone's saying ultra realistic, but what we mean is in contextual for its time. It was ultra realistic.
92.
Yeah. We'd never
Bloody
seen
hell.
graphics like that. We'd never seen graphics like that at that point. So it was ultra realistic. There was blood. There was ripping people's heads off, pulling people's hearts out. This game caused a big stir, not just with the fans, but also with parents and parents' rights groups. And it went into the Senate in America, where they were like, violence in video games, and it needs to be, because at the time it wasn't just Mortal Kombat. There was things like Doom, Quake, Duke. I think Duke Nukem was on the horizon at that point.
Yeah.
So you had these very, very violent, gory, kind of sometimes quite sexualized video games, and people didn't know what to do. Up to that point, it was like Atari, Pac-Man, that kind of thing. No one, there was no ratings board needed back then. And it caught the public attention, it caught the government's attention, and they were like, look, this needs to be regulated to some extent. And it's been up and down over the years, but yes, Mortal Kombat was one of the games that caused the ESRB to be put into place in the first place. And what makes me laugh about that is it shows you how times change. Mortal Kombat 11, the most recent one, there is some stuff in that you wouldn't see in modern day horror films.
Yeah.
And I'm like, could you imagine what the people who voted on creating the ESRB back then would think of the games?
Yeah, that's the thing, really.
Popping somebody's head off and seeing their spine hanging down is nothing compared to like some of the stuff you see in the new games. It really isn't.
Well, they would have had a collective aneurysm over Grand Theft. Never mind. MK11.
Yeah. We will cover Grand Theft Auto at a later date. Now we started doing games. That franchise deserves its own episode.
Yes, it does, because I've got so much to say.
So, yes, go on then. Let's do first encounters like we always do.
Yeah, I first encountered MK on the Mega Drive.
Or Genesis, if you want to get American about it.
No, it's the Mega Drive, because we're English.
Exactly. The Sega Mega Drive.
Yes. Old fart alert. Old fart alert.
Old fart alert, yes. I can't quite remember. I think. Now, bear in mind, this is going back a long time for me. I vaguely remember being on holiday one year and seeing the arcade cabinet in a big arcade. But I can't remember whether or not I actually got to play it. Because obviously, being very small at that time and lots of older people surrounding the cabinet, I can't remember whether or not I actually got to have a go on it or if I just stood and watched people playing it. My very first encounter that I can remember, one of my friends back in the day had it on the Sega Master System.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Nice.
Way back. And it was not a great port of the arcade one, but for that first experience, it was still like, oh my God.
It still would have been the best graphics that was on the Master System. Easily.
Well, I mean, for a home console at that time, it was like, yeah, it was pretty good. And then I saw the Super Nintendo version and the Mega Drive version. I was like, that's better. That's better. But yeah, that was my first encounter with Mortal Kombat. And I've pretty much played all of them throughout the years at some point or another, apart from the spin-off game they did, Mortal Kombat Special Ops.
Yeah, I wasn't first.
I tried the MK Mythology Sub-Zero that they did.
No, I wasn't fussed about that either.
If you've never played it, don't. It's my only advice. Don't. But yeah, Mortal Kombat, it's one of those franchises, like you said, it's coming up for, 30 years now?
Yeah.
It's been around a very, very long time. And
I think it's going to stay.
I think it will. I mean, well, it's kind of hit peak popularity again because we've recently had the new games, the new film, all this kind of stuff going on with it. And yeah, it's just, I think it's because it's not reinventing the wheel. It's just the game that comes out, they keep what works. The things that fans like the combos and the special moves and the fatalities and the recognizable stages and all that kind of stuff. They keep all that stuff and they get rid of all the crap. And it's constant improvement. Okay, it went a little wonky in the PS2 era,
Yeah,
but didn't a lot of franchises go a little bit wonky?
exactly. A franchise that old is going to have wobbles.
Yeah, especially when you're going from a 2D plane perspective into a 3D plane perspective, and then they kind of now go for what's known as a 2.5D, where it's
Yeah,
side on fighting, but it's still 3D characters. So,
yeah,
but it returned back to that format because it tried to copy Soul Calibur at one point and have it multi-directional moving, again PS2 era,
mm,
and it wasn't good. But the
no,
storylines from MK have always been pretty much there's a fighting tournament, they
yes,
got to win it. The good guys got to win it. And
yeah,
it rebooted. The whole franchise rebooted
mm,
in, I want to say 09,
yeah.
2009.
No, 2010.
Again, off by a year.
It's because I do my research.
All I'm saying to that. But no, yeah, the reboot, that was one of the most recent generation ones that kind of really hooked me back into the franchise. I lost
Mm,
after playing Deadly Alliance,
yeah,
it lost me for a little bit.
yeah, I know what you said.
But number 9, Mortal Kombat X and
Mm,
Mortal Kombat 11, those three taken as a rebooted trilogy
yeah,
are absolutely amazing because they've got, unlike most fighting games, they've got a good storyline to them. The more recent ones,
mm,
it's all about like stopping this bad guy, that bad guy, which is kind of a thing for the franchise, but there's more to it. There's more
yeah,
depth with each of the characters. So
definitely.
anyway, I've waffled long enough about Mortal Kombat. Let's hear some of your thoughts on Mortal Kombat.
Oh, Jesus. Well, you said it great like that. I mean, I think it's the characters as well that hook you in.
They're recognizable instantly.
Mm,
Okay, a lot of them in the early days were just palette swaps of each other. The ninjas.
yeah, the
Team was
ninjas,
blue, yellow, green, red, grey.
black.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
just like, which from a programming standpoint, I get it.
mm,
You can make multiple characters out of one sprite.
yeah,
You're
do
gonna
it.
do it. It's a time saver. But
Not
yeah,
for the writers, but
well, yeah. The writers have to write more because it's like, oh, it's the same fucking
Mm.
character. It's a different backstory. Fuck off.
You got a favorite character?
Mm. Oh, that's a tough one because, as you said, it's been going 30 years, and I think at this point there's like, was it 50 plus characters in
Yeah,
total?
that's what I loved about. Actually, that's what another tangent. Sorry, that's what I loved about Mortal Kombat trilogy on the PS1.
Yeah,
All the characters, all of them.
Mortal Kombat Armageddon on the PS2 actually, because that was supposed to be the final one. It was
Yeah,
right before Midway shut down when Midway still had the rights to Mortal Kombat.
yeah,
So they were like, it's going to be the last one. Let's put every character that has ever appeared in any Mortal Kombat game in
yeah.
this game. And I think the roster for that was like something like 42 fighters. And since the newer ones have come out and introduced a couple of new ones, not loads of new ones, but there's been like Cassie Cage, which is Chris
Yeah,
Cage and Sonya Blade's
Dungeons.
daughter. Jackie Briggs, which is Jax's
Mm.
daughter. Then it's mainly kids of previous
Yeah,
characters. They
the
didn't.
next generation.
Yeah, it basically is Mortal Kombat, the next gen. It basically was, but still a good storyline.
Mm.
But moving swiftly on with Mortal Kombat, I think we'll talk about more.
You didn't see your favorite characters.
Oh, my favorite character. Oh,
Kid.
it's a tough one for me. I'd have to say design and backstory wise, I've always had a soft spot for Cyrax, the yellow cyber ninja.
Yeah.
Because he was forcibly turned and never wanted to be that way. And in later games, it's all about his quest to get his humanity back, which I think it's why I love RoboCop.
Mm.
Which he's a guest character in number 11.
True.
So like I've always liked that character's design, but as a character to play as, my go-to, because I know all the moves, most of the combos, Sub-Zero.
Mm. That's interesting.
Ice-based. Well, him and Scorpion. I know it's.
I was gonna say Scorpion for me.
They're the poster boys of the franchise, yes, but for good reason. They've been the most recognizable characters from those games.
They've been in every single game.
Yeah, and across any kind of media. If they pop up with like as a reference in a background somewhere, you know it's referencing Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anytime you see somebody throw a spear and shout, "Get over here!"
Yeah.
It's Scorpion. You know what I mean? It's just that kind of level. So I'd have to say Sub-Zero or Scorpion as my two favorite playable characters. But yeah, okay. So like I said, moving quickly on.
Yeah, sorry.
With the more recent ones, 9, 10, and 11, they started doing guest characters. And we had some rather fucking interesting ones.
Yes.
In the 09 reboot, sorry, 2010 reboot, but it's known as Mortal Kombat 09 because it is the 9th one. It's confusing. They had a couple of guest characters depending on what platform you played it on. One that you could buy as DLC was the man himself, Frederick Krueger. Which that one always confused me because he had two gloves. And
yeah.
like, shouldn't it just be the one?
Yeah, then what's he going to do with his own? Just twat it.
You can punch.
Okay.
I think that was the only guesty kind of character in that one. But
yeah,
if you had it on the PS3 as a bonus, you got Kratos from God of War.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of cool. I didn't know about it when I bought it. I was like, oh yeah, Mortal Kombat, yeah, why not? Put it in my PS3 and Kratos is a playable character. I was like, oh, okay. And he's got his own dedicated stage as well.
Yeah.
Then we move on to my favorite one, MKX. And we all know why this one's going to be my favorite one. You finally got to have a decent, full-on fist fight, brawl, fatality-filled fight as not only the Predator, but also as a Xenomorph.
Yes.
And that just lit my fangirl heart up.
I thought you were going to say something else.
It was my heart. It's my heart.
No, when you said fang.
But yeah, when you could play as those two characters, it was amazing. And not only that, but also in the same game, we got Jason and Leatherface.
Yep.
So, you had two horror icons, two sci-fi horror icons.
Yep.
And you could just thrash it out. You could have Leatherface versus Predator, for fuck's sake. I mean, an Alien versus Jason, which, get on it, Paramount. I want to see that.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Well, they've took Jason to space. They might as well put him up against an alien or a predator because that'd be an interesting hunt.
Yeah.
Although I don't know about the abbreviation AVJ or JVP.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have the same ring, does it?
Yeah.
And then moving on to the most recent game, Mortal
Kombat
Kombat 11. The guest roster here gets quite big. We've got popping over from the Injustice games, which is by the same developers, but when they went off to form NetherRealm Studios.
Yeah.
The MK09 and Injustice 1 came out round about the same kind of time.
Yeah.
I think they were about a year or so apart. But that's enough. That's another episode for another day.
Yeah.
Anyway. Guest characters in MK11, we had Joker popping over from Injustice. We had Terminator.
Yep.
RoboCop.
Yep.
Rambo.
And
there was even rumors that Ash from Evil Dead was going to appear, but that has since kind of fizzled out and nothing happened with it. But to get RoboCop, I mean, last time they gave us
Terminator.
Now they're giving us RoboCop versus Terminator.
Yeah.
And the really cool thing about these guest characters is RoboCop is voiced by Peter fucking Weller himself. And Sly Stallone actually did the Rambo lines as well. Fortunately, they didn't get Arnie to do the Terminator because at the time of the game being made, no, it wasn't the money. It wasn't so much the money. It was the fact that as the game was being made, the new Terminator film was being made, Dark Fate.
Oh yeah,
Because that was why
yeah, that would have been about right. Yeah, it would have been at the same time.
yeah, it was all part of it was all part it was a marketing thing. You know, they're both owned by Warner Brothers. It was a big marketing fucking thing. So, you know, I get it, but they didn't get Arnie to do the voice. They got a sound alike, and some of the lines it's passable.
Yeah,
Other times it sounds like your mate down the pub doing an Arnie impression after he's had a few.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like sometimes it's okay, sometimes but the likeness is there. You
Mm,
can't fault that. But yeah, that guest characters, aren't they wonderful?
that they are. Yes.
Have you played the most recent one with the guest characters?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it.
There you go then. I've got it.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again on my TV. Oh, it looks.
Oh, I think me and you are gonna have to swap gamer tags because that's something we've never done. We're gonna have to swap gamer tags, and I'm gonna have to give you a game of Mortal Kombat.
Go on then.
Well, all I'm gonna say is when I do the challenge towers, last time I played it, I was ranked within the top 1% in the world.
You have ranked what? You ranked. Sorry.
That's
Sid.
another list for another day. Right, I think we've definitely
Yeah, we've squozed that one.
Mortal Kombat for as long as we can now. Fantastic games, loads of them out there to play.
Mm,
There's 11 mainline story games. There's
Yep.
multiple ports and spin-offs and things like that. They're not all great, but because I know that at one point there was MK3, MK3 Ultimate, and MK3 Gold,
yeah.
and each one was like ever so slightly different from the other one, but I can't remember how.
Yeah, so slightly.
That's what I mean. It's like it was one game released 3 separate times over different consoles because
Yeah.
MK3 came out at the back end of the Genesis life cycle and the start of the PS1
Mm,
and the N64 and that. So I remember on the N64 it was MK3 Gold.
yeah.
And on the PlayStation 1 it was MK3 Ultimate,
Yeah.
which again I don't remember the differences. But yeah, that's it for Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
Finish
It's a biggie. It's a biggie. For sure, it's a biggie.
it is.
We've got to move on.
Yes, we have. And I think the next place to go would be.
Tekken.
Oh, yes. I spent little story here for everybody. It is the year 1996.
Ooh.
And the PlayStation 1 has just been launched over here in the UK.
Yes.
My local video shop was doing a PlayStation rental system where you could rent a PlayStation, a couple of games. You just had to leave a deposit check to cover everything. It was
Yeah.
New Year's Eve. My parents and my family decide to, bugger off out down to a ball for the evening and leave me at home with my friend with a PlayStation, takeaway, and a copy of Tekken.
Yeah.
We went through that game until 6 o'clock in the morning when people finally started coming home. We played it from six at night till 6 in the morning, and we completed it with every character, every
Nice.
one. We got all the endings, and then the second one came out, and it started a love obsession.
Mm,
It was like Mortal Kombat, but better.
yeah.
Apart from the lack of gore, I mean, control wise and graphic wise, it was like
Mm.
because MK4, as good as it is, it did not hold up to Tekken.
No.
All the Tekkens. We're on number what, 7 now?
Yes.
Another one of them franchises has got multiple timelines, multiple branches going here, there, and everything.
Yeah.
We're focusing on the main line. Numbers 1 to 7.
Mm.
I haven't played the 7th though.
Nor have I. I've owned every single Tekken apart from 7.
Yeah, it's the only one I've not played. Only one I've not played. Number 6 was pretty good, but I didn't like the way that on your character customizer thing that you've got, where you can change the outfits and whatnot for your characters, it pulled that trick that Dead or Alive tried to pull. We're not going to talk about Dead or Alive. We're really not.
No, Boston.
It pulled that trick that they tried to pull, which is you could spend credits that you earned in game to change out an item outfit, but then it would charge you again if you changed it and wanted to change back.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, unlike Dead or Alive, it only cost in-game money.
Yeah.
In Dead or Alive, the most recent one, Dead or Alive 6, it actually charged you real-world money to do that.
Oh, fucking cunts.
Oh, somebody worked it out. It was on a no endorsement here, just to shout out. I was watching a what culture video about DLC in games in general. And they said that somebody worked out that for Dead or Alive 6, if you were to buy every single piece of DLC that the game offers currently, you are spending £1,800. And it ranges from full costumes for the characters down to hair colors. Like they charge you to change the character's hair color. And if you don't like the one you just paid for, you want to change it back to the one you had,
pay again.
Pay for it again. So that's why we're not going to talk about Dead or Alive, because you pull that shit, you're dead to me.
Yep.
Anyway, tangent done. Tekken, yeah, the first one, absolute classic. It's as arcadey as arcade can get.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Just
in that brilliant way.
Oh yeah. And then the second one just elevated it. The graphics were better. There was more characters.
Yep.
There was a story. This is the one thing I really kind of niggles me with early Tekkens is there is a story because it tells you it in the intro credits and with the character endings. The only problem is that because it doesn't tell you what order it's in, you kind of have to piece it together yourself.
Yeah.
And it's like there is a story. You just have to dig for it. Second one, it was a little bit more clear. Third one, it did a time jump. It was set 20 years after the second one, so there was new characters, younger characters. My all-time favorite, Jin Kazama. That quiffed back hair, the tattoo on his arm, which is very similar to mine. And those flame trousers with the braces. That for me was an instant iconic look. And it's a look the character's pretty much stuck with since. There's been variations.
Yeah. And of course, like the aforementioned customization.
Yeah, you can put him in the original costume if you really want. Yeah, I love Tekken. It's a good 3D brawler. It's got colorful, exciting characters. And tangent, I just remembered Tekken 3, 2 joke characters.
Tiger.
Dr. B.
Dr. B. Oh, where it was lying down.
Yeah, and the little dinosaur gone.
Oh, yeah.
That little farting, spinning, boxing dinosaur.
Yeah.
The thing was, it was such a fucking ball ache to unlock him. And then when you do, it makes every fight so damn easy because every punch and kick just goes straight over his head. So you can just keep pecking at their legs and beat them. Like, such a... And if you're doing like team battles and one of your friends picked Gon, that can end friendships.
Yeah,
you pick Gon as your last character, you bitch.
Yeah.
You know, that shit ends friendship. But overall, Tekken, pretty successful. It's had a couple of films. They're not great.
Yeah.
It's got there's a more recent one on Netflix that's on my list. I haven't watched it. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's an anime. It's an anime film. From what I've seen of the trailer, it looks like it's basically a retelling of the storyline from the third game.
No, I'll check that.
I think. I watched the trailer for it once and I was like, well, it's Tekken, it's anime, it's going on my list.
Yeah.
So, you know, but yeah, it's a pretty good franchise. It's not as old as the others. It really came into prominence late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, because it's basically started on arcade, then went to
PS1, and it's been PlayStation pretty much, I think
I
It was just
believe.
PlayStation, and it jumped to Xbox 360 with Tekken
Yeah.
Tag Tournament.
Yes.
One of the Tekken Tag Tournaments. That's another little offshoot of the games. It's not set in any continuity. It's just kind of its own thing because you've got characters that are from different timelines meeting. Like
Mm,
you could have Jin teaming up with his dad.
yeah.
His dad looks the same as he did in number two, but Jin's like he is in number three, and there's a 20. It shouldn't.
Yeah. That's just one of those. That's a standalone.
Yeah, I think it's more of a here's your characters, have fun kind of fighting
Mm,
Tekken Tag Tournament. It's like here's the Tekken characters you love, the ones you want to play as, and you can team them up with each other. You can
yeah.
have Devil and Angel working on the same time. You can have Alex and Roger, the kangaroo and the dinosaur.
Yep. King and Armor King.
King and Armor King. Do you know what, right? Touching upon that character, the one that
Which
really
one?
got King, well, King and Armor King, touching upon them both. They're oiled up wrestlers in Tiger Mask. Of course, I'm intrigued. But I can't remember whether it was King or Armor King's ending because it sets it up. I think it's the second one or third one
Mm,
where Armor King basically trained King,
yeah.
and it's the bit where he wins the title. He's holding it above his head. He looks around the ring. Armor King's
Three.
gone, and he runs down to the back, and he's just sat there with his head down and the mask off, and then all it shows is a few drops of blood
Yeah.
floor, and then it cuts to black. That freaked me out a little bit as a kid because I was like, "What, is he dead then?" Like
Mm,
for his ending, his mentor dies. Like, fuck, what a downer of an ending. That's what it looked like. I don't because there was no
mm,
text, no speech in these endings. It was just
no.
got little videos you had to work out for yourself. But yeah, tugged at the heartstrings.
Does.
Not the
I
brass.
like I like Tekken a lot. A hell of a lot. I mean, I've owned all of them. So
Oh yeah,
I
my
can't say that about another fighting game.
no. I to be honest, Street Fighter again. We're gonna get to that a little bit.
Yeah.
But for me, Street Fighter, I only really liked the second one. And with all
Yeah.
the re-releases of Super, Turbo, Alpha, Mega, fucking cook your dinner, serve it on a plate edition, it just got stupid.
Yeah.
It was the same game with a palette swap character that was a new character. And that was it.
Hmm.
Street Fighter kind of rested on its laurels for too long.
Yes.
But Tekken, it's definitely one of those games that
Tekken strives to improve every single time.
yeah. The one thing I do like about Tekken, talking gameplay mechanic wise here,
Mm,
the one thing I really like about the Tekken series is that each button is a limb, essentially. So if you want to do like punch kick, it's triangle circle. If you want to do punch kick lower, it's the other buttons.
yeah.
And it's working out your combos from there. One of my favorite characters in the third one is plain ass name for a fighting game character, Brian, the white haired
Brian
guy
Fury.
with scars.
Brian Fury.
Brian Fury, yeah, but it's just when you select the character and the announcer goes, Brian.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
you've got like all these cool names like, Gunjack, King,
Martial Law.
King, Nina Williams, Anna Williams, Brian.
Yep. Oh, Brian.
Right, Brian. Murderer doing a fighting contest, right?
Yeah. That was Brian Ferry.
But
Sorry.
one of his moves that I loved doing because you couldn't block it, and if you pulled it off just right, you could spam it into like just continuous, and it was his machine gun punch.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
He stands there and he just goes like that slowly and picks up more and more speed till it's literally just dun, 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 dun. And yeah, I lost a few friends using that character. Eddie.
Eddie Gordo. Oh, Eddie Gordo's annoying.
Fucking capoeira dancing.
Twat. I always prefer Tiger.
I got banned. I got banned from playing as that character when it was like, parties and it's like, oh, should we put on Tekken? Yeah, but you're not playing as
Yeah.
Eddie. Oh.
Yes, 'cause Eddie you could spam anything with Eddie, and it's just one of those.
Spin and twist and flip and jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
But
like martial law.
I think that leads us very nicely into fave characters.
Oh, wow. The aforementioned King brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Jin. I go with
Yes.
Jin as well.
And in the
Martial
second
law.
one, his mom as well, Jun Kazama. The two,
Mm,
Jin and Jun Kazama. I loved because they had very similar kind of
yeah.
a lot of them anyway. But yeah, carry on.
And actually, I do like Craig Marduk.
Marduk, yes, yes, big beefy motherfucker. First appeared in number 4.
Yes.
I liked number 4. Number 4.
Yeah.
It was basically number 3 with better graphics.
Yeah.
That's why I like it. And it actually had voiced cutscenes as well,
Yeah.
which was a bonus for me.
Mm.
And I keep doing
Marduk's a sleeper.
it's because I'm remembering things as we're talking about it. But the one thing I
Mm.
liked within the talking cutscenes as well is that the Japanese characters spoke Japanese unless they were talking to another English character.
Yeah.
Because I remember seeing one with Jin where he's talking to, I think it's Heihachi,
Mm.
or Japanese, but then he's talking to name had the quiff back hair with the goggles.
Yes.
Can never
Yes.
remember his name.
Huang.
That's it. Never remember that name.
I'll
But
probably
he's
know
talking. He's
the
talking to
pronunciation.
him. He's talking to him, and he actually speaks in English, but he's got a very thick Japanese accent. And
Mm.
I like that attention to detail.
Yeah.
Don't see that in many video games. It's either complete English speaking cast or a complete Japanese speaking cast.
Mm.
There's
But
never.
it's also, I think it's the quality they put into the writing as well as
Definitely.
the story behind it. But there's also longevity in the play because you got, say, like Tekken Ball or Tekken Bowl, or there's always a secondary mode.
The one mode I liked, it first appeared in number 3, and they've used it a few times since then, is the oh fuck, for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the mode. It's basically Tekken
Tekken
version
Force.
of Streets of Rage.
Tekken Force.
Tekken Force, that was it, yeah. That I loved
Yeah.
playing that on number 3 because I'm a big Streets of Rage fan. You know,
Oh yeah.
I blitzed it on the Mega Drive.
I had
So
it on the
like,
Master System.
exactly. So like when Tekken started doing that, I was like, oh yeah, okay, I like this. This is a nice little distraction from just doing the 2-on-2
Yeah.
fights. You've got this 3D arcadey side-scrolling brawler thing. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. My favorite characters, I'm gonna go with obviously Jin, because I mean, wow.
Mm.
But I also really like Jack, the Jack androids.
Yeah, Jack's always fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so in the 3rd and 4th games with those Jacks where it's learning to become more human and it's taking care of the little girl and things like that. That was another heartbreaking ending in number 2 where he gets blasted with the space laser and his back disintegrates.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Tekken 2, break my fucking heart over and over. Sorry,
Yeah, but
that's
now
something
we'll
me
talk
and my
about
friends
Jack
do now.
8.
When something really irks us, we just go.
Yep.
But yeah, Jack and
Jack's fun. Jack had some really cool combos.
yes, and one of my all-time favorites, just character design wise, is the Devil characters. You know, where they did Devil Jin, Devil Kazuya.
Devil Kazuya.
You know, he was the one who started it, but like that
Mm.
purple and the big ass wings and the horn. I mean, we all know I love purple. So like, you know, seeing that and again, first time in a video game, you're playing as essentially the devil. You're like first, but yeah, any of the devil forms. Although one character that can go jump out of a plane, fucking Hayachi.
He's this power bomb's good.
That's about it.
Yeah.
I remember playing it with someone once, and I don't know how they managed, but they did like a grab move that you can do.
Mm.
And I don't know whether it was the graphics or what that just made it look really goofy, but it got him in kind of a headlock and just sort of went like that and then
then
to the ground. But as it did that, there was like these electric sparks. So me and my friends actually nicknamed it the electric armpit.
Yeah.
It's like, what's he doing? Just sort of nuggieing you to really piss you
that's
off?
it. Nuggy you do.
Yeah, you know, it's
Well, here my mates used to call it. He's got the Nugget of Doom on. No.
I will nuggy you into oblivion. I've lost it. I've lost the plot. There's a plot this year. But yeah, Tekken, great fighting game franchise. If you have never played it, it's a recommendation.
And spoiler alert, it's my favorite.
MK is my favorite just because of the blood and guts and gore. Let's face it, it's what I'm all about. I suppose now then we should talk about the Capcom-shaped elephant in the room.
Oh, the granddad.
Their granddaddy of them all, the one that I don't want to say kickstarted the franchise, kickstarted the genre, but it definitely
It helped.
made it what it is today. Without this game, we wouldn't have all the other ones that we have.
No, we wouldn't, to be fair.
So it's Street Fighter time, and
First contact?
the thing that gets me with Street Fighter is it's been around longer than Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
It's took them this long to only get to the 5th numbered entry. Mortal Kombat is on number 11. Tekken is on number 8. Street Fighter has only just got to number 5, and I think number 6 is on its way out now. It's coming out soon. So it's like
because they spent so long rinsing number 2 for everything was
2
worth.
and 3. I mean, I remember back in the day, there was Street Fighter on pretty much every home console you could get.
Yeah.
And then there was Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter 2 Turbo Champion Edition.
Yes.
Street Fighter 2 Turbo Champion Edition Ultra. And then they did the same with number 3. And then they started adding like Alpha onto it as well. You know, Street Fighter Super Mega Deluxe Alpha Championship Gold Edition. Oh, it got infuriating, the fact that they were releasing the same game over. It goes back to what we were saying earlier about some of the other games. They released literally the same game over and over and over, and the only thing they changed was it got a little bit quicker.
Yep.
And there was maybe 1 or 2 new characters, like, and I mean literally like
1 or 2.
Yeah, like you were lucky
Usually
if you
1.
got 1. 2 was like winning the fucking jackpot. And this is a throwback for you. I had Street Fighter 3 Turbo Alpha Edition on. This is how obscure my gaming can get. The Panasonic 3DO.
Oh, my life.
I owned a Panasonic 3DO.
It was you? You're the one who bought that?
I bought one. I'm the only one that bought one.
Wow.
I bought it, to be fair, I bought it off of a friend for 30 quid with about 6 games, and that was one of them included.
Oh, Panasonic employees, if you're listening, don't listen to this bit.
Yeah, don't listen to this bit because you won't like what we have to say. But trying to play a fighting game on a 3-button controller where only 2 of the buttons actually work.
Oh,
and that wasn't because my pad was broken. My pad worked fine. That was a design choice by the people who put it on the console.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was not great. It was, the graphics were good. The sound quality was fucking amazing. Every punch and slap sound was crystal fucking clear because it was, you know, Panasonic. They were known for sound systems and shit. It was good, but the rest of the game was shit. And I don't know whether that was the console or the game itself, whatever. But go on.
There wasn't story. Let's face it.
Not really.
We're a pair of creatures that like a story.
We like a story crawl.
Yeah. And, you know, it is the daddy. It's the granddaddy of the game, but of the genre. But
it's kind of...
It should have stayed on the arcade.
It should have stayed on the arcade. And 2, and this is just me, you know, spitballing things out there. Because there's not much storyline to it. Again, it was designed for arcades, so you're not there for the story, you're there for the gameplay. But when it did start coming to home consoles, you saw other franchises, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, even Soul Calibur,
Yeah, Soul Calibur for fuck's sake.
We'll touch upon that briefly before we finish this episode, everyone, because I do like Soul Calibur.
Do we have to?
It's going to be very brief. Don't worry. I don't want to really talk about the second one. But anyway, Street Fighter, it kind of, as I said earlier, it kind of rested on its laurels. It was like, okay, we've perfected the arcade style fighting.
Yeah.
Leave it at that. We don't need a
Exactly.
story. We don't need a grand explanation of why this character looks the way they do and why they've got the fight. No, we don't need that. They did in later games start doing the story. Like I think 4 and 5 have got pretty good stories from what I've heard, but Capcom pulled some shady shit with DLC with that, where like literally like half the game was locked and
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Street Fighter culturally and historically significant.
Yes.
Without a fucking doubt. Like you said, like we both said, without that, you wouldn't have all the other ones.
But it shows there's not much imagination where some of the original combos still work on the latest edition of the game.
Yes, some of the moves have not
pro tip for you there.
certain characters. Yeah. There's no I think the innovation has gone out of Street Fighter because it's like it's a fighting game. What more do we need to do?
Yeah.
I think that's where Capcom have got to with it. It's like it's a fighting game. It's competitive. Do we need a story? Not really. Do we need new characters? Well, we could do new characters with new costumes, and then it's. But in terms of fighting games, yes, Street Fighter, we recognize your significance.
We do, yeah. Don't get me wrong.
Do you think that you are still relevant in the 2023 fighting game space? No. As a competitive esport? Yes. As something to play with your friends at home? No. We've got Mortal Kombat. We've got Tekken.
Yeah, we've got Tekken.
Sorry. We don't need a Street Fighter like that anymore.
Do you know what the last time I actually played Street Fighter 2 was in Bar 15 of all places. Sorry if you're not in Burton.
Yeah.
Bit of a Burton centric anecdote. But
Bar 15.
Yeah, me and my mate Rich were out of our significant others. So I was with Sandy and he was with his wife. And yeah, we happened to be in Bar 15. I think there was a gig on.
Yeah.
And I clocked Street Fighter 2 on the arcade in the corner there, and I'm like, Rich, that was it for the night.
Hold me pint.
Never quit in. Yeah, 2 players all night, and our wives were happy.
I think the last time I played
that's where it should stay.
2 would have been when I owned I did for a short time own a SNES Mini.
And
it was on there.
Well, there you go.
But again, it was Street Fighter 2 Turbo Championship Edition. So
yeah.
It wasn't even the original one. It was the rehyped, repackaged, retweaked the settings so it goes a little bit quicker version of the game. But the second one, I think, as an arcade fighter, if it's just you and a mate having a laugh, it's good. Does it hold up for an 8-hour play session?
No.
Not so much. Not so much. Right. I suppose we should do this because we've done it with all the other ones. Favorite character in Street Fighter?
Eddie Honda.
E Honda.
Yeah, 100-hand slap going or dousing.
Oh yeah, Yoga Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite would be Blanca, and it's just because I love my green monsters.
Yeah, you do.
And the way you could be an absolute git and just crouch in one spot, in the electric thing, and you could end the round by timeout, literally just by standing there and zapping. It was the cheapest move you could do in a fighting game at the time. But
there's always one douche that does that.
I was going to say we're all guilty of doing it at some point.
I've never done it. I believe in giving everyone a chance.
Wasn't me. I never do that. But yeah, I think for me, Blanca, possibly Chun-Li, just for the kicks. You get them butterfly kicks going, and that's it. She's hot.
Yeah.
But right then, I think that's it for Street Fighter. It's nearly the end for the episode. We will.
It is.
Throw out a few honorable mentions.
Yeah, let's see. Honorable mention. Yes. Going back a long time again. Old fart. International Karate Plus on the Atari ST.
Oh God,
That's fun.
that's even before my
Very,
time, everybody.
very basic. But there was one fun feature where if you press the T on the keyboard, your opponent's trousers would fall down. You could get a few extra kicks in.
I didn't know that.
That was always funny as fuck.
For me, one honorable mention would have to be, and I mentioned it a second ago, so I'm going to go on it now. Soul Calibur.
Yeah, Tekken Light.
Tekken in the Middle Ages.
Mm.
Tekken the piss.
Yeah, Tekken the piss, totally.
But yeah, it started off as Soul Blade on the PS1,
Yes.
then became Soul Calibur, and then that was just the name of the franchise going forward. I remember Soul Calibur very fondly because for my 16th birthday, I got a Sega Dreamcast, and it
Wow.
came with two games included. One of them being the phenomenal and muchly underrated Crazy Taxi,
Oh,
which for an arcade, again, we'll cover this in a future episode when we do genres, but for an arcade racer game, you cannot do much. If you want to have a fun race, Crazy Taxi. But Soul Calibur, it was the first real sort of 3D fighting game apart from Tekken that I really kind of got into because I had it at home. I could spend hours on it. And there was quest mode and arcade mode where you unlocked different endings, different weapons and costumes you could unlock. And it was just fun figuring it all out. And the character designs for the time were ultra realistic. We'd not seen physics like that before. So
see physics like that again.
no, not on this channel. But anyway, so for me, it did definitely hit me at just the right age where even now, if a new Soul Calibur game comes out, I at least want to give it a play.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, they lost me a little bit when they brought Yoda and Darth Vader into it, but that was talking of guest characters. You had Yoda and Darth Vader appear in Soul Calibur. One of them had Master Chief, so But yeah, we're not talking about Dead or Alive. And another honorable mention, just because again I had it on 3DO. It was a very, very early Naughty Dog game, and when I say early, I mean pre-Last of Us, pre-Crash Bandicoot, pre any of their major hits, and it was a game called I think it was Shadow. It was either Shadow Warrior, Way of the Fist, or it was Way of the Fist, Shadow Warrior. I can never remember which round it went. It was a shameless, and I mean pure shameless rip-off of Mortal Kombat. It had the digitized sprites and all that kind of stuff. But Naughty Dog, this was one of your first games, and we can see the creativity you had back then. We're just glad that you ended up doing The Last of Us, because if that's the kind of games you'd made going forward, we would not be watching a TV series based on your games.
No.
That's all I'm fucking saying. So that one's more of a dishonorable mention, but again, I had it on the 3DO, and it was bad, so bad. But there we go.
Well, I think that'll do us.
Yes, I think we're. Oh shit! I've just remembered actually a good fighting game. Locked on a crap console. Well, crappish. I only had one good game. That was GoldenEye. The N64. There was a fighting game on there called Biomutant. No, sorry, not Biomutant. Biofreaks. That was it. Biofreaks. Basically, you had like a cast of one of the characters in it was like basically Frankenstein's monster, but with a chain gun for an arm.
Okay.
Yeah. And the cool thing I liked about this fighting game was it was a full 3D arena. You could move all around it. But if you picked up like certain power-ups, you could use your gun arm or a weapon that you had stored on you or something like that. But it was one of the earliest games I can remember having a dismemberment mechanic built into it. Like if you pulled off the right combo, you could like rip an opponent's arm off and then use it as a club.
Cool.
Or you could decapitate the mid-round winning thing. and it was tough as nails. And I don't know whether that was because it was on the N64 controller. I mean, let's face it, that thing is a arthritic-inducing nightmare of a control pad.
Mm.
It was not built for fighting games, let's put it that way.
No.
But yeah, that was one of my favorite. Well, I say favorites. It's a memorable one for me because it was like, I don't remember seeing a fighting game where there's a woman with chainsaw legs and a guy with an arm for a cannon for his arm.
Mm.
You know, it's not every day you see a fighting game where it's literally like Frankenstein's monsters. It's like Frankenstein got bored and decided to make a Mortal Kombat game.
Yeah.
That kind of level of weird. But yeah, pretty damn good, in my opinion. Anyway,
Cool.
carry on.
Yeah, so there we go. As I was saying, that'll about do us, folks. Don't worry if you are gamer geeks. We will bring more stuff. Don't worry.
It won't be every episode, but
It won't be every episode, no. But if you've got
more about gaming,
yeah, if you've got a favorite game, if you've got a favorite fighter game, chuck it in the comments.
yes, tell us in the comments your favorite fighting games, and if there's any
if you've got a request for an episode,
say that.
if you've got a request for an episode, again, down there.
Yep, and if there's any game genres or specific games that you think would make an episode in its own, like we said, we're going to do GTA at some point, but there are a couple of other gaming franchises out there that deserve their own episode, deserve a deeper dive.
Yes. And of course, it has to be a good game, good game.
Oh, yeah, it's a good game. It has to be a good game.
Right.
Good game.
Let's get it in.
You did, which is what he said.
Yeah. All right, then, folks. We're going to sign off. We will see you soon.
Mwah.
Take care. I have been Random Man, and this has been Miss Violet Impulse. Check her out on the TikTok.
Oh, yes, everybody. And remember, if you can't be good, I lost my. I fucked that up, didn't I? That's staying in. That's staying in. Blooper, everyone. Right. Let's try this again. Remember, everybody, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. See you next time. Mwah. Bye.
All right, take care, folks. Peace. We're out. Ta-da.
We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
We have such sights to show you. You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. We are somewhere in the future, which is actually the past. And we're on further out into the galaxy, which is actually on planet Earth as well. Oh, blimey. What are we talking about? Who cares? It's time for Hunya Geek showing. Wow. With me tonight, as ever, is the lovely Miss Violet.
Hello, everyone. Hello, my sweet tortured souls. Hope everybody is well.
Well, as well as we can be. And tonight we have a guest. Whoop, 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 whoop. Say hello, Lee.
Hello.
Lee,
Hello.
in the bottom box, wherever my fucking camera is pointing at.
He's in the bottom box.
It's in the bottom box.
He is joining us as he is quite the aficionado on tonight's subject. So, without further ado, Guy, let's take it away.
Okay, yes. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about Battlestar Galactica. Let's face it, it's bloody brilliant. Anyone who says it's not, anyone who says it's not is fucking wrong.
I've not watched.
Everyone is wrong who says they don't like any of it. Everybody.
And like I just said, I've not watched enough of it to form an opinion, really. So,
well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's that time of the week once again where I go, silly demon. Silly demon.
I bathe in your hate. I bathe in your hate. Bring more of it, please.
I don't really call it
Question
hate.
is, does she prefer the original or the reboot?
That's a good question.
From what I've seen of it, I do actually prefer the rebooted version. The only series that I really watched, jumping really far forward here for the viewers, The only really kind of Battlestar Galactica thing that I really sunk some time into was Caprica. I watched the first four episodes of it, kind of got into it, and then Sky took it off their listing and I couldn't find it. So fuck you, Sky.
It got cancelled, unfortunately. It
Yeah,
very sadly got cancelled.
Yes, but Sky didn't even
Wasn't
finish
received
the
well.
series run. They got like four. I think it was 5 episodes in, and then it was gone. There was no more.
Yeah.
It was like, oh shit, okay, but we'll talk about Caprica later on down the line.
Yeah.
Want to go chronologically here, people?
Yeah, well, if you want to do that, technically Caprica's first. Technically. But
In release
if you want to go the other way.
terms. Release terms.
Release,
Uh,
yeah, in that case, yes, that would be right.
Anyway, Guy, continue.
Yes. So in that case, it's that time of the week once again where I go, "Hey everyone, I'm an old fart." Very unsurprisingly,
Mhm.
I watched it the first time round. Well, actually, no, it would have been repeats because it was in the early 80s. It was repeated again.
Yeah. But still.
And then again in the 90s, because
Yes.
that's how I was introduced to it, actually.
Yeah, there you go. Because let's face it, you can't keep good sci-fi down.
No, you can't.
And to be fair, I mean, a lot of people do sort of detract a bit from the original, but I really liked it. So that stuffs you there, doesn't it, Violet? On where we go, did you like the original or did you like what's better? I like both. So
I like both. I have a preference for the newer one.
yes,
But
I'm in agreement.
there is a fondness in my heart for the original sort of stuff and the cheesiness of it in some
Yeah.
respects as well, because
I
it
was
was
actually going to
budget
add
tight.
there that from an outside perspective, because I'm not a fan. I'm looking at this, objectively. I think with the OG series compared to the newer stuff, the rebooted stuff that they did. I think the only thing that lets it down is the special effects, in my opinion. Like you can see the storyline is there,
Mm.
but the effects unfortunately just aren't.
Well, unfortunately, it's
By today's standards,
1978.
from an outside perspective, by
Yeah.
today's standards, I think going back and watching the OG series, the hardest thing to watch about it is the effects.
Well,
Yeah.
but in 78, especially in America, special effects weren't very special.
No, it wasn't really
No.
until 79 with Alien that things took a sharp turn.
And with a
And-
certain thing by Mr. Lucas.
And Star Wars, that's true.
It was original. Funny you should mention the Star Wars because if I remember correctly, the OG series, they wanted something that basically replicated Star
Yeah.
Wars as a series, but on the smaller TV. So the actual special effects you mentioned are technically at the time, like some of the higher end quality stuff. But
Oh, yeah,
obviously,
I know, but I was just saying that jumping into it now, like if you've watched,
going back,
try to watch the original stuff, it's harder because
yeah,
you're used to a certain level of effects within what you've been seeing, and then it goes back and it's like, oh, that's jarring. That's very
it is, especially like the space. The main thing for me, the Viper helmet from the original,
Oh, yeah.
as opposed to the new, it is very jarring.
Oh, I like the original helmet. It's like a Sphinx head or something. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
you love a good helmet.
Wow.
Wow.
Look who's talking.
Yeah, exactly. It's this show, isn't
All right,
it?
I'll give you that one.
You will bloody not give it me. I'm a married man.
Not what you
And
said
I
last
am too, so
weekend.
don't look here.
Anyway,
Exit.
continue.
only.
Continue.
Sorry.
So yes, the
Yeah.
original series. Let's focus on that, people.
Brown corduroy jackets. They were cool as shit. The pilot's jackets were cool.
Yeah, I'm looking at the toys on my second screen, and I can see the
I still remember by your command
Man.
all the time. And the other one is it's like the bloopers for the original series are brilliant. If you thought the stormtroopers had problems with their visors bumping heads, no, you haven't seen the bloopers of Battlestar Galactica's
The
original
Cylons.
with the Cylons in that, because they really did have problems in them suits. But that iconic red
the red.
eye, they had to keep that for the original, the newer series as well. I mean, that's just
Well, if you'd have got If you'd have got rid of that,
that.
they'd have shat all over it.
I must admit,
Yeah.
being in it again, being an outsider from the franchise, I will admit that seeing that visor with the red dot
Mm.
swinging back and forth, even I instantly recognized that as a Cylon from Battlestar Galactica. It's instantly recognizable. It's the face of the franchise.
Cool. It was that cool of a thing. They had to put it on a car with David Hasselhoff.
I was just thinking about that, actually. Yeah.
You know, because that's the only other place I have seen or can think of that being used. So it must have been that cool. Exactly. Yep. There you go.
Coming up on season 3 of On Your Geek is showing.
Oh, you bet we're going there.
Oh yeah, we ain't gonna hassle.
I will have to duck out of that one. I do not know Knight Rider quite as well as I should.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Come on, man. Regale with what are your favorite moments of the OG show? Come on.
The OG show was the further pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love the pilot because obviously it brings you into the world. And you're on as a little lad. I'm just there going, oh, pew pew pew. Whoa.
Am I right in thinking it was originally a movie cut down for TV, like cut into parts? Yeah. I thought it was. I remember hearing that about it. It started life as a movie and then got turned into a TV show. So they broke it up into a 2 or 4 part starter.
3-parter, I believe, on the disc.
Yeah.
I think it's a 3-part. Yeah. I think if I remember, because I have got all the DVDs, and I do believe I can't remember what they even called the episode, but it is literally parts 1, 2, and 3.
Saga of a Star World, something like that.
Yeah, I think it is something like Unfortunately, my brain for episodes is gone. I kind of know some of like the Hand of God was. That's an episode that turns up in both.
Yeah.
The OG and the new one, because the newer one's obviously the homage.
Yeah.
But I believe that episode might even be the season closer for the original stuff. I've got a feeling it might be the last one.
Yeah. I think you're right.
So
I'm just eyeballing some of the action figures, don't worry.
Of course you are. You've got. I mean, they've got a good package, so. You see what I did there?
Lee getting right in the spirit of this podcast.
Hey, Lee, you're new around here. You're new around here.
I'm
just going to explain a little something the guy knows all too well. Mess with me, and you're going to learn what the term Pineapple Express actually means.
I'll try to tell me Amherst had, then shall I, Violet?
Seeing
she
as
never
I'm
goes for the
kind
small
of rein
pineapple.
things in here a little bit, Guy. Shall
yes,
we
dear.
talk cast? Any memorable
We still talk cast. Richard Hatch, Dirk Benedict. Need I go on? Lorne Green, for fuck's sake, Lorne Green.
Yeah, Lorne Green.
Who was,
Trivia, tangent, trivia.
Trivia. Boom.
Mentioning Lorne Green, the character of the host in Angel, played by the late great Andy Hallett,
yes,
is named Lorne Green after that actor.
Ah.
So
a homage
with trivia. New little On Your Geek is showing.
We provide trivia and nonsense.
I know it's interesting because it's Lorne Green was brought on because they wanted the show to have like a major sort of older actor.
Yeah.
And it's funny because in the end, the reimagined series got
Richard Hatch.
Well, they got Richard Hatch. Actually, he got his job very funnily because that's in my notes. Just let me look for the right note.
Jumping all over the continuity here, really.
He was originally Richard Hatch. Apollo was he was obviously played Apollo in the OG, but he turns up as the terrorist come politician come backstabbing sod in the reimagined. And the only reason he actually got that, he was actually dead set against the newer one as it was. He actually only got that job because fans hated the screening that was took to the 2003 Galacticon that much that when it came to the questions and answers, and they were asking Ron D. Moore all about that, they were having to go at him so much. Rich Hatch stood up, said, "Show the man some respect for doing all the Star Trek stuff he's been doing and that, and wanting to take something in a new direction." And basically, then got the job if the show ever got took on.
Well, good job he did then. Right,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the figures. Lieutenant Starbuck. Who's that?
In the OG series, it was Dirk Benedict who played Faceman on 18.
Yes.
I thought I recognized the picture.
Yeah, his face.
It's Face from the 18. Because who else are you going to get to play Starbuck?
Right. Here's a question.
Apart from Katie Sackett.
Toys. Here's a question. Looking at the toys, right? I'm seeing a silver Cylon, which I recognize, but there's a gold one.
Oh yeah, you got gold ones as well.
Yeah.
Were they like commanders or something?
Yeah,
I think so.
Oh,
yeah,
so,
they were.
so even
They were higher
robots
ranks
have to
Yeah.
bling.
Yeah, it was like the bling Cylon.
Yeah.
I
Watched
remember
them
the
up
OG.
there,
They had different ones, different levels, different colours.
You got
Most of
promoted.
them are the chrome.
You got promoted. You got bling.
Yeah, you got turned gold, and your rank was now C3PO fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like yeah.
Pimp my Cylon.
Pimp my Cylon.
You come with a number of attachments, don't you know?
And if he was
Yeah,
playing,
let's have a look.
but
Let's see
if he
you and
was,
your attachment space, Callie.
Who?
Who? Never knows. No, don't know. Who's that?
I missed that.
Getting the eye now. Getting the evil eye. Getting the evil eye.
More than the evil eye, you get the. I have
Gonna
sour.
get into trouble.
Anyway, moving on.
Continuing, right.
I can't believe you didn't realise that Dirk Benedict was in bloody Battlestar Galactica, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you not know?
Hence why in the titles of the A-Team you get Asylum walking past Dirk Benedict and him going,
Yeah. There's even a gimmick back to what he did previous.
Yep. Little nod.
In
Right,
the
let's
18.
talk about then, seeing as we're doing the whole
Maybe the gold Cylon
Cylons
was played by
popping here
Mr.
and
T.
there.
Yeah, there you go.
Old Cylon's Mr. T.
You know, I pity the fool by their command. Kind of idea. I don't know.
I pity your command.
I pity your command. You do not show me respect.
I pity the fool.
Track your command.
Right. Control people.
So yeah,
All right.
so we did love the OG series, but let's face it, we are here to talk about the Reimagined series.
Yes.
Good. God, it was bloody brilliant television.
Yeah, they were good times.
I mean,
Thank
geez.
you, 9/11.
Yes, thank you very much, 9/11. It's
In a
very much
way.
an allegory of all that.
You know, maybe a below the belt joke. I don't know. Sorry if you have to cut that one.
We've made worse, trust me.
We cut nothing.
Well, it was funny because, like I say, it's like this is sort of my sort of knowledge of areas. Now I feel very scrutinized and I've gone very anxious. So excuse that.
Chill, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It was it was 9/11. I mean, they've been trying to get the show reimagined for years. So, and then 9/11 kind of happened, and Ron D. Moore wanted to do something new after he got frustrated with doing Star Trek and wanted to do something new. And then
DS9, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what frustrated him the most, Deep Space Nine, funnily enough. And he just wanted to do something new. And eventually,
Star Trek
that turned into the
Deep Space
reimagined
another spin-off.
BSG.
Yeah, because I think what I love the most about it is a lot of it is the grittiness of it. They shoot bullets. They keep the technobabble down.
Yeah.
It's very much run like an aircraft carrier in the American naval.
Yeah.
And it's very much keep it simple. There's no turbo lasers. There's no technobabble. They're just trying to survive.
Yes. That's
I love
exactly it.
that.
They sort of took it, that's what he sort of saw in BSG is and that's why I sort of said obviously 9/11 being a terrible, terrible,
Mm.
terrible thing, an event with many ramifications, but it's like all the 9/11, the Iraq War, all of that kind of conflict that was going on and around it, it did. I do believe it slowed the show down slightly coming out because obviously it might be a bit too close to home.
Yeah,
But
especially season 3.
he wanted to show the grittiness of war and what would happen with it in space. And then I mean, the original show was nearly Sci-Fi actually only had to put that out because they'd already put too much effort in and too much money to back out
Yeah.
because they couldn't, because of the fan reactions. I mean, the OG fans, a lot of the hardcore OG fans really did hate it, especially Katie Sackhoff. They hated the gender swap. They hated that.
Starbucks
And it was down to a lot of things to do with a lot of that weren't the fact that they just swapped gender. It changed the characteristic of the relationship between two of the main characters, Apollo and Starbuck.
Yeah, because Dirk Benedict went on a major rant about it.
Yeah,
hence he didn't get to go on the new show.
yeah, but the funniest part is the meme of Starbuck and Starbuck in Starbucks having a Starbucks. That was just a brilliant meme, and it's a really good bit of marketing. But it's like Katie Sackhoff got a lot of hate thrown her way for taking on that role. She didn't even know about the original.
No,
she was a new neophyte actor who took that role on. And yeah, it was like the funniest part and the ironic part from what I have notes was all that hate. She basically got it in the media enough that enough people got watching the reimagined, and that's the only reason why it took off the way it took.
Yeah.
So they didn't get what they wanted in the end.
Controversy sells.
Yes, it does. Every time it does.
Yeah. And a
That's
lot
why
of
some of the Transformers movies make billions and billions and billions, even though they're absolutely like the last 3, each one got progressively worse, got worse and worse scores in the critics' ratings and the fans' ratings, but box office wise earned more and more.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a case now of if you want to vote on whether or not a show is good, here's an idea. Don't fucking watch it.
Yeah,
exactly
that. If you don't like something,
bank account that you
watch it.
You're not going to support a lackluster bag of shite.
Yeah. Well, the thing that got me is that Boomer is also gender swapped in this, and no one said shit about it.
No, it was really quite funny, me watching it as a kid. And I noticed this, but I was fine with it because it was like, I'm just watching a new show. I got that it's a new, it's BSG, but they've taken it a different way. They're just revamping it. So, okay, there's going to be things that are different and new. And okay, I'll watch it. I'm watching my dad and my mom go, hang on. They too eventually got over the fact, okay, this is different. Let's just go with the ride.
Yeah, it's different.
I think the most controversial thing would be the ending.
For those of us who don't know anything about this kind of thing, did you get a plot synopsis from anybody tonight?
No.
Okay.
Tough shit.
Fuck you.
No, okay, so basically what it is, Violet, is that the human race made the Cylons. And the Cylons rebelled against their creators.
It's an age-old story.
It is. And basically there was the first Cylon War, which is where the OG is.
That's about as far as I know.
After a while, of course, they just pissed off. So they set up a station on the edge of Cylon occupied space, and they had a human there just for, armistice talks if they wanted to,
Okay.
And for 40 years, no one turns up.
Yeah, 40 years, no one turns up. There's a geezer who's just sat there going, nodding off, and then eventually, after 40 years after the first war, they turn up, and of course, you got a young blonde lady.
and all hell breaks loose.
hmm And then, of course, yeah, the Cylons return and nuke the Earth. Sorry, Caprica.
And Taurus,
Earth.
Libra, and the other ones, basically all 12.
We're not
Yeah.
going down that rabbit hole right now.
But yeah, so that's basically what it is. So yeah, the colonies are
I may have to
destroyed,
check it out. I mean, if I can be persuaded.
and yeah,
I've got the entire collection, Callie. Violet, sorry. My bad. Correcting, self-correcting. Yeah,
Blu-ray baby, Blu-ray.
Oh yeah.
Blu-ray. Oh, very nice. Very,
Dang.
very nice.
I'd say, Callie, that you could watch it on iPlayer, but you know, oh shitters.
Have I set something off here? I'm sorry.
You have, yeah.
I really
So, yeah.
am sorry.
Good night,
Okay.
everybody. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, we'll edit that.
I tell you what,
We might edit that
I've
bit
got
out.
a
Log
wife.
off.
She's already heading out to the shed, and
Mm.
I will dig my grave later. There you go.
Mm.
I'm really sorry.
But yeah, you don't watch BBC, so you can't watch it on iPlayer.
No.
BBC can go take a sugar frosted fuck off the end of somebody else's dick.
Or is that
I
sugar
will not,
frosted
I will
crack?
not pay £175 a year to watch their channels when I don't watch their channels.
And most of the interesting stuff is produced by somebody else, like Ron D. Moore with the Next Generation, like putting Next Generation on a repeat on BBC Two, or funnily enough, Battlestar Galactica, or something else that somebody else has made, none of their own. What are they using that money for?
Doctor Who.
Exactly.
Covering up the Jimmy Savile case, that's what the fuck they're doing with that.
I wasn't sure if we were allowed to go there, but
Oh,
now then.
boys and girls.
Anyway, that reminds me. Room number 4, Savile, 4 p.m. Pineapple, extra large.
There you go. No lube.
Oh dear.
No
Oh,
lube.
dear.
We're dry
lube.
docking it. Green
Oh,
end
no.
first.
I'm sorry if I have
Okay,
is at all.
Let's get back on track. Lee, you got some favorite episodes?
I can't remember them by name, only by plot, unfortunately. And
I've got time to go through the plot of each episode.
I'm not going to try. I'm going to try and condense because, unfortunately, like I say, names of actual episodes. If I was to name any of them, I'd do. There's one to do with the eye Jupiter, and they're trying to find out the final 5. That one really, I really was hooked for that one. I really wanted to know who these final 5 were, especially considering I had a theory about somebody else who seemingly dies and comes back. No spoilers if you haven't watched it. And I still don't get how she did that as such.
It's because the writer's room decided it'd be a cool thing to do and they'd figure out the plot later.
Yeah.
That I think that may have been the case, but that was certainly that one. Certainly that.
How it happens
as I say, title of the episode slips my mind, but it's all to do with that temple.
Yeah.
The last episode,
yes,
whereby they are each reciting a word from all along the Watchtower, because everything had been building up to that one. I cannot again, and I couldn't wait for the next series, and had to wait. So
yeah, that music,
like
the music on the whole show by Bear McCreary is just amazing.
Oh yeah,
I've heard the soundtrack is pretty good.
Mm.
Guy, your favorite episode?
Oh, I'll have to go easily. 33.
That's
a great one.
Yeah.
Scar is a great one.
Oh, Scar, yes.
Kobol's Last Gleaming Part 1 and Part 2. I mean, you could go on. I mean, let's face it, there's in 4 seasons, there's one shit episode.
That's not a bad going.
That is not bad going at all. No. And the shit episode has Bill Duke guest starring in it. And Bill Duke is fucking cool.
My boy Bill Duke.
Motherfucking Bill Duke. Yeah, the Black Market episode, I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, I can't, yeah, that one slipped my mind, but the way he solves
That's
that
shit.
issue, that's brilliant.
It's a shit episode, but it's got Bill
It,
Duke in it.
yeah, I like that. I actually
Any episode of
like
Bill
that
Duke is a good
episode, but like I say, it is probably the one of the worst ones of the bunch. But it's still actually a good concept,
Mm,
generally speaking. It's just a bit unfortunately mismatched.
yeah,
Right
but
then. Well,
we better talk about the toys so you can get a word in edgeways out.
yeah.
Yes. I can shut up that way.
I don't even know what
Take a break.
now, but yeah, there's a lot of toys. I'm looking at it here online. There's a lot from the 79 line. There's a blue-headed alien called Lucifer.
Oh yeah, he was
Uh,
Cylon.
Yes.
Yeah, then you've got Cylon Centurion, Cylon Commander. You've got an extra large Cylon with a big light up chest. You've got ships, which if memory serves me right, the urban legend is that a load of the ships had to be recalled due to the missile firing action and some kid choking on it.
Yeah, similar thing to the Boba Fett of the
Yeah.
Star Wars,
But it
the
was
original
actually
one.
kind of both around about the same sort of time, wasn't
And
Yeah.
you got people going, "Will you stop doing toys with fucking missiles?"
it? Yeah.
Yes.
But
You're gonna have somebody's eye out.
there's a character here called Daggett, and I'm like,
Dagger.
yeah,
Oh yeah, Dagger. I
that
missed
just
Dagger. That was one of the things I hope they brought back, but
No.
I'm glad they didn't. Looking at the fucking thing.
Oh, it's a cute robot dog.
it was originally a monkey inside a suit.
It looks like Zebedee fucked Johnny Five, and that's the result.
Oh, that
I
poor
think I might have
thing.
seen that. I think I might have seen that one.
What dark corner of the internet did you find
What?
that?
Yes, what
Send
dog?
me a link.
No, that Daggett was. I loved Daggett as a kid because I remember the OG, and that Daggett was a replacement
Okay,
for
can
the
you
dog.
shed some light on this one? Right, I'm looking at a character here, and it says Imperious Leader.
His Imperious leader.
Well, the action
Live
figure
on
looks like a
command.
pink turd in a robe.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
it was 78.
Will do. That's accurate.
78. Can we not just,
Sadly.
And Bo-Ray?
Bo-Ray.
Looks like his face is melting.
Bo-Ray.
Oh,
I remember Bo-Ray.
Or Ovion. Weird fly-headed alien looking fucking thing.
again, I can't.
No.
Bo-Ray.
Like I said, the ships are cool. There's some cosplay items like the laser guns and stuff like that. They look pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, collectibles wise,
I think everybody loved most of the ships, especially the Viper Mark II.
oh
because
shit! Now I know
out
where that's
flipping.
from. Sorry, I've just found one of the figures listed here. Ovion. It's like a fly type creature with multiple arms. I had one of those as a kid. It was like a hand-me-down.
There you go.
I
You see?
don't remember
Where it
that.
came from? I never knew where it came from. I just called it the Fly Dude. And now I know where it's from.
There you go.
Lifetime mystery solved. Thank you, Internet.
It's all circular.
Yeah. Just like the series.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
But yeah, I mean, the toys, they're out there. I'm seeing a lot of them in packaging. To be honest, I think unless there's some here in glass cases, they're obviously like carded, all complete.
Most of them were hard to come by. A lot of the original stuff didn't survive.
Yeah, well,
I
you
think
got to
some of it was
remember
build it
that
yourself.
when these came out, they were competing very, very heavily with the
Yeah.
Star Wars toys from Hasbro.
Yeah.
And
Heavily competing.
we all know the story of the Hasbro legacy with the Star Wars license and action figures. We have talked about it on this show before. We're not going to go into it, but I can understand why. I think Battlestar toys back then would have been a case of I couldn't get you a Luke Skywalker, so here's this one. And it's not even the same fucking franchise.
I mean, I can imagine some kids finding that out. Like, hey, I thought I got this X-Wing, but actually it's a Viper Mark II.
Yeah. I don't see how this is an X-Wing. There's no wings on it.
Yeah. They were short and stubby. They were very cool ships.
Maybe the Viper was just taking a leaf out of sanitary towels and they were going wingless.
Oh my life.
They are the thought was to me, they are technically a spaceship. They don't actually need to fly or the wingspan, do they?
No, but I mean, looking like a fancy pencil case flying through the sky just does not look impressive. I mean,
Yeah.
not to bash on it too much, but no, right, that's it for the toys.
Well, okay, cool. Thank you, Kat.
Right.
And
Ta-da!
we do a lot of edits on this one.
Yeah,
Probably.
sackings at-
Sorry, a lot of edits.
Anyway,
Yeah, looks like I'm
I
I'm getting a P45, folks.
P45,
Oh, dear.
fucking AK-47 pointed at you. I think, given that we've now waffled on for over half an hour and we try to keep these things under an hour, I think we should start to do the whole wrap-up thing we normally do here, Guy.
Yeah, I mean,
About future prospects of the franchise. Are there any?
there has been on about a reboot of the reboot. And it's
Of the
been-
reboot.
Yeah, the reboot of the reboot.
A reboot.
A reboot.
Reboot.
They keep making films. That is definitely a thing that they seem to be keeping doing. I've heard rumors of a reboot.
Yeah.
Reboot.
To be fair, this reboot ain't probably isn't going to be bad.
No.
To be fair.
Maybe they should give Netflix the license. They can make one season of it, cancel
And
it,
then drop
hand
it.
over to Amazon. They can do a season and cancel it. Then it can get handed to Amazon, to Paramount, and then they can do a season and cancel it, and then hand it to Disney, because then it will just live up to the franchise's history of bouncing the fuck around.
It does
Yeah,
do
I
a
would-
lot of bouncing, this series does.
Well,
To be honest,
bouncier than me on a Friday night after a Tinder date.
I would like Disney to buy it actually, because then it could all go on to Disney Plus.
Oh
Yeah.
no,
It's good.
actually, don't let Disney buy it, because they'll just merge it into the MCU.
No.
We don't need that. We don't need Iron Man fighting a Cylon.
Why not?
Although I would
That could be
pay good-
kind of cool.
I would pay
I'd
good
watch
money
this.
to see
I
how
would watch
Duck-
the shit out of
How would I would actually, yeah, let Disney buy it on the condition that it's Howard the Duck versus a fucking Cylon. I would pay good money for that.
Howard the Duck
it.
versus
Yeah, and then
that
that duck could finally get killed.
Yes.
Don't you
Yes.
mess with my
Actually,
Howie.
that would depend on the model, somewhat like the Terminator series. You know, is it the reimagined Cylon or the original? Because if it's the original, maybe Howard's got a chance.
Yeah,
If it's the reimagined, definitely not.
yeah, he dead. He
He's
dead.
very dead.
Don't be messing with my Howie.
Oh yeah,
And then you've got the fact the ships in
That's
the middle
next week's
one just
episode.
are living beings themselves.
yeah. Oh, that was a cool one as well.
That was cool. The
But-
fact that Scar had a memory.
Yeah,
But the Cylon ships are living beings as well, then.
yeah. That's
In the
Does that mean
yeah,
when they're being
not in the
piloted?
original.
Does that
Mm.
mean that
In
one
the
of the
original,
hold on.
sorry.
If they're being piloted, does that mean that one of the Cylons is technically ship-faced?
no.
Technically. Although, even if I, that was the case, I wouldn't mind having Katie Sachoff climbing inside of me.
Fair one.
This does happen in one episode.
Although to be fair, I'd rather climb inside Katie Sackhoff.
That also, yeah.
Slippery
Just
slope.
a-
Let's not go there.
I'm not being pegged.
Said. But right, I think because we've been chatting a while
Yep.
now.
So
Round things off.
yeah, we'll finish off saying that like all good stories, this really is about family. And I think that really actually comes true with, obviously, Adama is the dad, Rosalind's the mum,
Yeah.
crew and the all the citizens are the family. And I think that works. I think stories about families are always good. You
Yeah.
boil everything down to its essence, it's all about family.
See, slight tangent alert. That was kind of what I liked about Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Voyager gets a lot of hate, but I personally liked it because it was like they're trying to get home. They're pretty much the only humans in that far into the Delta Quadrant.
Yeah.
they've got to stick together, and I liked that camaraderie that, especially by the end of it, like what was it, season six or seven?
7.
By the end of it, you could tell that there was an actual bond between the characters. It wasn't just people that worked together. It was people who worked together, lived together, went on mission, everything. It was a family.
Well, that's the thing.
So I can't continue.
With Battlestar, they're running. They're running away. They're getting away from the Cylons. They're getting away from the threat of extinction.
Yeah. It's
And
literally like
what do you
Laura's
do?
got the number, hasn't she? Yeah.
What do you do when you're running for your life and there's 50,000 of you left? Yeah.
And that number gets smaller every episode.
Yeah.
By quite a bit in the very first few episodes.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues. So what does a family do? They go through shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And they learn a few things on the way.
Exactly. I may have to give it a check out at some point, but
you can borrow my
or you can borrow mine.
Expansive.
You can borrow my box set if you want.
I think I've got the OG set and I've got the other one.
Like
Obviously, the most jarring thing about the OG we discussed.
Watching the OG stuff now would be difficult for me because I'm such a stickler for like special effects. Like that's what draws me into a film, and a film or a show. And sometimes it draws me in because it's cheesy. I'm like, oh, look at that, good attempt. But from what I've seen of the OG Battlestar, I just look at it and go, this reminds me of that. Does anybody remember the TV show Terrorhawks?
Yes.
Battlestar reminds me of that, and I hate that show.
How could you hate Terrorhawks?
I can't remember Terrorhawks.
You lady with the wrinkly face thing.
I've heard of it, but I can't remember it, and now I'm getting walked at by the wise.
Throw something at him.
You hate Terrorhawks.
I've heard of it, and I can't remember.
Jerry Anderson.
I can't remember it.
Anyway, let's wrap things up, guy.
Yes, sorry. Right, so folks, I can recommend if you've not seen this.
Like me,
Tony.
And
yeah, you can. For those of you who do bother with the BBC, you can catch it all on iPlayer. It's on there. Do suggest you watch it. There's also a good podcast as well.
Yeah, this one.
Star Galacticast. As well as this one. This is a podcast.
Promotion.
I'm getting to it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Impatient, isn't she?
So, yeah. Go and watch it. That's what I got to say, because it is one of the best sci-fis ever. Right, so we're going to sign off. With us this week has been Lee, our lovely guest. Thank you, Lee. You're a star.
Thank you for joining us for this Battlestar.
I've tried to behave.
With me as usual.
Hopefully we can do it again.
Oh, yeah, too right. Definitely. With me as always is Miss Violet Impulse.
Mwah. Remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic.
No, words to live by. I've been random, and I'm off. I'll see you later, folks. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
We have such sights to show you. You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering. We have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome to another episode of Honey Geeky Showing. This time we are recording live from a secret cave underneath a wing of Wayne Manor at the outskirts of Gotham. We are, of course, talking about Batman tonight, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Guy JB.
I am random.
Start with a bad one. Why not?
Exactly. Hello, folks. Hello. Thanks
So,
for coming out.
yes, thanks for joining us in this shit show we call YouTube.
Indeed.
But yes, as we said, tonight we are talking all things Batman, who originally debuted in March
1939.
March 30th, 1939. So he's only just recently passed a birthday. Yay, Batman! Happy belated birthday, you old git.
Yay.
Time to hang up the cape and cowl.
Yes, that was issue 27 of Detective Comics.
Yes, in the 27th issue. Yes, that is correct. Look at
No,
you,
nice shit.
media. Good old Wookie. It's kind of what I got up here on the second screen. That's why I keep
Nah.
darting to the side. I'm checking my facts.
I've got it in my head.
I'm usually off by a year. I'd like to double check.
Man, that you are.
But yes, we're going to talk all things Batman. Probably do what we usually do on here, talk about how we got into it, favorite things, favorite interpretations.
Pardon me.
We're going to have a nice little...
Sorry, I'm on Jack and Coke, so...
So then, seeing as it's my hosting duties tonight, I will go with the lead and talk about how I got into Batman. And Guy, you're probably going to have a very similar thing with me, and it's going to be Batman, the Adam West Batman.
The Bright Knight.
Yes, the Dayglow Knight. Yes.
Bless him.
To be fair, though, and you know, double check your facts and everything if need be, viewers. But at the time in the comic books, Batman was rather more of a campy kind of character. I say campy in the more slapstick. Joker was really just a hit him with a pie type prankster. And we have the comic book authority code to thank for that one. But that's a topic for another episode.
Yes.
But yeah, Adam West Batman, I think for its time, it did kind of do what the comics were doing to a certain extent.
Yeah, because in the early days it was pretty dark and he was shooting motherfuckers and, with guns and bullets and ting.
Oh, yes.
So they sort of had to turn around and go, tone it down a little bit.
Well, it was more a case of there was this widespread thing. We'll talk about tangent fucking people. Here we go. Early in the episode, we're already fucking tangenting. The comic book code. Basically, what happened was a slew of horror comics and very adult graphic type comics were coming out, and comics were seen as something for the kids to read. Back in the, the 40s and the 50s, it was seen as something for the kids to read. And because all these stories were going through, people started getting the parents' rights group started getting the whole thing of it's warping our children's minds. You've got a man in a rubber suit living with a young boy. I mean, they're not wrong on that one. That one would raise some eyebrows even now.
He was his youthful ward.
Yeah, but he ran around in green pants and they had massages together. It was all very weird. But anyway. Back then, it was all very weird. But anyway, I'm getting tangented from a tangent here. We're going to go into a tangent paradox here where we're just tangenting continuously.
So they're getting massages together. Is that what with a happy ending? Or
go and read that issue. I don't know. But anyway, this I can't remember the guy's name, but this psychiatrist basically came up with this thing that comic books shouldn't show this and shouldn't show that and shouldn't show this and shouldn't show this. Whole fucking long list of shit they could not do. They couldn't, like, violence had to be toned right down. Homosexual overtones had to be toned right down. There was this long list of shit that the comic books company at the time had to adhere to. To be frank, it nearly killed a lot of the characters.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Batman and Joker made it through.
Me too, actually, yeah.
And
that's a whole
another tangent here. It was actually thanks to one of my favorite storyline authors for DC in the Saga of the Swamp Thing. It was actually Alan Moore who pushed back against the comic book code authority to the point where he would actually slip it in the final version of it. He'd do two versions. One version that would get past.
Slip it in.
Don't start with me.
Yeah.
Trying to stay on track
Sid.
here, Sid.
Sid, stop it.
But anyway, what he would do is he would submit two different copies. One that would meet the comic book code, and then the day before printing, he would hand in his actual one, which is the one that got released. And eventually, at this point, they were looking at reforming the comic books, and they went, "Yeah, fuck it, let's just trash it. It's outdated." So anyway, back to Batman. Adam West definitely played it very campy, but the comics at the time were along that level. Like,
true, there is something wonderful about Batman 66. Not that we called it Batman 66 back then.
Now, I think even now, looking back at the Adam West Batman, if you take it for what it was, a product of its time, it works. It's a goofy, fun show with and I learned this recently, the onomatopoeias when he's punching.
Oh.
That's what it's called when it pops up on the screen. That's called an onomatopoeia, apparently. Yeah. I found that out recently.
Yeah, there you go. That did make me laugh, though, but it sort of got to about the third series and you started saying, oof. It's like, wow, they've really stopped trying.
I can't remember what cartoon it was, but there was a show that parodied it.
Oh, hold on. We have had word from the adjudicator. You've been corrected. It is a word that sounds like it's spelt. It is a word. There you go. So that's what it is. And she's in. Don't say poof. Don't say poof.
Poof is in disappear.
Well, right, I was going to say, Jesus Christ.
Anyway, carry on.
I'm 23. Sorry.
But I can't remember what cartoon it was I was watching, but they parodied that whole Batman thing.
I swear, one day I saw them come up with wank.
Tangent. Captain America was the first one to do that. When he'd throw his shield, the ricochet noise would say wank.
Bless the Americans. They don't know.
Anyway, a cartoon that parodied it, and there was this one bit where it's like they punch a bad guy, and it's like biff, punch another one, kapow, and then the bad guy jumps, hits the floor, but misses the target, and it just comes up across the screen, miss.
Yeah.
I was like, they should have done that as a one-off in the 66 Batman show, because that would have been throws a batarang, missed. Oh shit.
Yeah, damn it.
And the Bat 2C, we can't forget that. But okay, refocusing, Batman 66, the theme tune. Let's talk about what we loved about the show. The theme tune, even now. Batman.
Oh.
But the minute someone says Batman, that theme tune hits your brain. People of a certain age group, anyway. Anyone younger than us, it tends to get lower down. They think more Tim Burton type stuff. But we'll get there. We'll get to the Tim Burton.
We'll get there. Don't worry, folks.
We're starting with what we can remember about Batman, because the fucker's over 80 years old. We ain't that old. I mean, some of us are older than others, but
yeah.
So go on then, guy. Batman 66, seeing as it's of your era.
I saw repeats in the 80s. I saw repeats in the 80s, you cheeky demon.
To be honest, so did I.
Yeah, see.
Good game.
No, I mean, you gotta love it. I mean, I always loved the gag where it was like they're climbing up the rope, up the building. It's actually that way. And you start getting like, famous people popping their heads out of the windows.
Yeah. Yes, I do remember. Here we go.
Tony Davis Jr. did that once. It's great.
For us British people, right, I do remember that being skitted on, showing my age here, the Russ Abbott Show.
Well, you do like a party with a happy atmosphere, don't you?
Let that one. Let that one slide. But yes, I remember seeing on an episode. Back in the 90s, there was a comedy sketch show by this comedian called Russ Abbott, and they
It
were
was the
parodying the
80s, dear.
Batman one, where
It
it's
was the
climbing.
fucking 80s.
It was late 80s, early 90s. I remember it in the 90s.
Wasn't it? It was the 80s.
Anyway, continuing,
No,
I remember seeing, the actor make it look like they're climbing up the wall, and then as a outtake, you see the guy sweeping the floor behind the wall. He's like,
What?
that was pretty much the reaction of the people climbing up the wall. They're like, what? Because they had the camera set up so it looked like he was actually climbing, and all of a sudden there's just this guy going down the side of the building.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah. Anyway, tangent done. Continue.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, so you got that. I think you got some iconic versions of the villain as well. I mean, Cesar Romero, Joker, brilliant. Woo! With Batman in the Point London.
Trivia, he actually flat out refused to shave his mustache off.
Oh yeah. Caesar won't get a mustache.
Signature thing.
He's proud Latino.
He just did the makeup over it. And I love how now the action figures that come out of that version of the Joker actually have the little mustache lines.
Yeah. Powdered tash.
Yeah, it's just like you can see that it's there, but it's painted white with the face paint. So it's just ever so subtle. And I'm like, attention to detail.
Yeah. Yeah, Frank Gorshin, Riddler, brilliant. Again.
I was just about to say, to this day, that is my favorite version of the Riddler.
Yeah, definitely. And me.
Kerry, as good as you did in Batman Forever, you were one of the more entertaining parts of Batman Forever. But for me, as you just said, the 66 Riddler is just that laugh. It's that laugh.
Yeah.
You got it. Right, let's take a little step forward in time now with our Batman knowledge over here.
Oh, that'll take us to 1989 then.
That would, I think, as big as Batman was on the small screen and the comic book panel, 89 Batman directed by Tim Burton, starring Michael Keaton and Kim Basinger.
Yes, and Jack Nicholson.
And Jack Nicholson as the Joker. I think this really did propel Batman to that point of everyone, even people who didn't even read comics, now knows who Batman is thanks to that film. In my opinion, it was
brilliant.
It got lambasted at the time though before it came out, because when Michael Keaton was cast, trivia time again, the studio got loads and loads of complaint letters basically saying, look, why are you casting a comedy actor for such a serious character? And it paid off. In my opinion, it paid off. He got the division of the character spot on, and I'm so glad he's coming back.
well, that's the interesting thing, because no one said shit until it was announced he was coming back, and then all of a sudden everyone's going, "Oh, he's my favorite Batman. He's my favorite."
Oh no, he's always been
bandwagon jumpers
on the big screen. He's always been my favorite Batman, closely followed by the Bale Batman. Purely because it was a new Batman for a new generation. I got it. And shout outs to Affleck's Batman, because he for me was the older, grittier Dark Knight Returns Batman. The Batman who is like, I'm not gonna kill you outright, but I'm gonna injure you to the point where you will die from those injuries.
Yeah.
He was that kind of Batman.
Well, I think we've got to talk about the Dark Knight Returns at some point.
We will. We'll cover that in its own episode, I think, because it's a landmark.
Yeah.
And it's Frank Miller. We'll do a Frank Miller episode.
Frank Miller.
Good old Frankie boy. Anyway, Batman 89, when it came out, it was everywhere.
It was fucking ace. Best Batmobile.
Best Batmobile to date.
Ever.
To date. Because
it's not going to get better.
Years in him yet. There's plenty more incarnations of the Batmobile to see, but I think that is one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, recently announced toy news, everybody, on a toy-related channel. How coincidental. McFarlane Toys are actually bringing out for the new Flash movie, the 89 Batmobile. There's an 89 Batman figure that you can fit in it.
Yes.
You don't want to know how much it is, though.
Mm.
You remember when we went to Comic Con and we saw that Skywarp, the master, not the Thundercracker,
Oh, the masterpiece.
Thundercracker you really, really wanted?
Mm-hmm.
That masterpiece was cheaper than the Batmobile. Yeah, it's out of your price range, but they are bringing one out. So,
Toy companies, fuck you. There's a cost of living crisis. Fucking sort your shit out. Jesus Christ. And that PSA was brought to you by No Nonsense JP.
Yes, any complaints or inquiries, please deliver them to wedon'tgiveafuck.com.
/ fuck you.
Anyway, continue nicely. 89 Batman for me was, I think,
That's great.
West Batman, it really was that step into the literal Dark Knight part of Batman.
Yeah.
And then quickly followed on by that, we had the animated series and the sequel, Batman Returns.
Yes. I didn't enjoy the sequel as much as the original, but I liked it. Don't get me wrong, I liked it.
To be honest, when it comes to the first two in particular, the Michael Keaton films, I don't know what it was between films, but Batman seemed to lose his edge a little bit in the second one.
Yes, because he was wonderful.
Yeah, I know, but I will say the most enjoyable part of Batman Returns for me is Danny DeVito as the Penguin.
And his rubber ducks. Oh.
It was just how sinister he played the character. Like, he was so coming up with these almost comical lines, but in a really sinister, creepy way. And that's my kind of thing. I really do dig that with the character. Like when they're kind of quite happy and stab you in the eye. That kind of, the Laffy Daffy, fuck you up type character. And that to me was how the Penguin should have been.
Yeah.
He's got he sails around on a giant plastic rubber duck looking thing, shooting people with machine gun umbrellas. Of course the guy's going to be funny but sinister at the same goddamn time. You know what I mean?
I do.
And how can we forget the wonderful, beautiful, incredibly fucking talented Michelle Pfeiffer as Selena Kyle / Catwoman.
Yes.
I think many the sexual awakening for a young boy that saw Batman Returns.
Oh, I'd already been awakened at that.
For me, it was more
Barbara Windsor.
Does that catsuit come in my size? That was more my inkling with that film. But anyway, then we go. Batman Forever.
The downward spiral begins. But to be fair, Kilmer did a better job
than It's amazing what hindsight can bring, really, isn't it? At the time, though, when Forever came out, it was like, really? This guy? And then a couple of years later, we had George Clooney, and we were like, oh, bring back Kilmer, fuck me.
Yeah. Come on, let's face it. I mean, I actually quite like Batman Forever. You got Jim Carrey.
Like I said, for me, that was the most enjoyable part of Batman Forever, watching Jim Carrey.
You got Tommy Lee Jones, for fuck's sake.
See, I think he was miscast as Two-Face, Tommy Lee Jones. I wouldn't have put him as Two-Face for me. That's just a personal choice. I think someone like Tommy Lee Jones, because he can be so subtle and so over the top, I would have liked to have seen him done. Okay, the CGI was definitely not there back in the 90s, but I would have loved to have seen him done something like Clayface. Because I love the guy, right? And I think he's got a very, good, incredible range on him. And I think giving him someone like Clayface, he could have done that whole different range of, acting styles because that's who Clayface was. He was an actor that became a supervillain.
Yeah,
We're getting ahead of ourselves here. There's things we'd like to see in the next
we
one.
are. Yeah, yeah. But no, you got a couple of great songs off the soundtrack for Batman Forever. So
Oh, yeah.
you
Kiss
too,
from a Rose.
yeah, Kiss from a Rose by Seal and Hold Me Through Me, Kiss Me Kill Me by U2.
Yes, that is another good one. Yes, I will admit that.
That's a fucking good thing they ever did. Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, we get to Shatman and Robin.
This is the only film that I've ever walked out of the cinema.
I don't blame you. If I'd been, I say unfortunately, more like very fortunately, I didn't get to see this one at the cinema, and I'm fucking thankful for that because seeing that abomination of a film on a big screen I would have left the franchise forever. Not have come back to it.
I mean, there was things that were bugging me already, like nipples on his armor, fucking nipples, for God's sake. But it's when he whipped out the back credit card, I'm like, I'm out, I'm done. I was with a couple of mates, I'm like, look, I'm going to the pub, I'll see you, come meet me.
See, I will ever so slightly defend the nipples on the armor because later on, after the film was released, Joel Schumacher actually did an interview when he was asked that question, why did you put nipples on the armor? And he said, given the whole, aesthetic the film had going on around it, like, the background sets and all that kind of stuff, it was like almost like a neo-Gothic Roman kind of thing going on. So he wanted the chest armor to resemble like Centurion armor. And they had nipples on chest plates and things like that. So that's what he was trying to emulate. It failed epically, but you can, when he explains it like that, it's like, oh right, well I see what you were doing. You fucked it up, but I saw what you were trying. So
well, he's trying to defend against the dreaded purple nurple there.
Yeah, exactly. They could, I suppose, they could have worked it into like the suit or something, like it's tasers.
That's a bit Austin Powersy.
Give me some of the shit they went on. Rubber lips to kiss Poison Ivy.
Yeah.
If they could have done rubber lips to prevent a poison kiss, I'm sure as shit that one of them could have had taser nipples. I'm sorry, they could have. I'm gonna petition DC now. Give Batman taser nipples in one of his suits, just for a backup.
Oh lordy.
I've lost it. Lost the fucking plot. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. My brain seems to be suffering technical difficulties.
Yes, it's called carry-on-itis.
Oh, a lovely pair.
Not off. Cool. Sorry. Because I will riff on carry-on-isms. Which needs to be a future episode.
Yeah, well, maybe. Anyway, right, back to
Sorry.
Batman, everybody. Right, and then we took a bit of a break from the franchise because Batman and Robin was so fucking disastrous.
Yeah.
And then it came back. I mean, I know we're not talking much about the comic books here in Batman, but
there's only so much time.
Yeah, there's only so much time, and Batman is one of those characters that stories even nowadays do callbacks to stuff from like 30, 40, 50 fucking years ago. Or it's rehashings of stories that have already been told. So if we sit here going over every fucking storyline that has ever been done in any Batman comic, we would literally be here until we start filming the next episode. So I think we'll just do some shout outs. Like we said, The Dark Knight Returns is an absolute amazing storyline. If you've not read it, why not? Go and do it now.
We'll wait.
My personal favourites is Hush and The Killing Joke. I like those two.
Killing Joke's brilliant.
Yeah. But
Judgment on Gotham.
Oh, and Gotham by Gaslight.
Yeah.
That's another good one. I do like that one.
Oh, and Arkham Asylum.
Well, anything based on Arkham really is pretty fucking good. I mean, the games. We'll get to them. We'll get to them, don't worry. We'll save them for a gaming episode. Sorry.
Sorry, it's my fault, folks. I'll do
What? I'm sorry.
it.
Anyway,
Yeah, let me.
so back to the films.
Yes. So we did have a break, and Jesus Christ, it was needed. But Jesus Christ, what a return to form! Oh my life, people.
Yeah. Batman Begins
Oh,
by Nolan, Christopher Nolan, starring
oh, the Nolan back trilogy.
the Nolan, the Nolan, bad guy, the Nolan. Anyway, Christopher Nolan, yeah, the Nolan trilogy is very, very good. It started kind of quiet, really, for me. Like you always expect Batman to start with a bang or something big happening, but no, it starts very like plods along, but it tells a very good story, and it shows that it doesn't need to be big action spectacle and world-ending threats. It can just be a guy trying to save his city.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And you get Killian Murphy in a scarecrow mask, and we all know that.
Well, yeah. And Cillian Murphy's a bloody good actor. Jesus Christ.
He's hot.
No, he's not my type, but
I know he's not your type. My type, though.
you know, fair enough.
He's not your type, but he's my type, and I'm everybody's type. She says coyly. Sorry, losing track of everything here.
Anyway, sorry.
Continuing.
Yeah, trying to compute. Hard to do that when I'm empty, though.
Yeah, I can drink right here. Anyway, yeah, so the Nolan trilogy going on to The Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, wow. What can we say?
Heath Ledger, Joker, forever is all I can say about that film. I can't watch it because of how good his performance is, and I know that it was his last.
Yeah.
And it makes me cry every time at the end of it. And I'm crying for the bad guy, but I'm crying for the actor because that's the big thing that come out of that film. And this may be sacrilegious to say, but I've said kind of a similar thing about The Crow. Is that if there wasn't the actor's death that played the part in the film connected to it, would it be as big as it is?
The Crow? Yes, I think it would.
Yeah.
If he had survived, I think, yeah. I think it would be as big as it is.
Yeah. What about with the Ledger Joker? I think I may have done.
Agree. Yeah, I think it still would be huge.
Yeah. I don't think it would be as big as it became, but I think it still would have done well enough to justify the third one. Like box office wise and all that shit.
Yeah, it's a shit of it.
It is. It's
irrelevant
very well paced as well. Very well paced. Like you're always.
Yeah, it's a brilliant piece of storytelling.
It is. It really is. And the whole Joker thing, like, do I look like someone with a plan? Yes, yes, you fucking do.
Yeah, you actually do. So,
you plan this shit down to the finest fucking detail, and that's what we love about the Joker. It all seems like it's just random chaos, but it's not. And that's what Heath Ledger really did bring across with this Joker. Is you all think it's just the Joker doing their thing, causing chaos to get attention. No,
nope.
There's a bigger scheme going on behind it all. I mean, some of the greatest storylines in the comic books have been exactly that. Joker looking like they have no plan. Turns out that is the plan.
Yeah. And then we come on to the last
one
of the trilogy.
Yes, the very last one.
No, yeah. This one's the Dark Knight Rises. You said
sorry.
Dark Knight.
Yeah,
now the Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight Rises. Yeah, sorry, I had them backwards.
It's not the only thing you had backwards.
So bloody similarly, of course I'm going to fuck up once in a while. But yeah, I did like the third one, apart from the ending. They screwed the ending, in my opinion. Like the rest of it was really good.
Yeah, I know, but it's really dark, so why not have a happy ending?
Yeah, but I mean, what I mean with they screwed the ending is the whole, Bane's not the big bad guy. It's actually Talia al Ghul, and it's like, okay, nice callback, and nice reference to the character, to the comics and everything. But
Mm.
no, I didn't buy it. I just didn't buy it.
Hmm.
Considering the powerhouse that Bane is in the comic books, he's very, very rarely been somebody's henchman.
Mm.
He's always been the one. Okay, yeah, he's a hired mercenary, but like, breaking Batman's back and all that kind of stuff. These should have been massive, iconic moments that were like huge, and they kind of fell a little flat for me by the third one. It just,
I mean, Bane's not getting any love. Oh,
no.
oh dear.
And you would have thought with
Poor
the
old
mask
Bane.
appreciation, I'd love. I mean, don't get me wrong, Tom Hardy in that mask is. But I just think that turning him into literally by the end of the film, oh, Bane's just a henchman. I'm like, really? Like,
Oh
really?
no, he's more of a love interest, really,
Well,
isn't
love interest, henchman. See what I mean? Even we can't define what he was by the
he?
end of the film. He's this massive, imposing force when he comes into the film, and by the end of it, he's just henchman number two, love interest number one. He's just kind of there.
Yeah.
And I think that detracted from the character. That's my personal thing. Don't hate me, internet, for not loving a film that everybody loves.
Comments.
Yeah, get in the comments and tell me how much of a cunt I am for not liking the third Batman film because it's a masterpiece of movie making. Fuck you. That's all I can say.
There you go, folks.
My Inner Demon is really coming out today, and if you don't like it, unsubscribe. See ya. Bye.
Inner? What do you mean inner?
Well, inner, outer, all over, baby.
Take it all about it.
Roll. Calm down, Violet. It's only a commercial.
Exactly there. Jesus.
Anyway, moving on with Batman.
Mm.
Slight break
Again.
again. While we're on this, right, talking about these Batman movies, right, we've
Yeah.
gone through 6 Batman films at this point. 7 if you count the 66 Batman movie. But
Yeah, we're counting it.
yeah, we're counting it kind of. So we're going to do 7, right?
No, we're counting it.
We're now in 2023. Can we please, every time there's a Batman movie, please, whoever owns the rights, whoever's making these films, the director, the writers,
yeah.
everybody, can you please do one favor just for little old Miss Violet Impulse over here in the corner? Could you please do me one big favor? Stop telling his fucking parents getting killed every goddamn fucking time you make a new fucking adaptation of the fucking same shit.
This round was brought to you by Violet Simples.
At this point, no, I am sick of every film telling
Yeah.
us why he wants to become Batman. We know.
We don't need the origin every time, folks. We don't.
Marvel learned that with Spider-Man, and look how fucking successful those 3 films on their own were.
Exactly,
without
yeah.
filming each 3 films with a 30-minute of, oh, this is how Uncle Ben died. Fuck off. We don't need to know. Give us the character, give us the gadgets, give us the car, give us the Joker, let them punch each other, and let's have fun. Please. Oh,
It's true, yeah. We don't need an origin. We don't need an origin every time.
No.
We're not thick.
No, not for a character that's been around for 80 years and it's been told in every, and I literally mean every movie, even in the Michael Keaton movies, they bring it up. Like in the first one, okay, we get it. It was the first big film. Tell us. We need to know. The second one, they make references to it. The third one, they make references to it. They even show parts of the fucking funeral in Batman Forever. You know what I mean? It's like literally every Batman movie has to bring us, my parents like, yeah, Bruce, shut up. Go to therapy like the rest of us. Get over it.
Yeah, but if he'd gone to therapy, we wouldn't have Batman.
I know.
We'd have a wishy-washy Bruce Wayne in. touch with his feelings.
Yeah, it's just the way they
Yeah.
keep banging on and on and on and on and on about it, the way his parents got killed, and that's what made him Batman. It's like that.
Mm.
It's like that one drunk friend who, 20 years after they got punched in the face by somebody famous, still tells you that story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we know. We were there. We saw it. Anyway, rant over.
Nico.
To lighten the mood, let's talk about Batman the Animated Series that a certain someone on this channel still needs to watch. You're a silly random man.
Mm-hmm.
You're throwing it right back at you now, honey.
Handbag.
I'll go get mine. Hold on.
I borrowed my wife's.
Anyway, Batman the Animated Series, we have to talk about this because we did very recently lose the man,
We
the
did,
legend,
yeah.
Kevin Conroy. Now, for me, I have two Batmen in my life. Sounds odd. But like for me,
What, at the same time?
I always not at the same time though.
You wish.
Only on the weekends if I'm lucky. I have to pay extra for that too.
Spit roasted demon.
That's the dynamic duo that is.
Oh.
Anyway, we lost Kevin Conroy, who for me, when it comes to voicing Batman, whether it's video games, animation, anything like that, the minute I hear his voice, doesn't matter what else it is, I hear Batman.
Mm.
When I see a drawing, I mean, I'm looking at a picture of Batman here on my second screen right now, and I'm hearing Kevin Conroy's voice.
Yeah.
Because for me, he is my Batman.
Well, he's a lot of people's Batman because he came at a time in a lot.
Boom, yeah.
So, if you wanted Batman in action, not on drawn pages, that's where you went.
Yeah, the cartoons. I said the cartoons, the video games, all that kind of stuff. He did the voice. Him and Mark Hamill doing the Joker.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Mark Hamill has actually said in an interview that he doesn't think he'll do the Joker anymore because without Kevin, it's not the same. But yeah, okay, he's played opposite other people as Batman before, it occasionally. But I honestly think him and Kevin Conroy had the best dynamic and the best chemistry between the two of them.
Yeah.
And it just worked. So,
well, that's the thing. I mean, from playing the Arkham Knight games, for me, I mean, Kevin Conroy is an iconic Batman.
He brought
Mark Hamill and Cesar Romero for me are the Joker.
Yeah, Mark Hamill and Cesar Romero for the Joker, definitely. Those two are worthy picks.
Not dissing Jack Nicholson, not dissing Heath Ledger at all, but Jesus.
Or Joaquin Phoenix's take on the Joker.
I've not
my personal favourites.
I've not watched it because I don't know. It's just
oh, you have to watch it. It is really good. Honestly, I went into it thinking Joker don't need an origin story. He doesn't really need one. But when you watch the film and when it gets to the end, you kind of go, "That's my Joker. That's the Joker. That's the Joker I remember." And you can see what drove him to it. And given the way things are in the world at the moment, it could happen. Some nutcase could lose it and start wearing a mask and running around attacking people. I mean, it could happen.
Yeah.
Catch me after I've had some wine. You'll see. But no, honestly, it really does push the boundary of like, wow, this is a bit intense, but it is very good. Honestly, check it out. It's very, very good.
Oh, give it a go.
And then, of course, we move along, stepping slightly further forward in time. We've done the animated series. We've done all the movies we can do up to this point, apart from the animated ones. But there's so many animated ones, like the comic books, we could not cover them all.
No.
You know, Batman could really be a two-parter episode, I suppose, but we're not going to do that. We've got plans for next week.
Yeah.
Then we move up to the most recent Batman movie. I've still not seen it.
Nor have I.
So we can't.
There was just I've seen the trailer.
Came into this prepared, didn't we? Oh, latest film. Let's talk about that. We've not fucking seen it. Screw you.
No, we got nothing. No, I watched the trailer and I'm just sort of like,
See, right, I've had this debate with many, many people about it. I refused to watch it when it was first coming out because of the lead, the guy playing Batman. Can't even bring myself to say his name, right?
yo, what's that?
Robert Twattinson, that guy, right?
Mm.
I don't like the guy as an actor. Based on what I've seen, right? Because I had people be like, oh, I mean, he's good in this film and he was good in that film. It's like, well, I've not seen those films, so I can't judge.
I'm not watching films about wussy vampires.
Exactly. Vampires do not sparkle. They turn into dust, and that's it. No sparky sparkle. No sparky fusion. No glittery vampires here, thank you. Anyway, sidetracking there. But no, the minute he was announced as playing Batman, I was like, do you know what? He could probably make a good Bruce Wayne because he's got that swaggery, twattish attitude about him.
Mm.
I think I'll make a very good Batman. And I used to make the joke all the way through it, like, oh look, it's the Elseworld story, Bland Man.
Yeah.
Because everything I've seen him in, his acting is very fucking wooden.
Mm.
And again, I had a couple of my friends going, oh, well, watch him in this film. He's really good in that. I was like, well, no. One, that kind of film doesn't interest me. Two, I've seen clips. I don't like his acting in it.
Mm.
So that's what's put me off. When it comes onto the streaming services and things like that, sure, I'll check it out. Am I going to go and spend my money on the DVD and the Blu-ray? Hell no.
No.
Just because
I could pop it on the Sky and watch it. I'm just not.
Don't get me wrong. Hands up.
Not
I've heard very, very good things about it. I've heard that Colin Farrell as the Penguin is very good to the point he's even getting his own spin-off movie.
Mm.
I've heard that Patterson does play a believable Batman, as in you believe that this is someone who is so mentally damaged that they would put on a bat costume going around beating people up.
Mm.
Okay. I remain to be, persuaded that he's good as Batman. But I've also heard that it's incredibly fucking long, and there's certain sections in it where you are just like waiting for something to happen. And I'm like, okay, it's one of those films.
What is it? Just in the modern era with films being long. Remember when we used to watch a film that was like an hour and a half?
Yeah. I've had this conversation with many people, right? And they're saying, oh, like it was when Stranger Things, the last season of Stranger Things come out, and people complaining that the episodes were basically as long as movies because they were like 2-3 hours long. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Back in my day, a feature-length episode of a TV show was an hour long.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a feature film back then was at a minimum 90 minutes. Some went a little bit over. Some films did push it up to the 2-hour mark. But
I shouldn't need to be in the cinema needing a piss and a smoke.
That is the problem I have with a lot of films nowadays. It's why I don't like going to the cinema nowadays. Is when you're a smoker like myself, and you are sat in one spot for 3 and a bit hours.
Yeah.
You get more and more uncomfortable as the time goes on because your nicotine level's coming down. Your ass is going fucking numb. Your elbow's going numb from the plastic fucking elbow support thing that you can only use one of because the person next to you needs their one. Your back's all fucking contorted. And if you've got one close to the screen, you've got a fucking neck ache. You're not as invested in the film.
No. This is why I've stopped going to the cinema. That and the just ridiculous amount of waiting at the start.
And how much it costs as well. Crap.
Oh, fucking Christ, yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, last time I took my daughter to the cinema, we went to see Spider-Man No Way Home.
Was that the third?
That's the third one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the last time I went to the cinema.
For us to get in and buy a drink cost me nearly 30 fucking quid for 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going with like a family of 4.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And this is not including popcorn.
Popcorn, drinks, sweets, snacks, all that shit. It's day out at the cinema now is like going on fucking holiday to Spain for a week.
Exactly.
In fact, you could probably go on holiday to Spain for a week with cheap flights for less than it would take you to take 4 kids to the cinema nowadays.
Mhm.
Just saying, just putting it out there, people, just so you fucking know.
Yep.
But yeah, that kind of brings us pretty much up to date with Batman-y type related media.
Yep.
What are your hopes for the future, Guy? I really want to see a Batman Beyond live action movie with Michael Keaton playing the older Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I definitely agree with that.
I would look. Well, apparently that was what it was rumored to be back when he was first approached to appear in the Flash. It was supposed to be like, oh, he's popped up in the Flash, but it's going to be a like glimpse at what Batman's future holds, kind of thing. And I was like, well, if they're going to spin it off that way, great. Because a lot of fans thought the same thing. And the minute it was like, oh, Michael Keaton's coming back to play Batman, it's like, oh, Batman Beyond, Batman Beyond. And no, it's a cameo pop up thing in the Flash. But we never know. Let's see how.
Yeah, but then you see the trailer.
Yeah. I'm trying not to talk too much about the Flash because there's a lot of controversy surrounding it with Ezra Miller, but we're not going to get into that.
Well, that's Ezra Miller's problem.
That's getting pushed off the screen. I'm pushing it your way. There you go. You can deal with that shit.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. So for the future, I'd like to see Batman Beyond.
Yeah, I'd like to see Batman Beyond. I wouldn't mind seeing Christian Bale.
Yeah, I'd like to see him come back.
Because I think he could also do an older Batman with the gravitas.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he could pull that off.
Well, it made it very clear that he's still alive at the end of the Nolan film. So, and if they're doing the whole Flash going across different realities thing, there's a possibility he could come back. We don't know. There's this whole thing with the multiverse and Marvel and DC at the minute, both trying to do the same thing but doing it very differently.
So who's your Batman?
For the future,
No, who's your Batman?
My number one Batman.
Who's your Bond? Who is your Doctor? Yada yada.
Well, my number one Batman, right? And I have to make this a tie. I have to make it a tie because I cannot pick number one, right? Live action, Keaton. It's the first real, apart from the other ones. I liked the TV show, but when the film was much more darker and much more serious, I fell in love with it. And it was Tim Burton, and I fucking love Tim Burton. So for me, live action, it's Keaton all the way, and voice, like I said earlier, voice acting. Kevin Conroy, hands down, is the DCAU, which is DC Animated Universe. For those of you who might not know, he is that version of Batman for me. He is, for me, every time he plays Batman in one of the animated shows, I like to think in my head canon, that's the same Batman as the one we just watched.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yours? Who would your Batman be?
I have to agree. I'm going Keaton.
See, we do agree occasionally.
Very occasionally.
Very rarely, people. You watch next week, we'll beat each other's throats. And coming in season 3, everybody. Gargoyles extended episode special. Yeah. I'm gonna clockwork orange your eyes open and make you watch it.
I'm going to be unfortunately unavailable that week, and you'll have to have a guest.
You don't know when that week is.
Yes, I do. You told me.
No, I didn't.
I'm on tour.
That's all right. I'll do it live from the stage with you. Anyway, right then. I think that's pretty much it because we are coming up on the hour.
Hold on. You are a demon that does love her toys. Did you have any toys growing up?
I had a crap ton of the Kenner Batmans.
Nice.
From the Batman animated series. I had the Batmobile, I had Arctic Batman, a Deep Sea Batman, an Electric Batman.
Oh, yes, because they look that shit.
Well, I mean, let's face it, Batman doing an action figure line, you literally just need the one toy and multiple fucking colors and accessories. That's all you need to do. You got the one base figure, you can crank it out in any fucking color and kids will fucking buy it. Give it a silver four and a Foresight Batman or something. Yeah, I had a lot of the toys. A lot of the Batmans. I even had some of the film ones. I had the Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman, original Kenner toy line back in the day.
I had the 66 Batmobile.
A lot of people had that. You can get one of those from McFarlane for about 40 or 50 quid. It's scale, right? McFarlane actually completely forgot to mention this, going back to 66 Batman, have done a whole range of 66 Batman figures, and they've now just brought out the Batcave playset.
Oh,
I think when you get off of this episode, Guy, I think you really need to get on Google and just type in DC McFarlane 66 Batman. And they've got the Cesar Romero, they've got the Riddler, they've got Catwoman, they've got Batman and Robin. Recently, they brought out King Sphinx. They've just recently brought him out. There's a Mr. Freeze coming out soon, I do believe.
Oh God, that's something we didn't mention, isn't it?
Yeah, less we say about the Mr. Freeze from the films.
Arnold.
Literally every word was a fucking ice pun. I mean, I know Arnie's known for his one-liners, but literally, like, I think all of the one-liners that he would ever use in his entire career got dumped into Batman and Robin.
It's just, he got a million per line of dialogue. And he had 18 lines.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He earned that money.
What's my motivation? Noodles of cash? That'll do.
You're a cold dude who freezes things and you get in $1 million per line. Okay then, I still see you.
It's a cold town. Zanussi.
The dinosaurs. The Ice Age.
Chest freezer. Oh, Arnie, you're not trying now. The appliance of science. Oh, she's gone. I've got her, folks.
Broken now. Fucking Arnie with his ice puns.
But anyway, one last tangent there, folks.
One last tangent before the night is over.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, moving forward, we would definitely like to see some newer things from Batman. I'd love to see Clayface done as a villain. With today's CG, I think they could do it very, very well.
Yeah, definitely.
And give it a bit of a twist for your cameos. There you go, Clayface. You can have a long line of cameos as he's trying to escape from people, just morphing into different celebrities and shit.
Yeah, because then you could have like Kevin Smith.
That would be epic. Or go full meta. Clayface morphs into Kevin Smith and then bumps into Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Because that would just be a Kevin Smith thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. But, he is a huge Batman fan.
I mean, let's face it, Clayface is an amorphous blob of clay. So, I mean, already they classify as one of the Kardashians.
Exactly. There you go. Brilliant.
Sorry, I had to get that sting in there, everybody. The Kardashians, screw the Kardashians. I'm not really on that bag one. I couldn't give a fuck.
No.
Anyway, this has been our Batman episode where we've just rambled on about the films mainly. Occasional bits of trivia here. Yeah, bath, boom, pow. Cheers. That's right, that's a different type of Batman show. No, I'm not going to tell that story.
No.
I had a story pop up in my head and I was like, no, you can't tell that one.
No.
No, I'll tell you that after. I'll tell you when we get off camera, though.
Cool.
It'll make you fucking giggle. But anyway,
we should be going.
Right. Good night, everybody. Fucking, I'm gonna slap you like Batman slaps Alfred. I swear to God.
Yeah, but Alfred likes it.
No, that's true. Oh, again, Master Wayne, harder this time. Use the paddle.
Shall I get the spike belt, sir?
Yes, very droll, sir. Shall I get the guillotine? And okay. Anyway, trying to do my fucking sign off here, guy.
Sorry.
Right. I have been the wonderful Miss Violet Impulse. Remember, my sweet tortured souls, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic, and I shall catch you next time. Guy?
I've been random JB, just being random JB.
Yeah, just get my sausage roll. He's happy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, good night, everyone, and we shall catch you next time. Mwah.
Take it easy. Bye bye.
Have such sights to show you.
Get away from her, you bitch!
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
We have such sights to show you. You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Hello, good evening. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from somewhere in America.
Could be Liberty City, could be Vice City, could possibly be San Andreas. We never know.
You don't know. We could be anywhere. We are anywhere. We are everywhere. Good evening, folks. It's that time once again. It's time to say, Honey Geek Show. With me, as ever, is the Queen of Evil, the screamingest and the meaningest demon in all the world. It is Miss Violet Impulse. Hello, dear.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls. Hope everybody is well. You'll have to excuse, I do have a slight sore throat today. Don't you dare.
Sid.
No,
Sorry.
no.
My problem. I'll deal with it.
Yes, keep Sid in his box. Not Tuesday yet. He only comes out on Tuesdays.
Sid's in everyone's box.
Sid.
Box.
Continue.
Money. Vagina. All right, Sid. That's enough. Anyway, yes. So tonight, we thought we'd have a bit of a grand finale on our grand exit, because it is the last episode of Series 2.
It is. This is our 15th episode of our second season, and we thought 15 is a good number to end a season on each season. So we're going to take a short break after this episode for about 2 months, but we'll be back with a third season and hopefully a slightly upgraded look to the show. By that, I mean like new intro and outros. That's about it.
Yeah, that's fun.
It'll be the same camera, same work, the same microphone,
Well, so we're not
same crappy
increasing
masks. It'll still be the same shit show, just with a new lick of paint. You can polish a turd, but it's still a fucking turd.
lick. Sid.
Yes. And speaking of polishing turds, let's do some shout outs.
Why not?
Right, I have some shout outs for Matt Rose for his comments on the Batman episode. Said, for me, you killed it with the intro. 89 Batman theme, just amazing. Thank you, honey. As I said to you in my reply on the comments, when it comes to picking which one to use, the 66 Batman or the 89 Batman, during the editing, I tried both. I tried both out and see what worked. And they both work just as well as each other. So I went with 89 Batman because, as I said, Keaton's my Batman. So
I didn't know which thing you used because I don't watch these things.
Yes, Guy doesn't watch these back, everybody. Boo him! Boo this man! In the comments, please, everyone boo this man.
I have no fucking inclination to watch myself babbling on my old shite that I normally do with dodgy impressions.
Okay then. We also have to give a shout out to the Ginger Ninja JK for your
Hey JK.
When we were on about Affleck. Jane Silent Bob. Yo, Affleck, you're the bomb in Batman v Superman. He's on about a Jane Silent Bob quote there. Thank you, Ginger Ninja. You've been supporting the channel for quite a while now. Dropping some comments in previous videos. We are trying to get more on top of shout outs and replying to comments.
Yes, we are.
Things like that. But, we can't reply to things if people don't comment. So keep commenting,
No.
keep replying. It works. It's
That's
funny how
it.
communication works, isn't it?
Make a comment, get a shout out.
Exactly. And leaving a comment don't cost nothing. Unless you're up for selling your soul, then I'm looking to purchase.
Jesus. Mine's worth about $2.50.
And a pack of Embassy.
Embassy. You're not made of money. That's like roll-ups.
And as always, a shout out to one of our biggest supporters over at the Retro Movie Zone, Mr. Tony Harris, in brackets here, possibly Pertwee.
Tony Pertwee.
Yes, Tony Pertwee.
Response.
Kill us for this one. He's going to kill us for this one on Facebook.
Fuck him. He loves it.
But
Come
yeah,
at me, Tony.
a big shout out to Tony Harris, who mentioned us over on his channel and showed us his lovely big Batman box set.
I wondered where you were going with that.
I could have just said big box set, but I went with Batman.
Shiny and huge.
And anyway,
resplendent.
moving swiftly on, I believe Guy wants to have a quick little chat about a certain This Is the Way show.
This Is the Way. Have you seen series 3 yet?
Confession
time again, ladies and gentlemen.
Confession time. I've not even started season 2 yet, but I have explained this before. I'm not naming names, but they have been on this show at least once. Lee was talking about it when season 2 was airing over a party chat, and a lot of season 2 got spoiled. So when I saw certain characters pop up when they were in these life and death situations, I was like, well, I know you make it to season 2, so I don't care. I don't care what happens to this character, and my investment in the show went poof, gone. So I've not caught up with it yet.
Well, folks, it's come earlier in the episode than I would have thought it would have done. But here we are again. Once again, we are saying, silly demon.
I'm a naughty girl. I know. You'll spank me for it later. I know.
No, I'm not going to spank you there. You enjoy it too much, so no. No.
Anyway, what do you like to say about Mandalorian? Come on. We are trying to be topical here a little bit.
It's bloody brilliant. A lot of people have been shitting on season 3. They're wrong. It's bloody great. And everyone's muscle moaning, well, Mandalorian's, Mando's not the main character anymore. Yet we get to see other parts of the Star Wars bloody universe. It's great, for God's sake.
Yeah. I mean, I will admit, from what I've been hearing with the ups and downs of it, whatever, it goes back to that old saying that we've used on this show many occasions. Shit content that expands the universe is better than no fucking content.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because if you expand it into something, just mention one little thing, and then somebody else picks that chunk up and runs with it and makes something fantastic out of it, like The Mandalorian did with season 1. They took this one little thing from the Star Wars universe and boom.
Yeah.
Right? If other things springboard off of these shows, yay!
Exactly.
Keep fucking doing it. So
have you seen the Ahsoka trailer?
Whether you love it or hate it, or you've got no real interest in it, either way, it's more content for a franchise that is ever expanding.
Yes.
So why not just support it for what it is? Whether you don't like love it, think, oh, I would have done that bit differently. Well, you're not the director, you're not the writer. You're a guy on the couch clicking through fucking Disney Plus.
And then guess what? The episode that dropped Wednesday, everyone has gone, oh my God, fucking brilliant. So,
exactly.
If you don't like a thing,
all of the people all of the time, but you can please some of the people all of the time. There you go.
Because it was very fan service. this last episode. So come on, people,
So
pick a fucking lane. I keep having to say this. Pick a lane. And on that note, let's move on.
on to Grand Theft Auto.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going back in time to 1997 because that is when it was first bloody released.
Yes, it was. I was knee-high to a Carfax demon.
Mm. I was taller and older.
Mm-hmm.
So, right then, Arvi, how did you first get in touch with Grand Theft?
Oh, I think it's much like it was with Mortal Kombat. I think there's a couple of little sources that I can really pinpoint. I mean, obviously, I played it first time around on the original PlayStation, the PS1, or for you Americans, they call it the PSX for some reason. Whatever. But the original PlayStation, Grand Theft Auto, yes, that is where I played it. But
Me too.
for me, it was one of those things. It sort of was like, I don't know, playground whispers. Like, oh, you heard about this game called Grand Theft Auto? You get to run around and shoot coppers and drive cars and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, not heard of that. And then of course, Video Shop has it in as a rental. It's got the big 18 sticker on it. I am nowhere near old enough to rent this game, so I go, nudge, nudge, mum. Got it on the sly and fell in love with it. Absolutely fell in love with just the sheer amount of freedom to do whatever you wanted.
Well, this is the thing.
Anarchy.
Yeah. This is the first time we've had open world.
Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, we'd had like RTS games where they had like a map size, but you can't consider that open world because it was a backdrop. That's all it was. So yeah, like you said, this was the first time we had like, you could get out and move around on foot. You could jump in cars. You could steal other cars. It was for the anarchist in all of us. It was like a game where you can do literally whatever you want. You don't have to run and save a princess. You want to not be a copper bringing down the bad guys. You want to be the bad guy taking down the coppers. Here you go.
Exactly.
Yeah. And funnily enough, it actually just started life as a game called Race and Chase.
Yes, it did.
But then they realized that it was more fun when the cops went, due to a programming error, went absolutely ballistic and tried to like lethally take you down. That was the more fun part of the game. So it got reworked, and now we have.
So yeah, strong sign for me. So for me, it's actually the first game that I bought for my spanky new PS1 back in the day. Yes, along with 13.
Present to oneself, or
yeah. I was at the time I was living in Bradford, and I thought PS1. Everyone keeps on about it. All right, fuck it, let's get on there. Let's have a look at the fuss. And yeah, oh god, needless to say, hooked.
Oh, definitely.
I have owned every title apart from Chinatown Wars.
Yes, I was about to say that's the only one that I've never played. Not only not owned, it's one that I've not owned, not played.
No.
But I have a couple of visual aids, but we'll get to that. We'll go through the series.
Yes.
Game by game. The general premise of the first game was really just go to payphones, take little jobs, drive around, and do that. But most kids of my age playing it, and even most adults playing it, just went around causing absolute chaos. But there was a mission base to it. There was missions you could do, but I don't think many people played that. It wasn't until the second one which upgraded the engine. We had slightly better graphics, all that kind of stuff. Radio stations were, I think, first implemented properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had I think this was a quirky little thing as well, which I hope comes back at some point, but it's kind of gone the way of the dinosaur to a certain extent. The game mechanic of working for one gang affected your reputation with the other.
Yeah.
There's three main gangs. So like if you worked for one, it pissed off the other two. But if you worked off for the one in the middle, it only pissed off one of the other one. So it was like always a balancing act of who you could do missions for. And I
Yeah.
think it was okay for what it was. It wasn't great. Oh, we do have to do tangent.
Tangent
Remember,
things.
tangent alerts, everyone.
Graphic.
You play GTA London 1969.
Yes.
I fucking loved that expansion.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
It was so it was like watching one of them old British gangster movies.
Yeah, yeah.
It really, really was. It captured that flavor. But then again, the team that originally created Grand Theft Auto was a British-based company. So,
Yeah, indeed.
they parodied America. They might as well do it to themselves.
Yeah,
Self-deprecating.
too right.
We are fans of that over here. What were your thoughts on GTA 2 then?
I did like it. I must admit, it was again. It's like you say, graphic upgrade, radio's playing, fucking great. I mean, Jesus.
And that taser weapon you got right near the end of the game.
God, yeah.
You just held the button down and anything on screen just dies. The ultimate in overkill weaponry. Like if you had the cheat code to unlock that at the beginning of the game, you could finish it in like an hour.
Yeah.
You really could.
Yeah, but where's the fun?
Oh yeah, exactly. But then there was quite a bit of a gap, wasn't there? About
Yeah, there
5, 6 year
was.
gap.
No, it wasn't that long. I think it was 2 years.
Have a look. Double check.
We,
Oh, 2 year gap. Sorry, there was a 2 year gap.
ooh, was I correct?
I think you were. Yes, 2 year gap.
Yeah.
And in that 2 year gap, we got
Victory sip.
Grand Theft Auto 3.
Game changer. Game changer fun.
Literally, and I mean this like industry wide
Oh my
game changer.
God.
This was like, this became the absolute reason to own a PlayStation 2 in 2001. Like, if you knew someone who had a PS2 with this game, you were spending the weekend.
That game is why I got a PS2.
Same, exactly the same. So, but I'm very thankful to still have a copy of it, and
Oh, you lucky bitch.
it may not have the map, but it does have the little instruction booklet with it still.
Yeah.
So yeah, and like you said, absolute fucking game changer, wasn't it? Like,
The difference in just going 3D.
yeah. I mean, okay, Driver 2, sidestep here, had tried it in the second game. You could get out on foot and go around, but Driver
Not
was
to
a very
this
different
extent.
beast. Driver was a very different beast to Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto was all about like being on foot, being a criminal, causing chaos, whereas Driver was about the cars. So
Yeah,
we may cover that in a future episode in the next season. Driver, they kind of started great, but drove off a cliff. It Thelma and Louised it.
Oh, it did.
But yeah, Grand Theft Auto 3, the fond memories I have of going around to friends and having a drink, having a smoke, having pizza night.
Well, this is the thing that these games brought. It's the social aspect.
Yeah, taking it in turns, like, you die, you pass the pad on to the next person.
Yep.
We always did that, So it was, like you said, it was the social aspect of it. The storyline was sort of there. You were a mute protagonist.
Yeah.
You helped some guy you got betrayed at the beginning of the game by someone during a bank heist, and you work for the mob to get kind of revenge, but the guy doesn't really seem to care about getting revenge by the end of it. He's just kind of there like, whatever.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
I think that would be my only sort of complaint is the mute protagonist, but
yeah.
Let's fucking face it, they've made up for that since.
Oh, hell to the fucking yes, they did. And I suppose that very neatly brings us on to the next game in the series.
Oh,
Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Now, this took what this did, and
Yeah.
Final tapped it, and it turned it up to fucking 11. It was dripping, and I mean oozing at the seams with as much 80s cheese as you could
Mhm.
fit onto a compact fucking disc. The music, the neon lights, the cars, the fashion, everything is there.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I grew up loving a show called Miami Vice. Now, all you kiddies out there may not remember this. Some of you will. But if you like Miami Vice, then Vice City was just the bomb.
Yeah, yeah, it really, really, really was. And some of the references in there, like there's a cab company in there called Kaufman's Cabs.
Yep.
You know, it's like, what? But yeah, speaking of voice talent, voice protagonist this time with the brilliant and sorely missed,
Yes.
dearly departed Ray Liotta as
Right.
Tommy Vercetti, who for
Yep.
me, this is kind of a little odd story. Although my parents around me had watched things like Casino and Goodfellas and things like that, films that Ray Liotta had been in,
Mm.
not really being into that kind of thing at that age. I was like, you know,
Yeah.
under six, not really
Yeah.
paying attention to what's on the TV. So I didn't know who this person was. And I discovered who he was through Vice City.
Vice City.
So then when I started seeing him in films, I was like, that's the guy who does the voice in GTA. And like, no, people were like, no, 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 no. That's Ray Liotta. Like, you should recognize him for that.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, but fun little fact.
This was the start of my Vice City time, where every time there'd be a new Vice City, I would book time off work. This was before I was having a child.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife, who was then my girlfriend, would dutifully trot out to work. I had the week off. I had the new Vice City game. I had the new Grand Theft Auto game.
Yeah.
That was it. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
And she came home to me sitting in the same chair with an ashtray piled up there.
Yeah. I remember those days when I was supposed to be doing like college coursework and stuff. I was like, oh, I'll do like 2 or 3 missions.
Fuck that.
I'll do 2 or 3 missions. 6 hours later, I'm in the same spot. But the longest one though is the next game in the franchise, San Andreas. My longest session on that was with one of my friends who was at college with at the time. We were living together at the time, just friends. It was like a Joey and Chandler kind of thing, without the subtext. Just pissed off all the Friends fans out there. Oops. Anyway,
we're doing an episode on that, is it?
Oh no, but yeah, we did a 22-hour session.
Nice.
Bought it the day it come out. Right. He'd not long finished his night shift. Bought it from Tesco of all places on the way home from work. Put it in, and we just sat there on the sofa, 22 hours solid. Blitzed the entire game, completed it, maxed out all the weapon stats, everything. We were like,
nice.
We should probably go and get some sunshine now.
And
then we went down the pub.
Get in.
Isn't it? But then, yeah, I suppose we just mentioned it. Let's talk about San Andreas. Again,
welcome.
Upping the ante.
Just a bit.
Map size alone.
Yes.
And no loading screens between sections as well on a PS2.
That they really just tweaked
that little console to its limit. Like, it was a dual layered disc. It was, it was a thicker disc.
Yes, it was.
It did burn out a lot of PS2s. One of mine burnt out playing through it because I played it so much. So,
yeah.
Is a warning with San Andreas. It can destroy your PS2 after about 5 years of hardcore sessioning. But when they ported it over to the Xbox, that issue was alleviated somewhat. No, the original ports on the OG Xbox, where they just upped the graphics,
Mm.
it did cut down on frame rate issues and things like that. So one thing I will say between the two versions,
Mm.
but PS2 was the OG, and that game again just took what was great about Vice City. It took it forward a few years. It took it into the 90s, took it into the LA hip hop gang war scene.
Yeah.
Again, from Vice City onwards, we're getting very good consistent storylines as well. We kind of forgot to mention Vice
Oh
City.
yeah, we should mention that actually.
Yeah, sorry, we'll jump back. I got ahead of myself.
These
Vice,
games,
Vice
these
City
games,
story.
yeah, they're great stories.
Yeah.
Never mind just the random acts of violence and just tossing around.
Oh yeah.
Missions are great.
I do
stories.
like early in Vice City, there's a mission that kind of mirrors Scarface. We have to chase someone with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's missions that make
It's
references to things like that as well,
Mm.
like tip of the hat to stuff that happened in the 80s.
Yeah.
So, I do the storyline though, it's Tommy Vercetti gets screwed over by the mob.
Yes.
But if you actually watch carefully, the beginning cutscene, on the table is a big pile of drugs and a big pile of money.
Mm.
Basically, the mob are the ones who screwed him and then want him to earn enough money and whatnot to pay them back.
Yeah.
So it's like if you read Glide, you see the plot twist for the end of the game coming. But
yeah,
and spoiler warning there. Sorry, if you've not played a 20-odd-year-old game at this point.
Yeah. Let's face it, anyone who's watching this has probably played the hell out of all of them.
Oh yeah. Oh, and Gary Busey as One-Armed Phil.
Yes.
Talking of cast people in that game, I completely forgot his name. And Brain Flash, a very, very early, very, very young Danny Dyer is in Grand Theft Auto.
Oh yeah,
Vice
Ken
City.
Paul.
Yeah.
Ken Paul. Fucking Ken Paul, isn't it?
Yeah. You nutter.
Big shout out to Love Fist. Brilliant band.
Yeah. Love Fist do actually make a cameo in Grand Theft Auto Online.
Yeah.
There's a mission when you have to go and beat up someone in a bar and it's someone from Love Fist. Have to knock their tooth out or something.
Jeff Torrance.
So,
yeah, there is always little callback. In every game, there is a callback to the previous game.
Yes, little wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Mm.
Like in San Andreas, the guy from you play as in number 3 shows up.
Mm.
So like there's that little pass.
Yeah.
Kind of, because Tommy didn't show up in any of the other ones.
No, but it's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's always mentions. There's always little mentions.
I must admit, I do like how kind of world building against the 3D era, especially because that's what people kind of refer to number 3 Vice City and San Andreas as the 3D era. I think the one thing that kind of is very nicely done is even though they're set at different time periods, you can see like businesses and companies that span the different games.
Mm.
Even if it's just something as simple as like a delivery company, you'll see one of their vans in like Vice City, but you'll also see it in the 3rd game. And I get it.
Yeah.
It's a video game. They're just reusing assets. I get it. But
but it's nice.
It connects everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. It's nice little
Redwood cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly. It's little things like that. And what's the beer? Pish lager.
Pibswasser.
Yeah, it's things like that. It ties it all together, which is a nice little thing. So
yeah. But yeah, we ought to get on to San Andreas.
Yes, San Andreas. Again, storyline, absolutely fucking amazing.
Yes, again, another week off work. Again, another week off work.
Oh, yeah, 22-hour session for me the day it came out, definitely. But we definitely got to address, like, the best part of it.
Oh.
Samuel motherfucking Jackson as Officer Frank Tenpenny. And Sean Bean as his...
Yes. No, was it Chris Penn? No, it's Chris Penn.
Chris Penn, that was it, sorry, yeah. We get those names confused. They sound similar. My dyslexia kicks in. Not my fault. My brain
Bean,
broke.
pen.
My brain broke. Leave me alone.
Bean, pen.
Anyway, whoever. Yeah.
Bean. Yeah. Flick the bean.
Oh, the truth. Oh God, what was it? Peter Fonda voicing the truth.
Yep.
That
See?
that put a fucking smile on my face.
Mm. Oh shit, yeah.
And that mission where you have to burn the field.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what? Right, it took me 2 playthroughs of doing that mission, like failing it a couple of times, to realize that as you're burning it, your screen starts to do this.
Yeah, because you're
I was like,
fucked.
I didn't notice that.
Mm.
Really
Yeah.
didn't notice that at all, did you? Not that I ever did that.
No.
I'm a good little girl, really. I'm a good teacher.
Bollocks.
No. Anyway, San Andreas, yes. Again, large map.
Oh my god, yeah. You thought the
Uh,
Vice City map was big, then you got the San Andreas map. You just went,
oh yeah, I remember. Again, when I was living with my friend in college, we used to do this thing. Whenever we had a free night, we'd put on GTA and we'd set little challenges for each other, like set a marker on the map, and you've got to get there however you can. The only rule is you can't fly or use a boat.
yeah.
So it's like get there, if you can, kind of thing. And one night we decided to time how long on a motorbike it would go to go around, because there was like a big road that went around the entire outside of the island, like the map. So we timed how long it would actually take to get all the way around it. And it was something like 34 minutes.
Yeah.
To get just around the outside of the edge of the map. And okay, that sounds big now, but you look at the other games in the series, they're even bigger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like
This is a world.
yeah. And all that, like we said earlier, on a PS2 disc, that was for its time, we were blown away.
It was flabbergasting. It really was.
And the graphics were a lot better. Not a massive improvement, but improved.
It's still better.
I've always made this argument with San Andreas. I think they improved the graphics enough for the size of the world. I think if they tried to up the graphics anymore, the map itself would have had to have been a bit smaller to accommodate the balance between the two. Nowadays,
well, yeah, fucking now, yeah.
Yeah, but for its time, that was like mind type shit. Love that game. Love the leveling up system, the RPG elements that they introduced.
Yeah.
Your body weight like determines your stamina and things like that.
Yeah.
Like those were lovely little touches. I love the game for it. If I could get a copy of it, I'd still be playing it now. Not the definitive edition, because to me, I will not play those. Not the state they launched in. I'm like, you took a beautiful corpse and you pissed on it.
Well, actually, yeah, that's the only other game I've not had.
It's the definitive edition.
Yeah.
I played San Andreas, the definitive edition, because they had it on Games Pass when it first launched. So I played it with all the rain problems that were reported and everything, and it literally, like, you could not play it. There was a bridge. You'll probably remember this part. You got to do the back road country racing to advance the story. There's one bit where there's a bridge that goes over a river. Well, in the definitive edition, the bridge is invisible.
Yeah.
So you're hurtling down this roadway, and there's a gap, and there's no bridge. So your brain, your survival instinct kicks in, so you stop. But then you hit nothing and go flying in the air, and you're like, what? What? Like, it really was that bad. So it did sully the name a little bit. But if you can play the originals as they were meant to be played,
yeah, that's the way.
Do it. Fucking do it.
What else was? I think there was a better spread of weapons.
Weapons. Oh yes. Well, I mean, over the three games, you definitely got a varying choice. It was your standard fare: pistol, shotgun, machine gun, sniper rifle, rocket launcher, grenade, molotovs. In the third one, it was very bare bones. Vice City definitely introduced more variation because you can have like there was like a pistol, but then there was like 3 different types of pistol.
Yeah, there's the 3 tiers.
Yeah, so it's like you could have like a normal 9mm, what was it, a Magnum,
Yeah.
like a Desert Eagle or something like that. Melee weapons, you could have a knife, a police club, a katana, a chainsaw, um,
Golf club.
golf club. Yeah, I love the golf club, especially if someone's lying down
Yeah.
and you hit him and he actually looks like he's trying to tee up. Yeah. Look at that noise.
Yeah.
Oh, and Vice City was also the game that first introduced the minigun. That thing. Oh my god, if you got hold of that and you were like a 6-star wanted level, we thought
Painless.
the rocket launcher was the be all and end all of any fucking kind of situation. Nah. Not fucking
Especially for young Predator fans like us. Time to get old Painless out the bag.
Yeah, it was getting old Painless out. Definitely. Fucking definitely. Oh, again, voice cast popping up in my head. James Woods
Yes, good old James Woods.
as the CIA double agent-y, possibly triple agent-y kind of guy.
Yeah. There's a good lot of rappers in there as well doing their voices.
Yeah. Ice-T was in there. He played Mad Dog.
Yes. Oh, Mad Dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was the best.
I will say this about San Andreas. It did definitely give me a newer appreciation for that kind of rap music. Like, I grew up through the 90s and rap really wasn't my kind of thing. It wasn't a music I was really interested in. All right. But then after playing something like San Andreas and you see the characters and they've always got the music on them. When you jump in their cars, it's the first thing on the radio. And if you're just cruising around, clicking to the radio stations, you end up listening to some of it. I actually kind of like some of it. So, it opened the door slightly there for me.
Yeah. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like V-Rock on Vice City.
Oh, fucking, I love V-Rock with Laszlo.
Yes.
Constant running joke of the Grand Theft Auto series.
Oh, bless him, Laszlo.
I know, especially in GTA 5. Oh, poor Laszlo gets his eyebrow pierced, gets a penis tattooed on him, gets his ponytail cut off, gets made to dance in his underwear. I mean, you put him through some right hell in GTA 5. But I think at that point, he'd been in pretty much all the games.
Yeah.
On the radio, so it was like, yeah, it's about time you saw this sad, pathetic excuse from a person get their comeuppance to a certain extent,
Axl Rose.
Yes.
Rose appears in San Andreas as one of the.
Yes, he does. I forgot about that. He's on the radio. Is it K Dust?
Yeah, it's one of the Ks. Yeah.
Okay.
K Dust. Yes, it does.
Yes.
Tommy the Nightmare Smith.
Yes, that was it. Tommy the Nightmare Smith. As soon as you said it, was. Hello, Hendrix.
Fuck's sake. Sorry, folks.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. We have a pussy on screen.
Yeah, pussy.
Hendrix.
Wine over.
Come on, Hendrix, out the way.
Say hello.
Ow.
Okay, there you go. Sorry, folks.
Well, I think with Hendrix interrupting, that jumps us very nicely into the next one in the series because neither of us have played Chinatown Wars.
No.
Can't really talk about that. We're not really going to talk about the PSP games because they were more spin-offs that got ported here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
I have played them, but they don't catch my attention as much as the mainline ones.
You don't need to play them.
No, it's more sort of the backstories of side characters in other games.
Yeah. I've played them all because I'm a completist, but
yeah.
But we'll move
Spoiler
on
warning
to.
for Vice City stories. The character you play as in Vice City story dies in the opening cutscene of Vice City. So don't even get invested in that character.
Mm,
That's why I didn't engage with the game. It's like, well, I know this guy dies.
yeah,
I don't care what happens to him. Same as why I
yeah.
don't want
But let's talk about 4.
Mando. Yes. Oh, ho, ho, ho. The realism jump from that almost cartoony style,
Mm,
to the very realistic graphics, very grim, very gritty. A lot of the humor got toned down quite a lot.
yeah.
The satire was still there,
Mm,
but it was more like in on the radio or on the TV or advertisements in the world. It wasn't so much what the characters were saying and doing that was a parody of the world. It
yeah.
was the world around them that was the parody.
Yeah.
Based on New York, and their Statue of Happiness is literally the Statue of Liberty holding a fucking coffee cup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the world the characters inhabit. But Nico Bellic, I thought was a very good antagonist, a
Yeah.
protagonist, sorry. And I thought the game itself, the story that it told, was very good, very engaging.
Yeah.
Apart from the hey, do you want to go bowling every 30 fucking seconds from everyone you've met in the game?
Mm.
That I put my phone in the game on fucking silent.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, any thoughts from you on GTA 4?
Yeah. Along with you, I'm fine. The story was good. I didn't like the look of it as much.
I think the
Like you
problem
say.
is it suffered very much that mid 2000s, early 360 PS3 era color palette of everything is a slight shade of either green, brown, or gray.
Yeah.
And I watch a lot of stuff about video games. My daughter's really into video games, and she watches a lot of stuff on YouTube. I mean, it's not until you see this older footage of these games of how they were captured, on their original consoles, you're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that ugly. Like
Yeah.
color palette wise, it's like, oh, it's a bit bland, isn't it?
Yeah. Everything
Oh,
looks dirty.
yeah, yeah. It looks like it's been filmed. It looks like it's been filmed on a camera that's got the lens has been smudged up.
Mm.
Like it's always got that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great story.
Great story, and they tried out a lot of new things in that game, like
Mm.
mobile phone things for
Yeah.
you, menus and stuff. I thought
Yeah.
that was
The
a neat little
phone.
touch.
The phone thing of not having to fucking drive a fucking shitload of fucking journey to start again.
Yeah, you could just call a cab, hop in, back to the start of the mission point.
It's not even that. Or you could just literally start again on the phone.
Oh yeah, yeah, you could. Yeah, sorry, got confused there. But yeah, so yeah, it did take a lot of it took the franchise in a lot of new directions.
Mm.
It introduced a lot of new mechanics to cover system and things like that.
Yeah.
Introduced that, which it did definitely bring it more into that modern era. And the one thing I will say that I really did not like about it, other than the color palette, is the way that the cars felt like they were. It felt more like you were ice skating rather than driving.
Yeah.
It was very slippery controls with the cars.
Mm.
Wasn't keen on that, which they fixed going into number 5, thankfully.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we got to talk about it. I mean, it's been going for 10 years now.
Yep, and it's getting another remaster onto the current generation of consoles, the PlayStation 5 and all the Xbox Ones.
It's
So it's like the thing that bugs me with that is they're on about bringing out Grand Theft Auto 6.
mm.
Now, I don't know what they're doing with it. Apparently, it's going to go back to Vice City. It's going to be set in modern times. I've even heard like rumors that it's going to be episodic and all this, that, and the other. And I'm like,
There is so many rumors. We'll get to that later.
sorry about that, everyone. We suffered slight technical difficulties there. The internet was being a con.
But anyway, yes. So,
Grand Theft Auto 5. Three protagonists.
love that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely love that.
Three very, very different ways to play as well because they each had their little special abilities.
Yep.
You had, what was his name?
Trevor.
There's Trevor, Michael. I can never remember the last one.
Franklin.
Franklin. I want to call him CJ because he reminds me so much of CJ.
Yeah.
San Andreas. Every time I think of number 5, I want to call him CJ. But I know he's not CJ. It's just he's number 5 to me is basically a remake of San Andreas.
Mm.
You know, the map. It's the same map. It's the same town.
Yeah, but
It's
Jesus
like,
Christ.
you know, but 3 very different ways to play because Franklin has the slow down driving ability thing.
Mm.
Michael has the slow down shooting ability, a la Max Payne.
No, I thought that was Trevor.
No, Trevor's got the rage mode.
Oh, of course, yes, he has.
Yeah,
Yes.
Trevor's got rage mode. Michael's got the slow down shooty Max Payne thing because he's a big fan of action films, so it makes him a good shooter, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't know how true that is, but okay, Rockstar, we see you, and it was also the game that introduced the online mode.
Yes. Well, actually, no, you could go online and.
Yeah, but only local. Only local.
Yeah, it's very limited.
Yeah, it was very. It was like the original Red Dead Redemption. Tangent, Red Dead Redemption will get. That's going to get its own episode as well. But Tangent is the first one was like that. You could have a multiplayer mode, but it was like you and like a couple of friends in a certain part of the town. That was it.
Oh, could we tangent the tangent?
Go on.
Oh, tangent alert, folks. I've never played Red Dead. Come on, get your jollies.
Where's my pen? I just need to make a note. Order more pineapples. I got a feeling I'm about to run out.
Not again. Can we have those small EU pineapples, please?
All right, then how about pine cones? They'll open and close when it's going to rain.
Fair enough, then.
Anyway, we will do an episode on Red Dead.
How are we going to do that, then?
Well, I have it on my Xbox. You'll have to come around and play it.
Oh, okay.
I have both of them. I have the first and second one on my Xbox.
All right.
So I'll
Xbox controllers.
To the underworld.
Xbox controls.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh. Idea for an episode.
Console
PS versus X. Console wars.
Oh god, here we go. That did that. Okay, season 3. We'll book that in. Season 3. The console wars. It can be after the return of the revenge of the 4-part 80s trilogy that we're going to do.
Yeah, but that's a story for another day.
Foreshadowing. But yes, Grand Theft Auto 5, very good game. Up the ante.
Oh, it's been very good.
Right then, fucking amazing game. Brilliant gameplay.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic story. Trevor is an absolute fucking psychopath, but I cannot help but laugh at some of the shit that comes out of his mouth.
God, yeah.
You know, like it's not about going and robbing the port, the mission when you've got to rob the port, the completely pointless like doing the crane mission thing.
Yeah.
He's on the way that the first time I heard it, I had to pause the game because I was laughing so much. He's like, "What are you looking to steal at the port?" He's like, "I don't quite know. It's like perfect pornography or a turd. You don't quite know until you fucking see it." I just burst out. I was like, "The fuck?"
Trevor is my all-time favorite protagonist on all the games.
It is. Trevor is just fucking
Trevor's a bomb.
there. He is out there. And Stephen Ogg, who voiced him, just I've seen him in other stuff, and it's like he even looks like Trevor.
Yeah, he does.
Like, fucking creepy.
Yeah, my mate Ash had a photo with him, and I'm just like, oh my, because it was the first time I ever saw him.
Yeah.
And he put the photo on Facebook. I'm just like, God, he actually looks like Trevor.
He really fucking does, doesn't he? It's quite scary.
Whoa.
I mean, I know modern like motion capturing and all that kind of stuff they do now do that in some stuff, but it was still very jarring. Like,
shit.
Like, oh But yeah, amazing game, amazing graphics. It's been
The
going for
best
10 years.
story.
Hmm?
The best story.
By far the best story, especially the way it ends, where it gives you the choice of saving all three.
Yeah.
And I saved all three. I could not betray those characters by the end of it. I was like, no, I've spent like 20, 30 hours with these guys,
Mm.
flipping between the characters, playing the missions with them, sometimes replaying the missions as the different characters to see how it plays out differently,
Yeah.
And I fell in love with the characters, each one of them, Franklin, Michael, and Trev.
Trevor.
Absolutely fucking fell in love with them because they all complemented each other with their little back and forth.
Yeah.
The bit with Trevor where he trips over Franklin's fence and Franklin's pissing himself and
Mm.
Trevor threatens to kill him and then damn near breaks down because he tries to apologize. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, Trev. But yeah, and Grand Theft Auto 5, it's still around even now. It's coming to the new consoles. If you've not played it, you're probably going to end up playing it at some point.
Yeah.
If Rockstar had their way, it would be mandatory law that everybody in the country at least owned one copy of it.
Mm. Well, I saw a thing earlier. All games combined, they have shifted over 370 million units.
Oh, yeah.
Numbers don't lie, folks.
No, and for the franchise to still be around now in 2023, and there's a new game on the horizon.
Mm.
Well, I say on the horizon, within the next 5 years, there is a new one coming.
Yeah.
Rockstar have said there is a new one coming. They've shown little like teasers and stuff like that, and
Well,
it's
no, those are leaks.
well, those are leaks, but they
Rockstar themselves have shown nothing.
I know, but they have pretty much said, yeah, it is coming.
Oh, yeah, they said it's coming.
Yeah, they confirmed the leaks. They're like, yeah, I know we know it's leaked, but at this point, it's like, why lie?
Yeah.
It's on its fucking way at some point.
But there's still so much to do in GTA 5 Online.
Yeah, I played the online mode quite a bit back in the day, but since like swapping consoles and moving and losing like access to that particular save file or whatever, I've lost character. And trying to start now in GTA Online in 2023 is damn near fucking impossible unless you're going to shell out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to shell out real money.
Well, I mean, their highest buyable shark card that they call them on GTA Online is like 65 quid.
Yeah.
So if somebody wanted to, if they had the money, they could literally get the game, buy all the best shit, and then just sit there and nuke people from orbit, basically.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's my only sort of niggle with it is that people like us can't afford to do that. Yet there is people out there who can and do, just like, well, any other game that you've got to have in-app purchases.
Yeah. See, I think an online game like that, online purchases should be limited to cosmetics only. You want to spend real world money on a game, it should be something that doesn't give you an advantage in the game. It's to make your gun look pretty, to make your character look pretty, make your car look cool. It should be things like that. It shouldn't be, give Rockstar 50 quid of your fucking money, you can have a space laser that can kill anyone on the map whenever you want. Like it's impossible to get into it now because of that paywall. And because people that have been there from the beginning who may not have bought any shark cards whatsoever, they've been there from day one. They've got the resources in the game now where they can literally just spend £1 million a day and it makes no difference.
Yeah.
They've been there that long. So maybe with the new game coming out, they're going to start it over again with a GTA Online 2. I don't know.
I think you'd have to.
Yeah, at this point, new game, new map. Don't port in the old players and give them a bonus. Let people get on it from day one and grind it out. Yeah. Pay for a game, get a game, as it used to be.
Yeah.
Not pay for it in installments till you're in your 90s. Not like that. No.
We've outlined the games. We better talk about the controversies.
Oh, here we go. Oh, trying to stay clear of this one. We've been running for a while now. But the controversies, oh my God.
You got
Oh,
to talk about the controversy, Sam.
the parents' rights groups being up in arms about it,
Mm,
things like that. And as I said earlier in the episode, yeah, I was one of those kids that got my mum to rent it for me, right? But, and my mum even said this herself, God bless her, God rest her soul, that if you're the sort of parent that's going to rent out an 18 rated game for your kid to play, right? You made that choice as a parent to say that it was okay for them to see that content. So then you've got no room to complain when your kids start copying content. And it's kind of what I've stuck by my experiences as a parent. Like, look, I instill it in my kid that what you see and what you do on that screen, you would never do in real life. And she knows that. She knows that separation between the two, that's fantasy, this is reality.
Yeah, but she's got a good head and shoulders.
Yeah, unfortunately, some kids just fucking don't, and some kids are just pure dicks who blame the game for their cuntish behavior when it wasn't really anything to do with the game.
America.
Yeah.
Terrible cough there. Terrible cough.
Yeah, terrible cough.
But yeah, I mean, come on. It's just a game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Rockstar have said so much themselves. They got took to court for slight little tangent, I guess. It's kind of connected. Manhunt.
Yeah.
It's the big one that because it was sort of a spin-off from GTA. Carcer City was the setting for Manhunt, and Carcer City had been mentioned in the GTA game, so it was like sort of a spin-off, sort of not. But
Yeah.
there's controversy about that because some young boy that played the game committed a murder, and police and parents put the two and two together. And even Rockstar said it was like, look, clearly had underlying mental health issues, and the game is rated 18 plus. He was a 16-year-old. The question we're asking the courts is why was a minor playing a game that was clearly not marketed towards them? And Rockstar have said on more than one occasion, it is their responsibility as a publisher, as a games developer, if they put that 18 rating on their game, once it's in the shops, it's out of their hands. It's then down to the moral obligation of the parents and the people in the shop selling it to say whether or not the kid can have it. And I have seen examples in game shops. Sorry, weird tangent here, people. But I have seen I'm going back a few years now, but I was in, I think it was Game in Tamworth.
Yeah.
Some little kid was pestering his mum for the most recent Call of Duty game. Went up to the till with his mum. She handed it over to the cashier. The cashier said, "Are you buying this for him?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's my son." And she's like, "Well, as soon as you've told me that, I can't sell it to you. You've willingly just told me that you're giving a product that is aimed at 18 years of older. You're giving it to somebody under the age of 18. That would be like me selling you tobacco, knowing full well you're going to go and give it to a 15-year-old."
Yeah.
And I actually stood there in the queue and I was like, when you do that thing in your head where you do that silent. I was doing that in my head. I was like, fucking good on you. Because I can guarantee that mom would have been the first one to take the game back to the shop going, "Oh, I can't believe my son played this. It's full of all these bullets and guns and gore." And it's like, well, you bought it for him.
Yeah, prick.
You thought it was okay for him. That's always been my argument. When these parents turn around and bitch about it, it's like, well, did you buy it him? Yeah, well, then it's your fault. It's not his fault for playing it. It's your fault for buying it him.
Sorry, but everyone keeps calling out for GTA. Every time the new one comes out, it needs to be banned. You're never going to ban it.
No. It's
370 million units plus.
Yeah, it's not going to get banned because it's a fucking moneymaker. But you've also got to look at it on the lens of it's fucking satire. The whole game franchise is a satire of the American dream.
Yeah.
Get rich by any fucking means possible. Don't matter who you fuck over on the way up. That's pretty much what the whole GTA games tells you. It's that crime fucking pays. Yeah. And unfortunately, in our world nowadays, Trump. That's all I'm gonna fucking say.
Oh yeah.
You want to see the real criminals in the fucking world?
Hmm.
Fucking go look at Cheeto Face.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a weird rant about a fucking GTA game, but you get what we mean, people. It's a video game.
Yeah.
Stop. Parents'
Jesus.
rights. Stop poking at it.
Yeah. They're never going to ban it. It makes way too much money in VAT and tax.
Exactly.
It's never going to happen, folks. So just
Voice
put
actors
peace
in
with it.
payment. It keeps voice actors going. It keeps the
Yeah.
games industry going. You know, a
It's
lot of
one of the biggest British exports in the history of the world.
yeah. I mean, as we said earlier, the original Grand Theft Autos were the first two were the reason to own a PlayStation.
Yeah.
The the these ones, 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, were the reason. And for a time, they did port it over to the Xbox. We did talk about it briefly earlier, but when these first come out, they were PlayStation only.
Hmm.
So these were the reason to own a fucking PS2. So
Yeah.
the amount of units of PlayStation 2s that got sold purely because of this,
Yeah.
I think Sony should give a big thank you to GTA.
Jesus.
Then again, Microsoft
Just a bit.
well. I think all games companies, especially with the revolutionizing the 3D world with Grand Theft Auto 3. Every games developer
Revolutionising.
now that makes a 3D open world should bow down to Rockstar and say thank you for
Yeah.
paving the fucking way. Because
Exactly.
they did. We're getting very ranty here now. It's getting towards the end of the night, folks. Getting very, very ranty.
This game literally changed the world,
Exactly.
and that's why we're covering
Exactly. And I think on that, we've been going for about an hour now,
it. Mm.
our usual kind of time frame scale. But I think we're pretty much up to date and covered everything we can. Grand Theft
Yeah, I
Auto.
mean, what do you want to see next from them?
I'd like them to keep the multi-protagonist thing, where
Same.
it's more than one playable character. There are
Same.
rumors that, and again, all rumors, but they are
Yeah, this is.
rumors that there's going to be a female playable character for the first time. Which, okay, representation, great, let's go for it. I'm quite happy to see that in it because it's something the franchise has never had.
Mm.
It's how they're going to handle the character, not just as in terms of gameplay, but also in terms of writing.
Yeah.
Because usually in the Grand Theft Auto games, women are wrote a very particular way. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I mean, Vice City Candy sucks. That's all I'm saying.
Hmm.
You know, they're usually wrote a particular kind of way. So, but I would like to see the multi-protagonist thing come back. I would definitely. I think what I'd like to see. This sounds really weird, right? I'd like to see almost like a multi-generational thing,
Mm.
where you start off in say the 80s as I don't know the father character, and then as it gets into the 90s and the 2000s, you take over as the son of that person,
Mm.
and it's almost like building an empire kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'd like to see that because then you've seen little hints of this in Red Dead Redemption, where like it does like a time jump, and things that were being built at the beginning in Red Dead Redemption 2, when it gets to the time jump at the end, it's all built and it looks nice and shiny and everything. And you're like, so to see like a city like Vice City go from the 80s aesthetic we're used to into a more modern aesthetic, but slowly over the course of the game, like jumping a couple of years here and there, building more buildings, making the city bigger, so you get more and more to explore. Much like in the original games where you'd start off with a little bit of the map and you had to work your way around it. Bring back that, but work it into the mechanic as it's happening through the years. I'd love to see something like that. But
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
but it's Rockstar. We'll have to wait and see. But I would like to see the return of the multi, even if it's just down to 2 characters that you swap between. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, it does extend the story.
It does. It does.
It extends playing hours.
Yeah, well, like I said, you can go back to the missions and play it as the other character you didn't play as and see what they go through on that mission.
I'd like to see return to do. I'd like to see him do London again.
There was rumors after Vice City that they were going to kind of rejig the London one and make it a 3D one, but that never happened.
No, I'd like a modern day GTA game, but in London.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't, for me, it wouldn't even have to be London. You could set it in England and make it like much like they've done with the previous games where it's a stylized version of like New York or Los
Mm.
Angeles or, you know, something like that, even if it was stylized London, like,
Mm.
you know,
Yeah.
London off of wish.com, you know, it looks like London, but it's not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it then. What would you like to
Yeah.
see?
What would I like to say?
What would you like to see in the future from GTA?
I was going to say more multi-protagonists, set it in London, or just have international travel.
That could be interesting. That could
Then
be,
you get another map.
yeah, because they did toy with that on the online mode, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, because you can do KO Para.
Yeah, that was it. So yeah, I think you could be onto something that maybe they're testing the
Mm.
waters with something like that.
I see.
It's all rumor and speculation, people.
Rockstar hit me up. I'm
Yeah.
available for employment.
Yes, same here.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me working in a mask. And occasionally my own.
Don't mind me working from home drunk. Yeah.
But yeah, okay then. So that's
I think that will do us.
it.
It's been a lovely series too.
It has. I was just going to say, I think all we have left to do now is say our
Fantastic.
thank yous to everyone that's watched.
Yes. Thank you
Go on.
Thank you for watching. Thanks to our guests that we've had on.
Oh yeah, thank you for that. Oh, wonderful.
So big shout out to Eric and Julia.
Oh yeah, that dream come true. That interview really, really well.
Yeah.
That's definitely up there in the top 5 moments. It definitely is.
Yeah.
Definitely is. But I just
Yeah.
want to say thank you to everyone that supported us this far. We will be back with season 3. We are going to mix things up a little bit. We may or may not be bringing in a part-time co-host. We will have to wait and see on that one. But I think that's it. So, Guy, do you want to do your sign out, my friend?
Yeah. So you have been watching Miss Violet, and I've been the Random Man, and we will see you in the future.
See you in a couple of months, everyone. Remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. See you in a few months. Mwah. Bye.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you. You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.